Morrissey, and on the other side of things, no Kyle Connor.
Yeah.
So all your chips right now and all your allegiance is with Connor Hellebuck in goal. And obviously, being a Winnipeg Jets fan and being from Manitoba, you're cheering for the red and white too. So a lot of people conflicted tonight, as you say, Dave.
Yeah, certainly. And with Connor out, Kreider, Trocheck, and Brock Nelson will be together.
An all New York line.
For a formation. That's right. For those guys. So a lot of Canadians still. Okay, now they're breaking off. I think they're going to be heading to the dressing room. Decent amount on the U.S. side as well. These guys, they got to be amped. They got to be insanely amped for this game.
Yeah, and as you look at Team Canada, we always like to do the players that are going without the bucket.
Yes.
And, of course, for Team Canada, there is one guy without the helmet on. And, of course, it's who else?
Right now, of course, Drew Doughty. Drew Doughty, Team No Bucket.
There he goes. He's just off the ice as well. Team USA leads the tournament in guys going in pregame warm-ups without buckets.
Yes, yeah. Mark Stone also had the no bucket earlier.
Okay.
In this one, so at least the guys on the ice. There's who do we have here? We have Dylan Larkin, Jack Eichel. The Kachuk brothers didn't have it on earlier. There's a few more that were Werenski, I think. But yeah.
And we know this much as well. That Austin Matthews will be the last player off the ice for Team USA.
Yeah.
And we know on Canada's side of the equation, you're going to have Mitch Marner and Brad Marchand, who are always last off for their respective clubs in National Hockey League play, as well. As we come to the final seconds of the pregame warm-up, the horn is going to go here in mere seconds as players get set to head for the dressing room, and they get set for their final preparations for what has been an excellent tournament, an astounding tournament. Said to the commissioner, I'm not sure what he expected. Boy, it's exceeded his expectations, and I think it's exceeded my expectations, and I don't want to speak for you two, Dennis, but boy, I mean, it couldn't have worked out any better for the NHL and for the National Hockey League Players Association.
Nobody expected this in October. I don't think anybody expected this in December, Scotty. The way it's laid up here, it's been a flawless tournament with the drama, with Sweden and Finland playing an overtime game. It's just they couldn't have scripted this better. And now I'm starting to think maybe it was scripted, but it's been a fabulous tournament. Great lead into the Olympics and the World Cup of Hockey in 2 years.
Brad Marchand, as we say, last Canadian off the ice. Austin Matthews, as predicted. I'll give myself the Barry Horowitz pat on the back and break my wrist in the process. Austin Matthews, as always, the last off the ice for his squad as well, Dave.
That was a little bit interesting. And now we know the flu's going around. All teams have had to deal with it. Aiden Hill came back on the ice for a quick second. Did a little mini lap and then jumped back off.
What are you saying? Dave?
I don't know. But we know that Morrissey this afternoon wasn't feeling well. He's battling what we presume is the flu. That's going around. So I don't know.
Let's do this in Vegas next time instead of Montreal, Boston.
It was just weird to see Aiden Hill come back on the ice. I haven't seen one of the backups do that before.
You talk about the flu, you talk about the illness. Now we talk about Morrissey with something. And I got word of it yesterday when I was interviewing the Hall of Famer Mark Messier.
Yeah.
And when the Moose gave me a fist bump at the end instead of a handshake, I said, okay, well, I think he's onto something here.
Yeah.
Because I think Messier as well, like we all are, is kind of aware of what's going around here.
Sure.
And, it's taken some players down. There's no question about it. I don't know where Charlie McAvoy's going to watch the game tonight.
Yeah.
I would think that he's not going to be here, but I said to myself, can you imagine the boost that Team USA would get if somehow, some way he were to walk on the ice?
Or go in the room and read the lineup? Starting lineup?
Be part of that. We know Tuukka Rask's here. There's a few Bruins,
Yep.
A few others that are going to be throughout the building as well. That's a big boost for the crowd to see him having been in the hospital for 3 days to come out of it. He's playing. He's posting on his Instagram. He's a free bird. That he's ready to go. He's out of the hospital.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be shocked if he were here, actually. You know what, Scotty? That would be a huge crowd motivator. This place would erupt.
Okay, well, look, our Friday morning NHL Network Radio hockey insider, Brian Burke, he loves his Leonard Skinner. And we know that Freebird has been the song for Team USA.
Yes.
I thought it was a pretty scary thing, and you know how I feel about Aerosmith. And
I know you do.
And being from Boston.
Of course.
Aerosmith, of course, the legends that they are. They've been playing that in their dressing room after victories, too.
Yeah.
I heard it today. I was interviewing Devon Taves for the show here tonight. And right after that, in the background, we're kind of hovering around in the hallway. And I heard Dream On by Aerosmith in the background. And I'm just wondering tonight if they play that, before Team USA takes the ice. If they do, I think the roof's going to come off this place here, too, because it's such an inspiring song, and it's what the U.S. Dennis have been using to motivate themselves even further if they need any more motivation than what we've got tonight.
Sure, why not a little bit more hype in a video? And hometown band, famous song, it would be... I don't know. I'm checking the roof, Scotty. We might make sure it's secured here because it might blow up. And then Todd Angeli singing the national anthem. Can't wait for that, Scotty. That's going to be ridiculous.
He won't be.
Oh, who's singing it?
The Boston Pops are singing the U.S.
Todd Angeli. Advantage Canada.
That's what I was.
Advantage Canada.
That's what I was told. I was very surprised to hear that. Sean Hutchin as well reported that as well, that they're doing that.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, now I can blame Team USA for something if they lose tonight. No Todd Angeli.
Yeah, wrong decision there, I think.
I hope I'm wrong on that.
No,
but that's
usually not. You have decent sources sometimes.
That's what we were told. The Boston Pops are doing the anthem.
Okay, so let's take the last minute or so here, and DB, give me a player that we're talking about at the end of the night for each side that you think has to be the guy. Are we stating the obvious by talking about the big guns, or are we talking about some sort of an unheralded type player that steps up in a big-time situation?
You could say the top six cancel out each other, but Connor McDavid's not playing 15 minutes like he did on Saturday night, and neither is Nathan McKinnon. So I'll say Connor McDavid. On the U.S. side, it's got to be the big man in the net, Connor Hellebuyck. So the two Connors, I think, are the keys to this game.
I think for Canada, big game setting, you go for the big guy, 87.
Can you imagine?
Sidney Crosby, I think, for me.
Not again. As an American, not again. Not again.
I think on the Canadian
ghost of
side,
2010.
You're looking at Mr. Golden Goal himself, Sidney Crosby. I don't know if he'll get the winner, but I'm expecting him to have the big game for Canada. And I think on the U.S. Side of things, it has to be Hellebuyck. It absolutely has to be Connor Hellebuyck in that.
Is Max Talbot playing tonight? I mean, is Ruslan Fedotenko in the lineup tonight? Anyway, again, sometimes you break it all down too much, and the obvious answer is right there under your nose.
Right.
We'll have to wait and see if it's a big-time player or if it's one of these unheralded, unexpected guys that make the difference tonight. Dennis, Dave, enjoy the game. We will talk later.
Likewise, Scotty.
All right, just about time to hand it over to Steve Koulias and Andrew Raycroft. They will have the play-by-play call for you on the other side. All the talk is just about done. Time to drop the puck. You've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff pregame show right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Baseball season's almost here, and MLB Network Radio will get you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Hear team previews of all 30 teams as our experts talk with players, managers, and executives shaping the 2025 season. How does your team look? Our team will break it all down. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning Saturday on SiriusXM Channel 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Raptors Nation is on Canada Talks.
Barrett now driving on the far side, got to the baseline, jackknife pass out on the perimeter to Boucher. Long, high, looping triple is good. The Toronto Raptors beat the Golden State Warriors 104-101, and right in front of us, a big-time fist pump.
Your home for the Toronto Raptors. Canada Talks, SiriusXM 167 and the SiriusXM app.
Start the year right and do something to protect your hard-earned money. Major financial companies like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are very bullish on gold after a stellar 2024, with the hugest gains in the last 15 years. Gold is up 35% from 1 year ago and over 75% in the past 3 years. And gold has outperformed the stock market. The numbers don't lie. So how do you get started with precious metals like gold and silver? Call the experts at Epic Gold for a free info kit at 800-598-9938. 800-598-9938. Or visit epicgold.com. That's EPIQgold.com. With Epic Gold, you can now invest in a self-directed IRA that includes gold and silver. It's tax-deductible and penalty-free. Get a free info kit and automatically be registered to win a 3 gold coin set valued at over $5,000. No purchase necessary. To learn more, go to epicgold.com. That's EPIQgold.com. epicgold.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most
What's up, hockey fans? The chat is fired up. I am so excited to be hanging out with all of you. I see the eyeballs in the chat. I love it. Now, politics. We don't do that here. Tonight, we know that there's stuff going on. We're not living under a rock. But we're not talking about that. We're here for the hockey game. Canada is taking on the USA in the rematch. Now, let's cheer on Canada. Any mention of politics will be met with a timeout from one of our many amazing mods. Thank you, mods. Again, remember, short one first, little warning, you should be able to figure it out because of everybody telling you. But if you can't figure it out, we'll see you tomorrow. You can try again. Go Canada, go! Thank you, chat. Thank you, insiders. Cheers. Now let's go, Canada.
Hey, Mike Connor, Canada, United States, Sweden, Finland.
Granlund, shooting score!
It's been pure intensity.
And we are underway. Point wins the draw, and we've got a fight. We have a fight off the opening faceoff. Brandon Hagel and Matthew Tkachuk. JT Miller drops the gloves with Colton Parayko.
What happened the other night, I did it for the flag and not for the cameras.
The best of the best.
Rink wide, oh my God! What a save by Binnington, and a great play, he scored! Connor McDavid!
But only one team can be crowned champion. Tonight, Four Nations Face-Off concludes with the final two. Canada versus the United States. From TD Garden in Boston, here's Steve Coulias and Andrew Raycroft.
Folks, over 11 million people watched or listened to Saturday's heavyweight clash. We expect much more tonight. For the second time at Four Nations and the 21st game ever, Team Canada USA, best on best. Hello again, everyone. I'm Steve Coulias along with Andrew Raycroft, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. Razor, is there any place else you'd rather be?
I feel like the luckiest guy in the world to be up here in the booth calling this game tonight. The energy in this building's off the charts.
In and out. Let's start with the Americans. Kyle Connor, who has not scored in the tournament, is out. Chris Kreider is in. What do you make of that?
I make that this is going to be a tight, checking 3-2 game. Kreider's speed, Kreider's ability to get in the forecheck, and Kreider's ability in and around Canada's net is key for USA.
Matthew Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk, Austin Matthews. Any concern about their health in this contest?
No question. Haven't seen them play in 7 days now, and it'll be real interesting to see what kind of jump they have at the start of this game.
For Team Canada, Travis Konechny out, Seth Jarvis in. We knew that earlier today. We just found out during the warm-up that Morrissey is out. That's Josh Morrissey of the Jets, and Thomas Harley is in. What happened to 44?
Oh, he woke up this afternoon, according to Don Sweeney, talking to Elliot Friedman, woke up this afternoon from his nap and had flu-like symptoms. Nothing worse for a player to get up and feel that. I feel so bad for Morrissey. Unbelievable opportunity for Harley to be in another one of these big games.
Okay, those are huge storylines. Team Canada in strategy. They couldn't get inside against the U.S. on Saturday. What changes for John Cooper tonight?
Well, he talked a little bit this morning about shooting the puck, being more selfish, getting pucks to the net, and being able to get inside that way. Team USA did an unbelievable job defending. They have great skill. They have very active defensemen that can keep you on the outside. The best way to do that is pucks on net.
Let's talk about strategy from the American side. You just talked about not giving up a lot defensively. That's great. They have a lot of guys, and it's not going to be Kyle Connor because he's not dressed, that have not produced like they're used to offensively. Do they gamble on opening it up here at home a bit more, or do you think this will be a tight-checking, low-scoring affair on their side too?
Yeah, I really can't imagine a scenario where this opens up. I feel like both teams know the talent on the other side, know the danger of opening things up. Team USA did it one way on Saturday night, have to have looked at that tape and really stuck to that consistency tonight.
The biggest change for Team Canada from the last time they played, Cale Makar. Other than the obvious, what not so obvious reasons do you think it's different with number 8 in the lineup this evening?
For me, the biggest thing is breaking the forecheck. He's a one-man forecheck beater, and we talked about USA getting in on the forecheck, getting in behind Team Canada on Saturday night. Cale Makar can negate all of that by himself.
We saw, and you heard it in the opening, that opening gave everyone chills. Back-to-back-to-back fights in 9 seconds. Well, we're not going to get that tonight. What do you think on the physicality side and the Game 7 fear in your career of taking a penalty, especially the first penalty of the game?
It's certainly not going to happen the same way as it did Saturday night, but I completely expect a bunch of hits. There's going to be scrums after the whistles. The referees are going to have to do a good job managing that, not letting it get out of hand, but letting the intensity build throughout the first period.
So we've seen in this tournament a lot of things over the first 6 games, but this game is different. How are these types of games different, whether it's a Stanley Cup playoffs or in tournament play in your mind, Razor?
It's one and done. And the margin, we've seen the margin so thin throughout the tournament, and now it's razor thin. Now it's one play tonight is going to make the difference between two teams with 40 of the best hockey players in the world. It's so dynamic throughout the entire 60 minutes. And that's what the coaches talked about, right? Playing the entire 60. That's what it's going to take tonight. If you take one shift off, you have an opportunity to lose.
When you look at rotations, whether it's John Cooper or Mike Sullivan, you're going to hear from those two coaches coming up in just a moment. Like, does McDavid go back to 24 for you? Does Cale Makar with Morrissey out get ready to play 30 minutes? This is big boy hockey. Do we have to go 1, 2, 3, 4? What? Or can you see something a little bit different that we've seen in the past?
I see on Team Canada's side, I see that the top two lines, those 6 forwards playing 20 plus. I could see McDavid cracking 25, 26 minutes. And then, of course, on the back end, I would almost lock it in that Makar's playing over 30 minutes tonight. Either kind of scenario, whether down or chasing the game. On the other side with Team USA, the injuries are the interesting part. Can you push a Matthew Tkachuk to 25, or are they going to be a more balanced attack?
Level of concern in the Canadian crease with Jordan Binnington from what you've seen so far, and what does the extra day of rest or days mean for Connor Hellebuck?
I think the goalie matchup's so fascinating, and we could talk all night about it. Jordan Binnington has won a Stanley Cup in this exact crease. He played one of the best periods I've ever seen in my life in a pressure situation in Game 7, first period against the Boston Bruins in this exact net. I have no question that he is ready for this game, feels confident about this game, and ready to go. On the other end, Connor Hellebuck, we've talked about his playoff struggles over the last couple of years. He can wipe all of that out right now with 60 minutes, and he has to understand that if he steals this game, he's a U.S. American hero.
Gordy Dwyer and Chris Rooney, two of the very best in the game, are officiating this game. What's your over-under on how it's called? We just compared it to Saturday night. 5-minute majors are not power plays, of course, although on the JT Miller fight that he ended up having with Parayko, he ended up getting the extra 2 in that situation. Is it over-under for you? Each team gets 2 power plays each, and they play clean hockey?
They play real clean hockey, and I think the referees, you said it, Gordy Dwyer, Chris Rooney, 2 of the best on the planet, they understand that they do not want to be the story tonight. They are going to be invisible out on the ice. They will set the tone. I'm sure they'll talk a lot to the guys out on the ice, let them push the limit and not go over. It's going to be tightly contested, not too many power plays.
Mentioned both coaches and John Cooper and Mike Sullivan. You'll hear from them in that order on, regardless of what happens here tonight, what the last 2 weeks have done for the great game of hockey.
The fact that everybody's talking about it, that people outside of the arena that normally don't, discuss our sport are speaking about it in a water cooler. That I'm sure there's going to be watch parties, not only all over, in our country, but in the United States as well. And people in Europe are going to tune into this game. And they should, because it's richly deserved. But it's richly deserved because you're watching 2 teams with a ton of passion to play this sport. And that's what the sport is. That's why people say, that Stanley Cup's the hardest trophy to win, because it's 2 months of that. And that's why when you are fortunate enough to lift that Stanley Cup, you know how hard it was to get there. And for this game tonight, I think, as I said, it's richly deserving this watch because of the players and the passion they've put forth and how much pride each player has in their country.
I think this tournament has had a huge impact on hockey, certainly in the United States, without a question in North America, but maybe the world. These best-on-best tournaments, I think, bring out the best of the best. And so, the commitment, the investment that all of these teams have displayed every night, in my mind, has been an unbelievable celebration of hockey. Just from a hockey purist or a hockey fan in general, it's hard not to get excited about what we're witnessing. I would envision tonight would be the pinnacle of that with Team USA and Canada competing for the championships. Both teams are terrific teams. There's no weaknesses on either side. It means an awful lot to both sides.
Same question for you, Razor. Has this tournament exceeded your expectations? And what do you think, as a former NHLer of 300 games, this tournament has meant to hockey?
Well, it's meant so much. And Connor McDavid tied the competition that these guys have wanted to play against each other for so long. It's taken 8 years to have best on best, and we've just found out over the last 10 days why the players have wanted it so badly and why we needed it so badly.
So we've talked about numbers, and you've lived down, you're a Belleville, Ontario kid living in the States in a long time. I don't think anything will ever be miracle. 96 with huge. Look, Salt Lake City and Vancouver, they were all huge events as well, but this one's on home soil. What's the buzz been like locally? Remember, the Bruins were the first American team in the NHL 100 years ago.
Well, this building's had a lot of celebrations over the last year and a half. With the Bruins turning 100, we've had the greatest Bruins players in the building, but this has exceeded all of that. The buzz in the city, the amount of people talking about the game in my neighborhood that aren't necessarily hockey fans has been off the charts and so great for the game.
Any gut feeling? Is it 3-2, 2-1, 3-1 empty netter was the last game?
My gut is 4-2, 3-2, 4-2 empty netter, 3-2. I think it's tight checking all the way through with a couple of breaks for each team.
And if it goes to overtime, it's Stanley Cup playoff rules, everybody. It might be 1999. We might go to triple overtime. We don't have to worry about a foot in the crease. Razor, great stuff. Not Team Canada USSR. Team Canada USA is hockey's greatest rivalry. The next voice you will hear, Al Murdoch with the pregame ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls all over North America, Team Canada USA, enjoy.
What's up, hockey fans? What's up? Let's go, Canada. This chat is fired up. I'm fired up. I know you're fired up. I really hope Team Canada's fired up. Let's go get it. What a night we have here on Toronto Sports Insider, USA and Canada. It doesn't get any better than that for the championship of this awesome tournament, the Four Nations Face-Off. Please take a second, hit that like button down below. That helps bring more hockey fans from all over the world here to the chat. As well, please share the link out on social media or any hockey boards that you may have. Let's bring more people here to cheer on your favorite team, which I know is Canada. And if it's the US, I'm sure you're letting me know in the chat right now. Thanks for liking, thanks for sharing. We'll see you back in the chat.
From Calgary, Alberta, and the Colorado Avalanche, number 8, Cale Makar. From Abbotsford, British Columbia, the Colorado Avalanche, number 5, Devon Toews. From Winnipeg, Manitoba, and the Vegas Golden Knights, number 61, Mark Stone. From Calgary, Alberta, and the Tampa Bay Lightning, number 21, Braden Point. From Richmond Hill, Ontario, and the Edmonton Oilers, number 97, Connor McDavid. And in goal, from Richmond Hill, Ontario, and the St. Louis Blues, number 50, Jordan Binnington. And now, the United States honorary captain, 1980 gold medal winner, Mike Eruzione. Now, the starters for the United States of America. From Scottsdale, Arizona, and the Florida Panthers, number 19, Matthew Tkachuk. From Maple Grove, Minnesota, and the Minnesota Wild, number 14, Brock Faber. From Denver, Colorado, and the Carolina Hurricanes, number 74, Jacob Slavin. From Scottsdale, Arizona, and the Ottawa Senators, number 7, Brady Tkachuk. From North Chelmsford, Massachusetts, and the Vegas Golden Knights, number 9, Jack Eichel. And in goal, from Commerce Township, Michigan, and the Winnipeg Jets, number 37, Connor Hellebuyck. In celebration of the Four Nations Faceoff, and in the spirit of international competition, the team captains will now exchange commemorative banners. Will Captain Sidney Crosby and Austin Matthews please join our honorary captains at center ice? Gentlemen, thank you and have a great game. Fans, we ask you to now stand if you are able and remove your hats for the presentation of the colors by the Boston Fire Department Honor Guard. In the spirit of this great game, we kindly ask that you respect the national anthems and the players that represent each country. Please welcome Chantal Kreviazuk for the singing of the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, terre nostalgique, true patriot love that only us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh
Well, they sang it, and no booing. It was a new rendition. Here comes the Star Spangled Banner, folks.
Please welcome America's Orchestra, the Boston Pops, conducted by Jorge Soto, and joined by three-time Grammy Award winner Isabel Leonard.
Oh, yes, if that doesn't get you ready for hockey, then nothing will. The Anthems without incident. A little different Canadian version, but they sang it loud and proud here in Boston. So now they can leave fisticuffs or the competition on the ice.
Competition now begins on the ice. We've got through the anthems. They're both sung beautifully. The crowd was respectful. It was a lot of fun, and they are still on their feet here in the Garden.
Starting lineup for Team Canada will be Connor McDavid on the ice with Mark Stone and Braden Point, Cale Makar, and his Colorado teammate Devon Taves. Jordan Binnington in the area to our right, 2-1 in the tournament. .892 save percentage. He stopped 2 of 22 against the USA. And Connor Hellebuck, he's only given up 2 goals, so his goals against average is 1. He was 25 of 26 against Team Canada. Starting lineup for the United States has Jacob Slavin on the back end with Brock Faber. Up front, Jack and the Kachucks. And we're going to watch how healthy they are, Razor.
Right off of the bat, we're going to watch their shifts. We're going to see where the Kachucks are at and how healthy and how effective they can be at the game they love to play.
Mention the referees are Gordie Dwyer and Chris Rooney. Gord Dwyer will actually start this game. We're going to hear him on the mic in a moment. Scott Cherry and John Murray are on the lines. Everyone's heart is pumping. The hockey world is watching. And you can listen to it right here on our family of channels on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. McDavid against Jack Eichel on the draw. McDavid's had a good tournament. Eichel's had a good tournament. Will it be an unsung hero, or will it be one of the stars?
This is a stars kind of night, Steve. This is a stars kind of night. They understand when the lights are the brightest, as we always say in this sport, and tonight there's nothing brighter.
They're just getting the little kids and the orchestra off the ice. Do they always use... No, they don't.
No,
this is a rarity.
That's the special orchestra, certainly tonight. Special orchestra. Usually it's Todd Angeli, who was here on Monday night to do the anthem. So they brought out all the bells and whistles for this one. And again, folks, everybody's still standing after the anthem for this opening face-off.
Canada scored 10, the U.S. has scored 10. Canada's given up 9, the U.S. has given up 4. There's a lot of things to like on both sides. The game on Saturday, 2-1, empty net goal by Jake Gensel. He has 3 goals, tied with Nate McKinnon for first in the tournament. And of course, Dylan Larkin, the Wings captain, on that 2-on-1, buried it. That was a game-winning goal. We had fight. And the visiting team puts in the lineup first. You see McDavid's line on the ice. We're not going to go fight, my friend.
No, we're not going to go fight. Certainly not with McDavid, Point, and Stone, with Makar and Devon Taves on the back end as they continue to clean up from the massive carpets that were out on the ice. The players are now really getting antsy. All they want is that puck to drop.
And it will drop at around 8:25-ish Eastern. That's 5:25 for you on the highways in Vancouver and in LA. Gordy Dwyer's the next voice you'll hear, and then puck drop. Enjoy.
Let's get ready for an epic battle.
Puck is dropped. We're underway. McDavid wins the draw. Taves pumps it in. In goes Stone after it. It's chipped to center. Tkachuk knocks it down with a high stick. That's not legal above the shoulder. 8 seconds in, our first whistle.
8 seconds in and 3 less fights than we had at this point in the game on Saturday night. So much different started, and wow, energy.
Energy in the building. The faceoff is back at center ice. McDavid wins it again, right to Taves again. He pumps it in again, and Brayden Point goes in after it, as does McDavid. Faber around the board. Stone anticipated it, picked it off, sends it back the other way, where McCarr pinches in from the right point to Connor McDavid. Into Stone, into his feet, couldn't corral it. Faber is there, and it's brought away by Eichel at center. Eichel chips it in. Binnington will take no chances and cover up. And Tkachuk goes right in on goal on Taves. That's Brady. And has a few words for Taves as we get another stoppage here. 25 seconds in. I guess officially that's our first shot.
It is, Steven. I expect a lot of that. I expect a lot of scrubs. I expect a lot of enforcing wills by different players, getting right on top of the goaltenders, right on the top of the crease, and initiating that way tonight.
Matthews, Gensel, Jack Hughes on now. Against the Sorelli line. Matthews wins it to himself. Back to the point. There's a quick shot by Fox. Tipped in front, but it went wide. Losing the puck. Here's Gensel with a shot. Team Canada sloppy and they're clear. Gensel with a quick opportunity. Hughes in the corner. Comes away with it near side to Matthews in the right wing circle. Tries to center it. Picked up by Parayko. Quick up Marner to Sorelli, who chips and chase. Near side here for Jack Hughes. Breakout to Matthews. Can't get it out. Hughes a second opportunity. Far side for Gensel. Brings it in and over the line. Rink wide back to Hughes. Right wing circle to Matthews with a shot. Binnington shoulders that one off. Sorelli in the corner. Tried to feed Hagel. Didn't work. As the center. Third opportunity to get it out. He chips it to center. Matthews looks good. That was a good shot.
He does. That's his wheelhouse right there, and that little bumper spot on the right wing. Didn't get a ton on it.
Back comes Matt Boldy. The other way, throws an offensive check on Doughty, who gets it out to center. And back comes Reinhart near side for Team Canada. Our first look at Reinhart, McKinnon, and Crosby. Crosby in it on the forecheck. Tries to strip Jake Sanderson of the Sens. Doesn't work. He goes rink wide for Werenski. Back to Dylan Larkin, who fires it in. Miller centers that one. Nobody home far side. Skated out here by Nate McKinnon. Rink wide for Crosby. He just gets a stick on it to get it in. We played 2 minutes, no score. Team Canada USA, 4 Nations Championship final. The city's electric, as is the hockey world. Makar, center breakout for Marchand, Bruins captain, first shift. Give and go with Jarvis in over the line. He lost the handle. Jarvis, who's in for Konechny, keeps it in. Has Marchand in front of the net. Nice play by Jacob Slavin, the human vacuum cleaner. Cleans up everything. On the forecheck here, as everyone's been in the game now. as Jarvis has it at center. He looks for Sam Bennett, too far. Poked back down the ice. Picked off by Vinny Trocheck. He brings it in. Backhand flip. As in comes Matthew Tkachuk with an offensive hit. He looks healthy to me, Mr. Razor.
He does. They're getting it on the forecheck again.
Sam Bennett flips it in. That's the first touch for Connor Hellebuck. He tried the old bouncer, Al McInnes on Felix Potvin, which went in from 106 feet, if you remember that back in the day.
I do. Felix does too.
Still not happy about it.
Nope.
Here's Colton Parayko behind his own net, starting out. Near side for Travis Sanheim of the Flyers. To Brandon Hagel, back to Sanheim. He whiffed on it. There's a shot that ended up on Cirelli's stick. That was almost the Korea Lemieux mistake play from 0-2, and it almost worked. Shot from the point by Sanheim, easily steered aside by Hellebuck. Then back comes Gensel the other way. He's got Hughes with him. Far side for Werenski, right in on goal. And that's the best save of the game by either goalie. Binnington kicks out the leg, and it's a 2-on-1. Parayko shooting, and Sanderson got a stick on that one. And I think Parayko was shooting the whole time.
He was. He had his head down. He was looking even for a shot for rebound there, POP with Marner going to the net.
That should be the third shot for the Americans. Binnington with a big left pad save as Team Canada will get called for icing as McDavid couldn't corral that puck. We've played a second shy of 4 minutes, and the start has been sizzling.
It has, Steve. And you talk about Werenski. That save by Jordan Binnington is by far the best of the night. The left pad save. Werenski's been as dangerous as anybody in this tournament, tied with Sidney Crosby in the lead for points. No other defenseman has done that since Potvin and Orr in '76.
Oh, yes. What a defense core that was, and what a final that was. The first ever official best on best. That final in Montreal, Darryl Sittler with the overtime winner as the puck comes to center for Mark Stone. He chips it in. Faber muscles him off the puck, goes behind his own net with McDavid chasing, sends it to Boldy, but it ricochets off Braden Point, who brings it in. Left wing circle. Shovels it in. Boldy gets it to JT Miller. Back to Boldy to regroup the breakout. Reverse behind the net to Slavin. Sends it up for Miller, who was happy just to chip it and get off. Doughty starts out in his own zone to his partner Thomas Harley, who's in for the unfortunately sick Josh Morrissey. Reinhart picks off a loose puck, sends it back to Harley at the left point. He gets it into McKinnon. McKinnon, 3 goals, dancing, sends it in front of the net, he scores! Nate McKinnon's got 4, and Team Canada has a 1-0 lead.
Steve talked about going into this game. Can Team Canada get to the middle of the ice on that play? Harley moves it down the left side wall. McKinnon swings up top, gets to the high slot, and is able to take a little wrister with some traffic in front. Reinhart doing a great job. Sidney Crosby doing a great job. And it goes directly in over the blocker of Connor Hellebuck, who didn't see it until it was past him.
That's 4 goals for Nate McKinnon. Stanley Cup, Hart Trophy. I think he wants the Art Ross, and he does have 87 points and leads the NHL when we finally get back to NHL action. But this game more important first. Team Canada draws first blood. Nate McKinnon, but back come the U.S. Matthews in front of the net from Gensel. He couldn't get a stick on it as Crosby gets it to center. Went off a skate there of Reinhart, and then Travis Sanheim makes the safe play to get it in. Nate McKinnon of the Colorado Avalanche makes it a 1-0 game on Canada's 4th shot of the net. I'm Steve Koulias along with Andrew Raycroft. As Razor said there, Hellebuck never saw it. That's a great way to beat the best goalie in the league, Razor.
The only way he's been beaten this tournament. And again, Canada getting bodies to the net, shots to the net, just like John Cooper wanted this morning.
Puck is shot in behind the Team Canada net. Cale Makar, one hand on his stick, gets it to the line where Bennett runs over Fox and gets it out to center. Bennett then touches it with a high stick. Touches it again to get the whistle, which I think is a smart play in that situation. If Fox pokes it ahead, he's off to the races.
Agree. Right at center ice, you don't want to mess around. If it's in the offensive zone, possibly you wait it out and let time run out. But in that situation, too easy for an American player to pick it up and go on a rush while everyone's taking a bit of a breather.
Gensel, Hughes, and Austin Matthews have looked pretty good, Razor.
What a pass by Jake Gensel. Just out of the reach of Austin Matthews, but was able to get it through two defenders of Team Canada.
Face-off outside the Canadian line. Won by Cirelli to Harley to Doughty, who sends it off the stick of Hagel and in. Puck is behind the U.S. net where Cirelli's come to play. He's already thrown a few body checks. Miller pushes Hagel off the puck, but Marner gets his first touch of the game. Back to the point. Doughty with a chance from Harley in the circle. He lets one go from a sharp angle. Ricochets in front, comes back to the near side where Marner keeps it in. Mini 2-on-1. Cirelli just missed near side. Cirelli, Marner, and Hagel. Very good offensive shift. Marner peels off and goes to the bench, changing in the offensive zone. They scrum it along the near boards. Boldy to safety, rink wide. Gets it to Larkin on his side of center, but it's waved off at the last minute by Johnny Murray, so perhaps the U.S. catches a break. Here's Harley going through Eichel. Gets it in for points. Couldn't get it in. Comes back to center for Brady Tkachuk. He's stripped by Connor McDavid. Sanheim in his own zone. At the blue line to Harley. His pass goes off the stick of Eichel. Rink wide to Matthew Tkachuk. Here's a chance perhaps on a Harley mistake. Harley another chance to get it out. With the help of McDavid, does get it to center as we played 7 minutes and 10 seconds of a very entertaining first period.
High-paced, up and down the ice. You haven't taken many breaks yet. It's real good hockey right now.
Thank God for the help from Doc Emmerich on the tee as Gensel lets it go right on Binnington, who makes his fourth save of the game. None better than that left pad save in the early going. 1-0 Team Canada on Nate McKinnon's fourth. This game is coming to you live from Boston.
I'm Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. I have 2 brand new exclusive channels right here on SiriusXM. First, there's Unwell Music, fun, feel-good music for the girls. And Unwell on Air.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's hanging out with us watching Canada and the USA in the championship game of the Four Nations Face-Off. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm so glad you found our community. Please hit that subscribe button and help us on our way to 100K. We're at 84,605 as of right now. We're going for 85,000, maybe even 86. So now that we've got your attention, please help us get there and make sure you turn on that bell so you don't miss it for every single game. Toronto Maple Leafs, Toronto Raptors, Toronto FC, starting on Saturday. Let's go, Canada. Back to the hockey. Come on, boys. Time to go get that championship.
You have to go see the doctor. I wouldn't even know where to start.
With Ethos, Dave said it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. Plus, it's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house. He was able to choose an amount that worked for his needs, and Ethos made the whole thing so easy and clear.
10 minutes with no medical exam? Ethos, here we come.
Here's to sleeping better at night.
Help protect your loved ones today with Ethos. Life insurance made easy. Visit applyethos.com to apply today. That's applyethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoot! Score!
Sirius XM 91.
Nate McKinnon's fourth of the tournament through a screen. Is there anything Hellebuck could have done differently as a goalie?
I don't think so, Steve. It's just such a tough play. Great job by McKinnon to get to the top of the slot like I talked about and then sift it through, kind of like his buddy Cale Makar does on a nightly basis.
Team Canada wins the draw and gets it out. 12:35 to go in the first period. Nate McKinnon leads the NHL in points, gets his 4th to lead the tournament in goals, as Matthews has it at center with speed. Austin Matthews in over the line to Jack Hughes. Back to the point to Werenski, just kept it in. The crowd went on, thinking it came out, so mark it if the States score right here. We have not had you-know-what and you-know-what yet, and I wasn't going to say anything, and I don't know why I did.
10-4. Gotcha.
Here's Sanderson in his own zone to Jack Hughes, who's got a spring in his step so far. He tries to get into the slot, doesn't work. Reinhart, rink wide, and offside, delayed offside. Braden Point didn't touch it. Back comes Gensel the other way. Gensel, what a move, self-chip. Couldn't get a shot away, and if he did, maybe Harley got a stick on that one.
Harley got a stick right at the last second. Nice heads-up play by Gensel. Better play by Harley to get a stick on that.
McDavid can't get any space through center. Faber now sends it to Miller. Goes off Harley's stick again into the corner for Matt Boldy. When Canada scored in Montreal, the States came right back to make it a 1-1 game. Let's see if they can do the same thing right now. Behind the net for JT Miller. In the far corner. Cycles it near side for Eichel, who gets it in the right wing corner. Back to the right point for Faber, who kind of one-time pushed it to the net. He's got 2 assists in the tournament. Has been very noticeable. Here he is again. Faber lets it go, and Binnington didn't see that one. And if that hit the net, we might be tied at 1.
JT Miller got a stick on that, Steve, as it's going in, made it go up and over the net, because you're right, Binnington had no idea where it was. A really nice shot by Brock Faber.
So Faber was looking for JT's stick.
Correct, exactly, yeah.
Now, as a goalie, do you cheat on that?
Ooh, it's tough to cheat, because again, down at the other end on the goal, McKinnon's go straight through. So if you are cheating a little bit and it does go over your shoulder while you're cheating, it's a worst-case scenario.
11:01 to go here. Shots are even 4-4. Team Canada leads on Nate McKinnon's goal. 1-0 game. Once again, Thomas Harley has not looked at a place. He's not on now. It's Parayko playing with Sanheim because of the sickness to Morrissey. At center, Adam Fox of the Rangers dumps it in. Binnington comes out to play it to Sanheim. Chimps it near side to Hagel. He takes no chances, and the high flip gets it out. Eichel in his own zone, 4 assists in the tournament, spins it back to Fox. Hellebuyck has to set it up as that line changes, and the Sam Bennett line comes onto the ice. Fox behind his own net, surveying the situation. 2 wingers peeling, and Nelson and Trocheck. At center, it's picked off by Cale Makar to Bennett with a shot. He was going top left as Cale Makar read that play in the neutral zone.
Cale Makar is so good at that. His anticipation and, of course, his skating ability allows him to get to the middle of the ice so quickly.
Seth Jarvis, who had assist in the game against the Swedes on the Marchand goal, back in the lineup for Konechny. Marchand behind the net, cycling it for Jarvis, but it was picked off by Jake Sanderson. He sends it to nobody, but a red sweater and Bennett, he tried to spin it to Marchand, didn't work. Here's Chris Kreider in his second game. He scored against the Swedes. 35 seconds in. There's a shot from the left point there by Harley, as Bennett almost tipped it into the net. Pass at center is picked off by Crosby, and he sends it in for Jarvis. Crosby gets it back again. Jarvis has to get off the ice. Nate McKinnon dancing. Rink wide to Doughty in front. There's a save. Another shot. Loose in front. They jam away at it. And Hellebuyck saves the day. Oh my goodness gracious. Team Canada was that close from a 2-0 lead.
And Jarvis is all alone in front of the net, Steve. And Doughty over on the left wing, on the right wing, as we go to break.
Wow, what a save by Hellebuyck. This game is coming to you live from TD Garden in Boston.
The NFL's top draft prospects are ready to show their skills at the 2025 Scouting Combine.
(2002). That was a great year. Canada beat who in the gold medal championship? The gold medal game? Oh, that's right. 5-2. Canada beat the United States in their barn in Salt Lake City, and then we did it again at home in 2010. Go Canada, go! Let's have some fun tonight in the chat, and now's the time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from. Let's see how far out the reach is with this amazing community all over the world. Please let us know your city and province if you're in Canada cheering on the red and white. And if you're in the US, let us know your city and state all over the world. Flag emojis, let us know where you're watching from. What country? Thank you so much. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Canada, go! Let's go get that championship.
Spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head.
Then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Everything is better on ice.
Right circle, not a Martian. Shoots, he scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the Four Nations Face-Off live from Boston on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. I'm Steve Cooley, along with Andrew Raycroft and the rest of our crew. You were saying as we went to break...
Excited as we went to break as Drew Doughty was over on the right-hand side just above the top of the circle, was able to make a pass looking for Jarvis right in front of the net, and Connor Hellebuyck broke up the pass with his right pad, saving this game from going 2-0, and then having a strong right pad holding on the rebound opportunities that Team Canada had. That was so close to being 2-0.
And in the right corner, right wing, U.S. going into Team Canada's zone, which would be to Binnington's left. We've got a little glass repair here at TD Garden. Traditionally, I was thinking about asking you this on Monday in the doubleheader. You brought it up organically because it was a second game. How would you rate the ice here in a perfect scenario?
It's an extremely busy building, whether it's the Celtics, concerts, the ice gets used, the building gets used a lot. And then on top of it, talking to the Bull Gang this morning, the ice that they've put down for Four Nations is on top of the Boston Bruins ice. So there's an extra 3 inches of ice on top of the NHL ice to be able to put down the decals. So tonight they're going to scrape, and then the Bruins ice will be underneath. So it's not a big process to get ready for the game on Saturday night. All of that being said, it's not normal NHL ice. It hasn't settled very long and has caused some issues for the guys in the rink.
Well, I'm glad that I brought it up, and because we had our little repair, we had time, 9:24 to go. Face off to the left of Hellebuyck. Nate McKinnon on the draw against Dylan Larkin. The assist, Thomas Harley, and Sam Reinhart's 4th assist of the tournament. As you mentioned, Werenski's got 5, Eichel 4 now. Same for Reinhart. Doughty with a shot through another screen. That's changed since Saturday. Double screens, high-low, and 2 men in front of the net as Doughty let that one go. Behind the net for Reinhart. Chips it to McKinnon, who falls over Slavin. Comes back to the point where Doughty, the left point, he switches spots with his partner, Thomas Harley. Puck now comes out to center. Crosby to Harley as the U.S. get it out.
We've seen more wristers for tips in the first 12 minutes than we did all last game.
Giveaway by Team Canada. Huge centers in front of the net. And Reinhart cleans up the mess as Crosby now gets it out. Boy, oh boy, I think it was McKinnon put Harley in a bad spot.
He did, and it was a close call for Jordan Bins, and he got aggressive with a poke check to his left side and was able to get what puck went in behind the net. He was in swimming.
8:30 to go in the first period. Shots are now 8-4 for Team Canada after the last couple forays into the USA zone. Puck is knocked out to center. Too far for McDavid, who has not found his stride so far tonight. Binnington once again stops it behind the net in what Razor says has to be his favorite or second favorite building in the league. Point brings it in right wing side, chips and chases. Now McDavid has it. Far corner, gives it to Point. Back to the right point to Makar. Rink wide to his partner Taves. Third man high is Point. Tried to get it back to Makar, but it rolled off his stick. And the USA bring it out, led by Brady Tkachuk. He loses it, and back comes Point and McDavid. 2-on-2. McDavid to Sanheim pinching in late. Did McDavid over-defer there?
That was one of those plays where I'm sure John Cooper's on the bench telling Connor McDavid, be more selfish, put that on net.
Here's Mitch Marner in over the line, dancing, which we have not seen a lot in this tournament, to Sanheim with a shot. Another screen in front. Back comes the USA. We got a breakaway. Larkin! Stopped by Binnington. Centers it. Oh, almost put it off Binnington and into the net. Fox, rink wide to Hannafin. Shot blocked by Marner. He turns it up and it's a 2-on-2 the other way. Hagel drops for Sanheim. Over to Sorelli. What action here? What action?
Dylan Larkin tried to go back to the well with his low blocker shot on Jordan Binnington. He read it all the way as we get an icing call to the left of Jordan Binnington. Rebound went in behind the goal line, and Larkin tried to bang the rebound in off Binnington. It got a piece of him, but not quite in the net. Binnington did not know where that rebound went. What action.
Dylan Larkin scored against Team Canada, of course. Also has an assist in the tournament. Jordan Binnington's made 5 saves. At least 2 are high danger 10-bell stops. Face off after the icing to the right of Hellebuck. U.S. wins the draw, but Marchand gets the puck to Doughty, who lets it go, but he fanned on it. Reinhart tries the wraparound. Trocheck is there to help out. Gets it to J.T. Miller. To Hannafin in the high slot. Rink wide. Far side for Trocheck, who gets it in. Doughty in his own zone. Rink wide to an open wing. Once again putting Harley in a tough spot, but the kid has been okay with the McKinnon mistake and almost a mistake there. Jarvis to Bennett behind the net. It's got Marchand in front. He does the jam play. Jamming away. No whistle. And finally the whistle goes, and the reach of Hellebuck saves another opportunity for Team Canada to go up 2-0, and that's what you mentioned in the pregame show. We did not see that from Team Canada Saturday night.
We did not see that at all, and we talked about the right pad save that Connor Hellebuck, the strong right pad save that he made 3 minutes ago. This time it's his strong left pad that's holding his left post as Bennett goes to the net. That would have been an interesting one on goalie interference as Bennett goes through the crease, got a little piece of Hellebuck, and he's having a little chat with Gordie Dwyer about it right now, pointing to the video screen. What a great job, and then covering it up with the chaos all around him. Steve, you talked about USA won the last faceoff. That's only their 2nd out of 10. Canada is 80% in the draw at this point in the game.
Well, let's see if the faceoffs will come into play right here with McKinnon back on the ice. Draw won by Austin Matthews, and Werenski will bring it out. Werenski loses it to Reinhart. Back in for McKinnon, one-on-one. McKinnon, one-on-one with Sanderson. Gets a backhand shot weak and wide. The Sens defenseman played him pretty good.
Very good.
Crosby behind the net. Out in front, looking for Reinhart. He couldn't corral it. And it's just shot down the ice for Hughes. Touched with a high stick by Team Canada. And the whistle will go, and that's the right call, as we're going to head to another break with Team Canada up by a score of 1-0, 5:47 to go. You're listening to Four Nations Face-Off action on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
To everybody that be living it up, we said.
Yo, what's up? It's Sirius XM Fly. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm over on Channel 50 playing those 90s.
What's my name? Let's flip the track, bring the old school back.
And 2000s hip-hop and R&B throwbacks.
Yeah, hang down, flip it and reverse it.
Commercial free, 24/7.
What's up, hockey fans? The chat is fired up. I am so excited to be hanging out with all of you. I see the eyeballs in the chat. I love it. Now, politics. We don't do that here. Tonight, we know that there's stuff going on. We're not living under a rock. But we're not talking about that. We're here for the hockey game. Canada is taking on the USA in the rematch. Now, let's cheer on Canada. Any mention of politics will be met with a timeout from one of our many amazing mods. Thank you, mods. Again, remember, short one first, little warning, you should be able to figure it out because of everybody telling you. But if you can't figure it out, we'll see you tomorrow. You can try again. Go Canada, go! Thank you, chat. Thank you, insiders. Cheers. Now let's go, Canada.
Skin and hair, stronger recovery and performance, and elevated mood and focus are just a few results clients see and feel. With Armra, Transform your health at the cellular level and unlock the you of your wildest imagination. Visit armra.com and enter code XMRadio for 15% off your first subscription order for this month only. That's ARMRA.com, code XMRadio for 15% off your first subscription order.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Back here at TD Garden. 5:47 to go, period number one. Team Canada leads on a Nate McKinnon goal, 1-0. Faceoff is at center, and I don't think we could ask -3 fights anything more in that first period so far.
No, the pace has been up. It's been a great flow up and down the ice. Opportunities for both teams. Big saves by the goaltenders. Real good job of hockey in this first 15 minutes.
U.S. gets it in. Matthews back to the left point for a quick shot. Easy glove save by Binnington. He'll take no chances and hang on. That should be the U.S.'s 6th shot on goal. And this line has been very good. Austin Matthews actually on here with the Tkachuks. Saw Matthews, and I was waiting for 59 and 86, so a bit of a change here. Matthews, which will free up Eichel, I guess, so we're talking the matchup game just like that.
And it's going to be something that continues to develop as this game goes on.
Slavin with a shot, steered aside by Binnington, far corner. Reinhart behind the net for Travis Seinheim, and he'll start out. Near side for Crosby. Tries to get it in, he can't. McKinnon does bring it in, goes in after it. Tkachuk plays it to Matthews behind his own net. Center breakout for Brady. Almost had his pocket picked by his counterpart there, Reinhart. U.S. gets it in. Binnington once again very good playing the puck. Fraser.
He's so good at it.
Here he is again, hanging on to a floater from Matthew Tkachuk with 5:02 to go, taking no chances. What do you think of the Matthews move with Eichel? I'm assuming Eichel switching spots with Matthews as he comes on. No. Eichel, Trocheck, and is that Trocheck or Hughes? No, it is. They've switched spots, Fraser.
So they've switched spots. So that's with 5 minutes left here in the first. Let's see if that continues or carries over into the second period. It's a matchup based, USA trying to open up or free up Jack Eichel a little bit.
Kicked out of the circle is Braden Point, so Connor McDavid will leave his left wing position to take the draw. That changes Doughty's mind on the face-off alignment. Face-off controlled by USA. Kept in at the line by Adam Fox. Tries to get it in deep, picked off by Thomas Harley, and out comes Canada, led by Mark Stone. Doughty has it behind the net. Near side for Mark Stone. Tipped by Connor McDavid, but he can't get it in deep. Harley now in his own zone, 4:35 to go. Both teams changing on the fly. Harley has looked good in his small sample size.
He has. He got the assist of the goal, which has got to make him have some confidence, feel good about his game.
Once again, Binnington, a high floater from well out. He'll just hang on to that one, and he's smart enough to know when to play it and when not to play it.
Correct, and that's what makes the best goaltenders. Everyone can shoot the puck at the NHL level as a goaltender. Everyone can move it. It's your reads, it's your hockey sense, it's your playmaking ability that sets you apart.
Face off to the left of Binnington, 4:22 to go. Bennett on the draw against JT Miller. Everyone moves, nobody gets tossed. 9-9 now, the shot's officially. Scrum on the draw, comes to the line and out as Werenski could not keep it in. He's chased down by Brandon Hagel. 6th round pick of the Sabres, never played for Buffalo. The non-Sabre team is, well, let's not go there either.
Not the night to do.
Monday
on the DR room,
okay.
we'll crank it out.
Icing against the U.S. with 4:05 to go.
Steve, it's much more of a Saturday night had a game 1 of a playoff series feel. This has a game 7 type of feel, doesn't it?
Yep. Game 1 set the tone. That would have only happened at the beginning of a series, not late. You're down 3-2. That stuff's not happening.
No, not at all. Tonight feels like a much tighter type game.
Face off to the right of Hellebuck. Crosby on the draw with Miller. Comes back to the point. There's a shot by Sanheim. Loose in front for McKinnon once again. Nate McKinnon is flying. Back to the right point to Colton Parayko. D to Sanheim, who bails on the play because Parayko put him in a tough spot. Here's Boldy in the slot. Tries to feed it back. Guess he was looking there for Dylan Larkin. Didn't work. McKinnon picks it off. Boldy with a chance to shoot.
And that's one of those plays. You can't imagine Matt Boldy in a Minnesota Wild jersey turning a shot like that down in the middle of the slot.
Behind the net, Binnington kind of gets tripped. A shot from the point as he gets back into the net. Looks at Chris Rooney and says, hey, what happened there? Marchand gets it in. Jarvis in after it. Slavin didn't see anybody. Marchand to Bennett. Oh, and Slavin knew the puck was touched with a high stick because the human vacuum wasn't on at that point.
The human vacuum has been all over the play. His long stick, his long body has closed out a lot of space. But yeah, you're right. In that point, he didn't touch it behind his own net as the linesman was yelling high stick, wanted to take advantage of getting that face-off back out to center ice.
Shots are even now, 9-9. 3:17 to go. Nate McKinnon's fourth from Thomas Harley, who's in for Morrissey, and Reinhart, who's got 4 assists right now, all coming in the last 4 periods. Here shoots behind the net, wrap around in front, they score! Brady Tkachuk on the doorstep, and this game is tied at 1.
Well, Steve, you talked about the line change, moving Austin Matthews in between the Tkachuk brothers as Brady Tkachuk goes through the bench, gives the crowd the pump up, and this place is absolutely electric. Can hardly hear ourselves think over Freebird.
And all this came from a high stick, as there's Matthews getting it in front, and Brady celebrates like it's his, which would be his second of the tournament and 4th point. And it was Matthews getting into high danger.
It was, and he beat Devon Taves in behind the net, beat Cale Makar in behind the net, got it out in front. Brady Tkachuk right on top of the doorstep, 1-1.
Puck is in the U.S. zone. Sanderson behind the net for Zach Werenski, who sets up shop. Under 3 to go in the first period. Just like in Montreal, USA ties it after a 1-0 lead by a star Canadian player. It was McDavid, it was McKinnon here as Harley brings it in over the line, and it's offside as it's hard to hear yourself think with 2:36 to go.
And the crowd is still on their feet after that USA goal. Best on best, right? The top line of Team Canada was out there. It was McDavid, it was Stone, and it was Point, who couldn't control the front of their net, with Brady Tkachuk chipping it over the right shoulder of Binnington, who had absolutely no chance on the goal.
So Matthews picks up his second assist as the puck is fired in by Devon Taves. Slavin behind, or in the corner rather, chips it to center. 2:25 to go on the clock as Marner goes rink wide here. Picked off by Boldy, tries to get it out. He does on the second try, and it comes to Crosby, who gets it in for Nate McKinnon. So McKinnon's onto it now with a quick shot. Hellebuck down in the VH, I guess, gets a piece of that one. Here's Reinhart with a chance. Crosby in front. He falls down, tries to whack away at it with one hand on his stick, but I don't think he got a shot away.
No, he couldn't quite reach it. Brock Faber doing a really nice job on Sid.
Makar has his pocket picked. Boldy comes back, loses it to Taves. Puck comes out to Stone. He's stood up by Trocheck, who gets it in as Team Canada's changing. So Trocheck will get his own chip. Near side to the pinching Adam Fox. Centers it here for Chris Kreider. His shot is blocked, and it's a foot race. Stone sprawling, doesn't win the race there with Brock Nelson. Braden Point gets it in. McDavid's now on the ice. 1:23 to go here. McDavid tries to keep it in. He can't. Stone near side for Point. He loses it to Trocheck, who has no other play but to throw it to an open wing and throw it to safety. Sanheim up to point, in over the line, has McDavid with him near side. Into McDavid, spins away from one, tries to feed point, doesn't work. Great work there by Brock Faber. McDavid couldn't corral the Marchand feed behind the net. And here comes the goal scorer, Brady Tkachuk.
What a breakout by Jacob Slavin, finding Tkachuk in the middle of the ice.
Tkachuk hammers Thomas Harley, but loses his stick on the play, so he has to go to the bench. As Brady's turned it around again. The Tkachuks have been a story, although Brady has been more noticeable than Matthews so far. Team Canada can't get it out. Hughes falls. Seth Jarvis with a chance to spring Marchand and Bennett, but it was broken up. Here's Austin Matthews near side to Jack Hughes. 23 seconds to go. Hughes spins away from what might have been footsteps there a little bit as he falls to the ice. Here's Werenski in his own zone. Rink wide. Down the ice actually for Gensel. He gets a stick on it to negate an icing. U.S. maybe with a late chance with 5 seconds to go. Pinching in here is Werenski. Send one to the net. And there goes the siren in a period that Team Canada started to control. The U.S. comes back late to tie it at 1.
Exactly. It was tightly contested. There was a lot of pace up and down the ice. There was a few missed chances off of the rush for both teams. In the end, I would say 1-1's the proper score. Pretty evenly played period.
Yeah, Larkin had the breakaway.
Yeah, big save by Binnington. Low blocker on that one. Hellebuck made a couple big pad saves to keep it 1-0 and keep USA in it.
And both goalies have to be happy with how they played, and Hellebuck's long leg saved maybe not 1 but 2 goals.
No question. Both goalies have made 9 saves on 10 shots, and both big timely ones throughout that first period.
We've been waiting for this game for a long, long time, and Razor, it has not disappointed.
It's completely delivered through one period. Both sets of fans have been able to get up and celebrate a goal, celebrate saves, and the players are certainly into this now.
10-10, the shots on goal. McKinnon from Harley and Reinhardt. Brady Tkachuk from Austin Matthews as they switch up lines. Gets the USA on the board. And we're going to remember the opening, the anthems, and the positivity at the beginning, and now we're just playing hockey.
Now we're playing hockey. Everybody's settled in, and now for us, it's matchups, right? With Matthews going between Tkachuks, let's see how that dictates the rest of the game.
A guy who knows Austin Matthews very well, Mitch Marner, joins us. Mitch, is there more? I saw you dancing there in the first period. Is there more open ice in this game than there was on Saturday night?
Maybe. I don't know. Just it's a good play by Colton there to me. Coming off the bench with speed, just trying to get middle ice and then make a play off that. So good quick up there by Colton, just trying to find late guys and get pucks around the net.
Mitch, really good pace in that first period up and down the ice. How good is it to get into the game in a game like this through the first period?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the whole kind of starting thing in the ice and everything, I think slowed things down for a hot second there. But, quick first period. Feet are moving out there, pucks moving quickly. I like our pace, I like our forecheck, so we just got to keep doing it.
Mitch, thanks for this. Good luck in the second.
Thank you.
Mitch Marner of Team Canada. We hit the break. Scotty Laughlin, first intermission report, is next.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
NHL Morning Skate.
From the Blue Jackets, Adam Fantilli. With all those teams clustered, it's almost like every game's a playoff game.
Right now, every game.
Whoa, I'm frozen. Hey, there we are. All right. What's up, insiders? How we doing this evening? A 1-1 game. It does not get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. What a great hockey game we have here so far. There you go, Brandy says frozen in the chat. Thank you. Oh my God. This stupid webcam thing. I have a camera sitting up in the top corner, wall mounted in the top corner of my studio. Remember, those of you who are the true insiders, you have been here since the Leaf season when I was renovating the office. Well, guess what? We're renovating again, and here we are. But it's 1-1. The game is on fire. Thank you, moderators, for the work in the chat. Oh, my goodness. Tom is here hanging out with me. What a game we have here tonight. Big shout out to Andrew Hurd, Brandy Gale, Peter Aubé, Brad Smith. Mustang says, go Canada. I love it. Ethan Albin cheering on the USA. I love it. USA in the chat. Click it 89-100. Look, we're going. Stefan says, hey, Tom.
Hi, Stefan.
So we're here just loving it. This is a absolute blast. We're going to change this poll here because the poll, we're not going to start a members only live. That was an idea that apparently nobody wants to see. But there it is. Andrew Hurd says, go Mike, go. Andrew, thank you, man. We are rocking it out. We are putting things together for March Madness here with SickKids Hospital in Toronto. And I just want to say thank you to every single person who's watching right now, who's annoyed with me and my kid for talking some hockey and cheering on and interacting with you all here in the chat from all over the world. Look, we do this here at Toronto Sports Insider, and just by watching right now, if you are part of the 15,611 that are watching right now, or any of the 270,000 plus people who have already clicked on our video today, you have contributed to our donation to SickKids Hospital in Toronto. That's what our community does. Okay, that's what we do here. So thank you for being here. Thank you for cutting out all the politics and the BS. Go Canada, go. Go G6 Entertainment, go. Go SOP True, go. Go Mods, go. Go Canada, go. Let's go get the win tonight. And thank you to everyone all over the world. Cheers. You all are rock stars. Tom, do you have anything to say to everybody before we let the intermission keep playing?
Hi, Carmen. Because you said hi. And...
Man, it's going so fast we can't even see.
It is.
All right, I'm going to stop it there. There you go.
All right.
Anything there? There you go. Look at this. Thomas Miller, who's been sending super chats like they're going out of style. Can everybody please say thank you to Thomas Miller for contributing to our SickKids donations and the super chats that help us creators continue to bring awesome content to you all here in the chat. Go.
And also look at that. Brad Smith's first name is also my name.
There you go. Who? Brad Smith?
Yeah.
Oh.
He just said that in the chat.
Oh, nice. There you go. Yeah, that's true. Right, because Thomas Miller's got the same name as you. All right, I love it. Everybody giving hype to Thomas Miller. And there's Andrew Hurd with the $10 super chat in the house. There, I got the heart. And can I please explain to you how exciting it is to see bots, NHL bots? You all know Bills fans, Bills Mafia. Any Bills Mafia in the house here tonight? Wow.
Wow, there's so much.
We've got NHL bots. Congratulations, NHL. You hit a home run with this tournament. Home run with this tournament. Cheers to the NHL. I will never give Gary Bettman props, but damn it, this time I'm going to, because this tournament was amazing. Go Canada, go. Back to the intermission report, and let's go Canada. Let's get the victory. Welcome to all the new members here tonight. There you go. There's another super chat from Thomas Miller. I love it. Yes. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for being here.
My goodness gracious. Team Canada was that close from a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, a couple of times in that opening period, Canada just seemed like they had some sort of a rugby scrum going on in and around the American net. But Connor Hellebuck, that's why the goaltenders do all those leg training exercises. He gets the pad down, and he stiffens up at the right time and makes a big-time stop to keep the puck out. It remained 1-0 in favor of Canada. Just over 7 minutes left in the opening period when the U.S. comes back, and they get an opportunity coming back the other way.
Back comes the USA. We got a breakaway. Larkin! Stop by Binnington. Centers it. Oh, almost put it off Binnington and into the net.
All right, so Dylan Larkin with the opportunity. Of course, the game-winning goal going back to last Saturday night in Montreal. That time, though, he gets thwarted. Jordan Binnington more or less playing very, very well in the opening period. It remained 1-0 for Team Canada until just under 3 minutes to go in the opening period when Team USA reverses the trend. They're the ones jamming the net. And if you're talking about jamming the net, looking to score an ugly goal or two along the way, who better to do it than Brady Tkachuk?
Here shoots behind the net. Wrap around in front. They score! Brady Tkachuk on the doorstep, and this game is tied at 1.
All right, so for Brady Tkachuk, he gets his third goal of the tournament from Austin Matthews, who throws the puck into the slot area, and there's Brady jamming the net. And at 16:52 of the opening period, it was 1-1, and that's the score after 20 minutes of play. 1-1. They've given Canada an extra shot on goal, as it turns out. Canada outshooting the American squad 11-10 in that opening period of play. But more or less an even period. As I said off the top, too, Canada really did a great job of scoring first, taking the crowd out of the game. The crowd was very, very quiet, looking for something to cheer about, even with the opportunity that Larkin had, even with the opportunity that the Americans had in jamming the net. Finally, it was Brady Tkachuk putting the puck in, and late in the first period, it gave the American squad a chance to really get back into it again for the final couple of minutes, as you probably heard in your car, at home, wherever you might be listening here across the continent. You could hear the fans in attendance here at TD Garden get back into it. Chants of USA, USA, USA raining down from the rooftops here at TD Garden. So, as I mentioned earlier, too, for Team Canada, Thomas Harley being inserted back into the lineup, having played against the American squad going back to Montreal this past Saturday. Harley was particularly impressive. Another guy who stood out for Team Canada was clearly Nathan MacKinnon, who scored that goal. He seemed to be as omnipresent as any Canadian attacker during the opening period of play. Really, guys like Connor McDavid and Sidney Crosby and even Cale Makar from the back end could find very little in the way of open ice, and that's going to be the way it's going to be once again tonight, just as it was at the Bell Center last Saturday. This is being played very close to the vest, as you might have expected that it would be. This is being played like a Stanley Cup playoff contest. This is being played like each side knows that the opposition has got some firepower, to say the very least. As far as the American squad was concerned, I thought in the opening period, Brady Tkachuk led the way, not just because he scored the goal, but he had a big hit on Thomas Harley in the latter stages of the opening period. You could hear the glass rattle. You could see it shake. You could hear the fans get into it too. They knew, Harley knew it was coming. He would not shy away from taking that hit to make a play, but Brady Tkachuk had proved his point. Regardless of the injury he suffered going back to that last game for Team USA, he is good to go, or as good to go as you need to be, as you could be, to step into a game of this magnitude. So after 20 minutes of play, it is Team USA 1 and Canada 1. No penalties in the opening period. No team gets a power play. Referees feeling like, let's let the players decide it so far. And truth be told, there has been little in the way of anything that was anything resembling a penalty call so far in the game, and this does not give a team to go onto the power play any sort of an advantage. And as such, shots on goal 11-10 in favor of Canada in the opening period. I thought as far as the goalies were concerned, because let's face it, that's a huge story coming in, Jordan Binnington, up until he gave up that goal to Brady Tkachuk, was solid. He looked confident in goal for Team Canada. At the other end, just below me where I was sitting, Connor Hellebuyck, I thought at times looked a little bit shaky. Certainly the Nathan MacKinnon goal got through a couple of players and somehow found its way into the back of the net. I'm not sure Big 37 has yet to see the puck. 1-1 after 20 minutes of play. When we come back, we'll hand it back over to Steve Kouleas and Andrew Raycroft. They will have the call of the second period. It is the Four Nations Faceoff Championship game coming to you live from TD Garden in Boston. You have been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff Intermission Report right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
MLB Network Radio gets you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training.
The best time of the year.
Hear interviews with all-stars.
This is Mookie Betts.
I'm Adley Rutschman.
I'm Aaron Judge.
And insights and analysis of all 30 clubs.
The biggest thing here in spring camp is there's a different aura.
Offensively, this guy is just a machine.
Talk baseball with our experts on Channel 89 in the car. And listen to your favorite team spring training show on the SiriusXM app.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
Connor Hellebuck of the Winnipeg Jets. Is there kind of a bigger picture that you're thinking about as you cherish that milestone, win number 300?
Once it finally happens, you can breathe and realize that you've finally achieved the few things that you've been setting out to. So I'm looking forward to the future of my career, and at this point, it's what's next.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Hey dog lovers, I'm Carl with ChewWorks. You don't know me, but there are many dogs out there that think I'm kind of a big deal. That's because we have the long-lasting collagen rolls and bully sticks they love to chew. Doggy parents love us because we make chewing safer and easier. Our patented Hold-A-Chew is a chewable chew stick holder that helps prevent the danger of choking and GI blockage. All of our chew sticks are all natural, rawhide-free, and chemical-free. Unlike most collagen rolls, ours are white because they are in their natural state and not processed. They're made in Wisconsin from Midwest cattle, plus collagen is beneficial to joints, teeth, and coat. Go to ChewWorks.com and see videos of dogs using the Hold-A-Chew. Look for the pop-up to get 25% off all starter packs and gift packs. That's ChewWorks.com.
During these uncertain times, have you considered owning tangible assets that preserve wealth and shield against inflation? Meet Global Coin, a trusted leader in precious metals and rare collectible coins. This week only, Global Coin is offering the iconic 2025 1-ounce Gold Eagle, America's official gold bullion coin, graded in flawless MS-70 condition for just $2,999. This unbeatable dealer price includes free shipping and sales tax. As a special bonus, the first 100 Gold Eagle buyers will also receive a 2025 1-ounce MS-70 Silver Eagle absolutely free. That's two of the world's most sought-after coins for an exceptional value and a wise investment. Act now. This exclusive offer is available only while supplies last. Visit globalcoinoffer.com or call 888-782-4406 to secure your Gold Eagle and bonus Silver Eagle today. That's 888-782-4406. Global Coin. Value you can hold. Trust you can count on.
Welcome to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's coverage of Four Nations Faceoff, USA versus Canada. Now, time for second period action from TD Garden in Boston.
Well, the first period did not disappoint. It was outstanding. Nate McKinnon on a screen floater makes it 1-0. And then Mike Sullivan switches Matthews and Jack Eichel, and it works.
It certainly did, with Matthews getting that puck out to Brady Tkachuk, who puts it over the right shoulder of Jordan Binnington. A big story going into this. Were the Tkachuk brothers going to be healthy? And through one period, they played the most amount of shifts for Team USA at 9 shifts. Of course, being on all +1, being out there for the goal by Brady, they looked and played like they're healthy.
And Brady looked really good. He obviously scored, and he threw his weight around. We've seen that.
He was by far the most physical player out on the ice, looking to get on the forecheck, looking to finish hits, looking to fire up this crowd with his body.
Anthony Cirelli is on the ice now with Mitch Marner, who joined us, and Brandon Hagel. And they're out against the Matthews and the Tkachuk line, so we'll see matchups. As the puck is dropped, Cirelli wins the draw, and we're back underway. Second period action. I'm Steve Coulias with Andrew Raycroft and the rest of our SiriusXM crew. Game 7, Four Nations Championship final, as Matthew gets bumped by Hagel, who gets it in at the far blue line in front of the Team Canada bench. Comes to Marner, leaves it for Parayko with a shot blocked. And it's the Tkachuks bringing it out. Matthew to Brady at center. He chops it in. Matthew heads to the bench. Bennington, far side for Travis Sanheim. Up to Mitch Marner at the offensive blue line. He's chased down. Gets a stick there from Matt Boldy. And it's Parayko who gets it in. Connor McDavid, who did not have a great period by his standards, is on the ice now. Here's Point with a shot. Blocked. Matt Boldy has it in his own zone. Tries to go behind the net. Picked off by Mark Stone. Gets it back to Makar. In for Stone. Back to Makar. Lets a shot go. I think Boldy got a piece of that one. McDavid back to the point to Taves. They've switched spots. In the slot for Stone. He fans on it. McDavid now behind the net. Plays it back to the right point where Devon Taves is. He almost gave it away to Gensel. Gensel knocks him to the ice. Puck's at center. Right wing boards. Rink wide now for Slavin. Over to Faber as Taves got away with one. But here's McDavid bringing it back. McDavid, triangle. 2 triangles there under the stick of Faber. He gets a shot away, and already that's his best shift of the game.
It was, and it came off of 2 turnovers by Team USA. One by Matt Boldy down in the left corner, and the other one at center ice by Brock Faber.
Turnovers could be a story here with the long change. There's another one that allows Jack Hughes to chip it into JT Miller. Miller's in on Doughty, bumps him. Puck comes to Crosby. He can't get it out. The flip from the point, gloved down by Doughty. He gets it out to Reinhart. He throws it in. Crosby goes in after it as Hellebuyck had trouble with it. There to bail him out was Jake Sanderson to Zach Werenski. He gives it away to Miller on the far side. Sloppy hockey as the U.S. tries to bring it out through center. There's a stick, or maybe a puck that got Miller. It was a puck. A puck gets JT Miller, and Canada was going the other way. Chris Rooney blew it down.
Yeah, that puck came up and hit JT Miller in the face. The puck came over in the neutral zone, over along the left wing boards, and Team USA did have it for 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, which caused referee Chris Rooney to blow the whistle. Canada turned it over, and Sid looked back like, hey, I'm going in on the rush. But Team USA did have that long enough. We're just getting a view. Oh, yeah, Doughty just poked that puck up, and it hit JT Miller. Both of them were leaning in, trying to get a hold of that puck.
Is that because it's in the face that we blow it down? Like, Miller's not going to miss a shift. He doesn't even need stitches.
No, yeah, and it's because it's in the face. He's holding his face. He's holding his head. And Team USA did have possession for a split second.
Puck is behind Connor Hellebuyck. Bennett flips it in. In after it is Marchand and company. But instead, out comes Brady Tkachuk. Chips it in. Austin Matthews, who's had a strong game, is in after it first. Watched by Parayko, leaves it for Matthew Tkachuk, has his brother in front of the net, and Binnington has to corral that puck as it was centered, ricocheted, I think, off Sanheim, and he covers up.
Well, in this first line of Team USA, again, getting in, working behind the net, using the net from low to high, trying to find Brady Tkachuk out in front again, and Jordan Binnington doesn't take any chances and jumps on top of that puck.
McDavid comes out with Stone and Braden Point. 17:10 to go. We've settled in nicely here in period number 2, game 7 in the tournament, the championship final. McDavid against Eichel on the draw. Eichel out, of course, now with Jake Gensel and Matt Boldy. It was Gensel playing with Hughes, so the lines are in the blender for Mike Sullivan.
Worked in the first period, the changes. Let's see if that continues in the second for Team USA.
Puck comes to Boldy, skates it out to center, far side, rifles it in. In after it is Jake Gensel, near corner, being watched by Makar, centered it, and McDavid picks it off, and he's got some speed going through center. Eichel caught him, so he dumps it in, and everyone goes in after it. Werenski behind the net, comes loose to Mark Stone with a shot. Skated backwards to get it into position and let a good shot away. Stone now has it to Taves with a shot. Tipped in front. Oh, McDavid shot wide. Or McDavid tipped it in front, and that shot went wide by Braden Point.
Just inches past the left post beside Connor Hellebuyck.
Marner giving chase. Jake Sanderson behind the net. Sanderson at center to Matt Boldy. Picked off by Thomas Harley. Far side for Cirelli to Hagel. Looks for Marner, doesn't work. That puck is fired and ricochets to center where Gensel will chip it in and head to the bench. 15:55 to go, second period in a 1-1 game. Here's Doughty to Marner, kicks it in. Hagel goes in after it. Comes to Brock Faber in his own zone. Near side for Nelson, who's on with Kreider. And this line didn't play a lot in the first period.
No, they didn't. Just 5 shifts for these guys in that first period. You mentioned the word sloppy earlier as the puck goes down in behind Canada net. Icing waved off. You used the word sloppy earlier. And Team USA has played a really sloppy first 4.5 minutes. They're lucky to get away with not giving up any more high-danger opportunities.
Sloppy play there. Comes to the line, but not out. Kept in by McKinnon. Now Hughes will bring it out, playing with Miller and Dylan Larkin. Miller, rink wide for Larkin. Gives it to Hughes behind the net. He gets it to Miller near corner. Right wing side, back to the left wing point. There's a shot. Loose in front. Hughes! Oh my goodness, what a save by Binnington. Jack Hughes had Binnington down and out, and he got a glove on that one. And now the puck goes off the glass and out of play, Razor. Wow.
Wow. Again, Team USA getting pucks to the net. That first initial shot didn't get all the way into Jordan Binnington. Got blocked out in front. And like you said, Jack Hughes off to the left of Jordan Binnington was all alone in front, had an opportunity to rip, and I think it went off Nate McKinnon's shin pad out in front. Jordan Binnington reached for it, but as we're seeing the overhead, McKinnon's left leg's there, it hits him, then Binnington. What an opportunity for Team USA.
Canada can't clear. The Kachucks almost teamed up for a glorious scoring chance here. Dogs on the bone on the forecheck. They played very well with Austin Matthews, who gets hit there by Bennett. Here's Marchand one-on-one, brings it in, cuts to the middle, loses it. Back comes Tkachuk. Takes a hit to make a play, but he doesn't lose the puck. He still has it on his stick. Plays it back for Sanderson. Around the net, around the boards for Werenski, who just gets it out and down the ice. Tkachuk gets it in. I think it went into the USA bench, and he just bopped Makar. And Makar gets help from Taves. And we might see our first penalty or penalties of the game as Tkachuk gave it to Makar and then Taves gave it back.
Yeah, he extended that right hand up into Makar's face. Looks like they diffused the situation, or they're going to keep it 5-on-5.
14-13 to go here. McKinnon opens the scoring. Brady Tkachuk ties it. Brady's been great.
He's been the best player out on the ice. And what the other thing that's happened in this second, Team Canada's structure is very good. They're doing good. They're not over forechecking. They're not over pursuing the puck. They're doing a good job of controlling the middle of the ice, and it's giving Team USA a really hard time to get out of their own zone.
Face off to the left of Binnington, won by Eichel. But they didn't do that fairly, so they'll do it again.
As all the best face-off men say, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Jack Eichel cheated a little bit too much on that face-off as Gensel jumps in.
Against Connor McDavid. Face-off to the left of Binnington. McDavid wins it. Harley flips it. Whoa, hit Boldy. Clear to the line, but not out. Now Stone just knocks it out to center as it's pumped back in again by Faber. Binnington couldn't trap it behind the net. Harley to Doughty. Gets it up to Stone. He couldn't handle it. Gensel brings it back in again, but it's offside. 13:52 on the clock. Game tied 1-1 as we get some extracurricular activities here. And the linesmen come in to defuse the situation. Scott Cherry and Johnny Murray. And the shovelers will say, we have to do our job, we have to go to break. Game tied 1-1 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Clear the distractions and reclaim your focus with Classical Studyscape, a channel filled with calm and soothing symphonic sounds to help you concentrate and stay on track. Classical Studyscape, one of over 200 extra channels, available anytime, at home with Sirius XM on your phone, computer, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
The biggest plays.
Fakes. Save! Samsonov.
Yes.
Timing gets filled in and center ice.
Goals.
Better in front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
And the best analysis on the air.
If we could hit 90,000 in this game, it would be insane. But even... Oh, and also a new member.
Yeah, Tracy Gullis.
Tracy.
Gullis, cheers.
And so I was thinking 90, but if we could get to 88,000, that would be also crazy because we've grown already I think 1,000 subs this game already. And when we hit 100,000, my dad said I could bring the plaque over to my school to show everyone. So I'm trying to get that before I get out of elementary school, because we get to pick if we want a show and tell or something if we finish something. So then
I love it. Tom, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you all here in the chat. We got to get back to the hockey. Go Canada, go. Cheers, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and help us get up to 100,000. Tonight has been an amazing night. Probably going to be the best night in channel history again. There you go. Super chat from MF, $10. Good job, kid. Tom, you just made $10, bro.
Yay.
Cheers, everybody.
Scotty Laughlin and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. 1-1, 13:52 on the clock. Storylines include in and out of the lineup for both teams, Team Canada structure, and line juggling for Mike Sullivan.
That's right. The biggest change that Mike Sullivan's made has moved Austin Matthews in between the Tkachuk brothers, and it paid off dividends in the first period as they scored to tie it 1-1.
Puck comes to the near board. Stone in his own zone. Center breakout to Taves. Up to point. Right wing dumps it in. McDavid is in after it. 4 points in the tournament. Nothing so far tonight after a slow first period. His line has played much better in the second. Slavin tries to get it out. He does. It goes by everybody. Icing will be the call with 13:26 to go. And McDavid will change, so McKinnon and Crosby will decide where they want the draw. Another nice rule, eh?
A really subtle rule that isn't thought of too often, but definitely makes a difference and definitely gives the advantage to the offensive team who created the icing.
McKinnon will take it on his strong side. McCarr and Taves at the points. Crosby and Reinhart. Dural won, though, by Jack Eichel. Cleared to the line, kept in by Cale Makar. Reinhart chips it into the right wing corner. But it's Eichel who comes away with the puck momentarily. Crosby in after it. Faber tries to get it out far side. Nice pinch by Taves. Crosby lifts the stick of Faber, but it's still cleared to center by the U.S., where it's corralled by Cale Makar. We played 7 minutes in period number 2. 1-1. Shots are 14-11 in favor of Team Canada. The goal scorer for Team Canada had it right there. McKinnon gets it into Reinhart. He tried to center it. There's Jacob Slavin sprawling. What a great play. U.S. come back 2-on-2. Boldy chips it into Tkachuk's corner. He goes in after with Parayko. Two big boys right there. Parayko gives it away. Back to the point to Werenski. He lets it go. Binnington the save. Matthews. They score! Jake Sanderson on the rebound. 2-1 USA.
It's Austin Matthews again creating havoc out in front of Jordan Binnington. We talked so much about the low to high play in the first period that we didn't see as much on Saturday. That time it's a great wrist shot, pad saved by Binnington. Austin Matthews looks to pass it back in front, bounces off of Parayko right to Sanderson, who buries it past Jordan Binnington. 2-1 USA.
And that play started when Tkachuk rode Parayko into the boards, and he just kicked it to an open space. And I'm not sure Parayko got that puck and he gave it away to Sanderson, or as you said, it went off him. As the building is alive, and just like Montreal, Team Canada scores first, but then trails 2-1 in the second period. Puck comes to the near side for Jack Hughes. 3-on-2. Werenski gets it in. Chips it behind the net for Hughes. Tries to center, picked off by Marner. Gives it to Cirelli, back to Marner as they look for Thomas Harley, who will negate the icing. Harley back to Hagel, in behind the net for Cirelli. Harley has to stay in because the puck was coming his way. He vacates the premises and gets back to the point. Listen to this crowd. USA leads 2-1. Austin Matthews, 2 apples, my friend. And normally, in sudden death games in this building, has not gone Matthews' way.
No, it hasn't, but through 29 minutes, it's all been Austin Matthews, Brady Tkachuk for Team USA.
Here's Trocheck in on the forecheck. Puck comes to Bennett. He gives it away. Chris Kreider scored against the Swedes as our first penalty is coming up of the game, and it's an automatic. Trocheck tripped Bennett, and Team Canada will go to the power play. In the tournament, they've only had 3. This is their 4th power play of the tournament. They're 1 for 3 so far.
Correct, and that's Nate McKinnon, who scored 12 seconds into the first game against Team Sweden for Team Canada. And that time, Vincent Trocheck and Drew Doughty were cross-checking each other, battling out in front of Jordan Binnington. As the puck went out around the net, Vincent Trocheck got pushed, then reached, and that's what allowed the stick to get into the feet. That's what's allowed Team Canada to get back on the power, giving it an opportunity to even things up here.
Sam Reinhart will take the draw against JT Miller, one of the best penalty killers in the league. He wins the draw, comes to Faber, and he sends it 200 feet. Cale Makar at center, the drop back to McDavid with speed. The zone entry will be him and McKinnon. McDavid on the backhand to himself, might have been going to Crosby, but he's got so fast he got to it anyway. Reinhart, right wing circle for McDavid, back to the right point for Makar. Waiting, being watched by JT Miller. Big power play for Team Canada. Up top is Makar, lets it go! And that ricocheted off something. I don't know if it hit Crosby or not. Faceoff stays inside the U.S. zone.
Very interesting setup for Team Canada. Nate McKinnon's all the way over on the left wing boards, basically at the hash marks, trying to spread out Team USA with his speed. Makar trying to jump in. They went right back to Makar. Sidney Crosby standing right in front of Connor Hellebuck on top of the crease.
Crosby will take the draw in the left wing circle, wins it cleanly. Up top for Makar. Lets a shot go, breaks the stick of Eichel, so it's a 5 on 3.5. Crosby cleans the debris. What a chance for Team Canada here. Makar up top to McKinnon, left wing circle. Reinhart in the bumper. They were looking for McDavid, and it's picked off.
What a play by Jack Eichel, the man who broke his stick. They tried to find a seam play. McKinnon's trying to go through the seam. He uses it and stops it with his left foot, stickless.
Here's McDavid on the zone entry with speed, in over the line, drops it to McKinnon, high slot, elects not to shoot, he peels back. McKinnon, back to Makar at the point. Back to McKinnon in the circle. Lets it go. Hellebuck to save. Loose for Reinhart. Hellebuck may have got a piece of that one. Crosby behind the net. Back to McKinnon at the right point. Over to Makar. Far side for McDavid. In deep for Reinhart. Waiting. Crosby's now in the bumper. Reinhart back to the point to Makar. Near side for McDavid. Doesn't shoot. He loses it. It could be a 2-on-1 the other way. Miller and Larkin. Miller to Larkin. Oh, Binnington with a big stop on the McDavid giveaway. Larkin behind the net, killing the clock. Lets it go from a sharp angle, and I think it hit the post.
Wow, what a sequence of events. Team Canada power play really doing a good job creating chaos in front, very similar to the Team USA goal that they had just scored, bouncing it back out in front. Hellebuck gets a break, and then 2-on-1 down the other way. Miller finds Larkin to the left of Jordan Binnington, who comes across and makes a huge left pad save, and then the rebound off of Larkin goes up and over the crowd.
Connor McDavid had an opportunity, and then the giveaway there as Canada will come to center. The power play is over, our first of the game. Trocheck out of the box, and here we go. We've seen this in the NHL all season long, where a mistake by the team when the power play is winding down leads to an opportunity. 8:50 on the clock. Canada was up 1-0. A late goal by Brady Tkachuk in the first. And then the goal here by Jake Sanderson makes it a 2-1 game, icing against the U.S.
Steve, I'm trying to get over still that play by Jack Eichel where it was 5-on-3.5, and I was thinking, should Eichel go to the bench? If it was in the first period or a short change, would he go without the stick because you're essentially useless? And then he's able to use his athleticism, get his left skate, kick it to his own player, and then ice the puck and get off it. What a heads-up hockey play by Jack Eichel.
The Boston native. There's 3 Massachusetts players on the team, right? Hannafin, Kreider, and of course Mr. Mike Sullivan is also from here, so it's extra special for him.
General Manager Bill Guerin just from Western Mass, a couple hours away as well.
Parayko can't keep it in, and here's Trocheck and Brady on a 2-on-1. Trocheck elects to shoot as Brady goes to the net, and Parayko was on top of it there as it's a 2-1 game. And we get another stoppage and a TV radio timeout. USA leads 2-1 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
It's the Stadium Series on Sports USA, and we're at Ohio Stadium, one of the most iconic venues in sports for some outdoor hockey.
It's all about how we can bring people closer to the game.
The Columbus Blue Jackets will host the Detroit Red Wings at the Horseshoe. This stadium has quite a history, but it's never seen anything like this.
Here's a breakaway with a shot and a goal, and put the home team in front.
The Stadium Series, Saturday, March 1st, on your home for the Stanley Cup playoffs and the Stanley Cup, Sports USA.
If you pay attention to the latest medical advances, you've heard about the exciting developments in stem cell treatments. But where do you go? Bespoke Biologics is a pioneer.
...2002. That was a great year. Canada beat who in the gold medal championship? The gold medal game? Oh, that's right. 5-2. Canada beat the United States in their barn in Salt Lake City. And then we did it again at home in 2010. Go Canada, go! Let's have some fun tonight in the chat, and now's the time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from. Let's see how far out the reach is with this amazing community all over the world. Please let us know your city and province if you're in Canada cheering on the red and white. And if you're in the US, let us know your city and state all over the world. Flag emojis, let us know where you're watching from. What country? Thank you so much. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Canada, go! Let's go get that championship!
Zach Werenski picked up his 6th assist on the goal by Sanderson. Austin Matthews has 2 points. He's been a huge story playing with the Tkachuks in this game. So leading the tournament in scoring is Zach Werenski. As a face-off is won by Team Canada. Sanheim flips it out and down the ice with 8:30 to go here in period number 2. The U.S. leads 2-1 on that Sanderson goal as it's pumped back in again near side by Larkin. Bennington gets it to Sam Bennett. He shoots it down the ice and picked up by Marchand. He might have a mini 2-on-1 if he hurries. His shot goes off the stick of Matthews. Good defensive play and out of play as we get some more extracurricular activities in the U.S. zone. Far left wing hash marks here. What do you make of this, Watson?
Well, not too surprising when Sam Bennett, Brad Marchand, and Seth Jarvis are out on the ice right now up against the top line. Brady Tkachuk, of course, is not backing down in a scrum right now. Team Canada trying to find their energy here with 8 minutes left in the second.
91 Canada Cup was a final, won by Team Canada. Steve Larmer had a great tournament. U.S. won the World Cup. They actually beat Canada 3 of the 4 games. Canada won in Salt Lake City, of course, and in Vancouver were the championship games. Billy Guerin was on the 96 team with the Hatcher brothers. We've got brothers here, and Dougie Waite, Mike Modano. Guerin was on that team, as with Keith Tkachuk. So that team is connected to this team in so many ways.
So many ways, and having the games in North America. Of course, they played in Minnesota, played the finals in Canada. Lots of similarities.
Puck comes back to the point, U.S. point, and there was a kerfuffle at the bench where Jack Hughes couldn't keep it in. So now in after it is Reinhart behind the net to Crosby. Has a man in front of the net. That was McKinnon. Doesn't work. Comes back to the right point. There's a shot by McKinnon. Loose in front. Crosby is denied once again by Jacob Slavin. Jacob Slavin just saved a goal.
Did he ever? And it all started with Sid getting in on the forecheck, him using the body behind the net.
Oh, Mark Stone almost sprung on a breakaway, but offside is the call. You were saying?
By inches. Sid creating. That was all Sidney Crosby on that shift as we take another look, but it's the human vacuum cleaner again, sucking up that rebound that came off of Connor Hellebuck. He couldn't see it. Really bad rebound from Hellebuck. Very, very fortunate number 74 was there to swipe it away from Sidney Crosby.
Oh. Jacob Slavin, what a story he's been in Carolina. Widely considered, if not best, one of the top 3 defensive defensemen in the NHL, Razor. Face-off right off the draw, shot by Boldy. It's blocked, pinching in. Far side is Fox towards the net. Binnington is down. He'll hang on to that one between, I think, his armpit and covers up.
It was confident. That can be a tricky play. You can get handcuffed in there as a goaltender. Jordan Binnington looked very confident sealing his left post. Back to Jacob Slavin, a guy you don't see, not a lot of media in Carolina. We all know how great he is and how important he is, but he's really come out in the last 10 days here in this tournament.
30 years of age, 10th year in the NHL. He's been on our show lots of times, always gives great insight as the U.S. ice the puck again. 7:16 on the clock. Shots are basically even, 17-16. You're right about Hellebuck. That's the first moment since the goal by Henry Jokiharju in Game 1.
Correct. That was very fortunate. And again, you just mentioned how close this game is. The face-offs, the shots on goal. That play right there was very similar. Binnington didn't get that break. Hellebuck did. And it's still 2-1 USA.
McDavid on the draw against Jack Eichel. Eichel's warned. That's one violation. Have we even seen a penalty called for years on face-off violation? The hand, yes. As the puck is chipped to center, and here comes Boldy. He's got Tkachuk with them, or make that Eichel towards the net. McDavid was following Eichel, who almost got a stick on it. Eichel has it now in the far corner, plays it behind the net, but only a red sweater's there, and Cale Makar, who gets it to point. Point watched by Sanderson, he gets it in. Under 7 to go here in the second period, just like Montreal. 1-0 Canada, 1-1, 2-1 USA. Here's Larkin, who scored the 2-1 goal in Montreal. He's picked off by Braden Point, and the Lightning centerman will come back the other way. In over the line to Hagel, looking for Makar under his skates. And it'll be corralled here by Brady Tkachuk to Larkin, who brings it. No, he didn't get it in. Tkachuk is there with Cirelli. Kind of a rugby scrum, comes loose and bounces to the stick of JT Miller. He'll take it, but he gives it away to Parayko, who plays it behind the net to Makar. 6:15 to go here as Team Canada gets it out to center. Marner gets a stick on it, and it goes in deep to Fox. Fox up to Miller, picked off by Marner. He comes back with speed. Mitch Marner, in on goal, they score! Marner to Sam Bennett, short side shelf, and we're tied at 2.
What a great shot by Sam Bennett. We talked about him last time out on the ice, creating the scrum with Brady Tkachuk, creating energy, and this time he creates a turnover in the neutral zone. Marner delays really well, goes back to Sam Bennett. The left-handed shot going down the left wing, goes up and over the right shoulder of Connor Hellebuck, who got a little deep on that play, back on his line. 2-2, we got a hockey game with 6 minutes left in the second period.
In 2009 with the York Simcoe Express, Bennett playing with Connor McDavid. Now Connor was playing up. He's younger, so they've known each other for a long, long time. We talked about that during the Stanley Cup Final as the puck is picked up by Hellebuck here as Marner starts dancing in the first, in the second, and we're tied at 2. We're back to TD Garden in Boston on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio after this.
Color your workday with a vibrant mix of 90s and 2000s pop.
If it makes you happy.
To keep you moving and melt your stress away. Brighten your day.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's hanging out with us watching Canada and the USA in the championship game of the Four Nations Faceoff. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm so glad you found our community. Please hit that subscribe button and help us on our way to 100K. We're at 84,605 as of right now. We're going for 85,000, maybe even 86. So now that we've got your attention, please help us get there and make sure you turn on that bell so you don't miss it for every single game. Toronto Maple Leafs, Toronto Raptors, Toronto FC, starting on Saturday. Let's go, Canada. Back to the hockey. Come on, boys. Time to go get that championship.
Priority this time of year. Visit Meineke.com today and schedule an appointment. Trust your key with Meineke, doing car care right.
Eczema flaring up again? We have good news. Exoderm. If you or someone you love suffers from eczema or dermatitis, get Exoderm, the common sense answer for eczema. This stuff really does work. Exoderm contains the #1 doctor-recommended ingredient in a clean hypoallergenic cream with no harsh additives. Take back control of your eczema with affordable, fast-acting Exoderm Flare Control Cream.
Exoderm. It's in the first aid aisle of your local drugstore, supermarket, or big box store.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Sam Bennett scores goal over the right shoulder of Connor Hellebuck. Mitch Marner dancing, and we're tied at 2.
Mitch Marner dancing like the playmaker that he is as well. To be able to delay, to be able to let Bennett come in behind him, find him in perfect mid-stride, allow Bennett to challenge Hellebuck, get him deep in the net, and then chip it up and over his right shoulder. It's a beautiful play, beautiful goal, and a huge goal for Team Canada late here in the second.
Wow, is there anywhere else you'd rather be than right here? As off the draw, puck comes back to the point. Near side for Thomas Hartley. He lets it go, ricochets off probably Jacob Slavin and wide. And then the high flip to center as they announce the goal right now. And back comes McKinnon the other way. It's a 3-on-2. McKinnon shoots. I think he was going for a rebound.
He was. He looked for Sid through the middle of the ice. Couldn't get there with a pass. Just threw it on net. Hellebuck does a good job keeping it short side.
Crosby has his stick knocked out of his hand. That was Faber. Crosby in on the forecheck very effectively as Matthews plays it back behind the net to Slavin.
I like the non-call, slashing the stick out of Sid in a battle behind the net, but we've seen that 150 times this season in the regular season NHL.
Yep, and I think it sets a standard. And here comes a Stone looking for McDavid. And Stone might have had an avenue to the net as well, as that play is offside at the line. I know you've got McDavid there. That's 2 passes by this line. That's not parallel, but way back. And they haven't worked each time.
And 61 for Team Canada. Mark Stone's frustrated. He looks to the ceiling. He understands that he had a bit of a lane there, or at least should have held on to it. He misfired on his pass. USA dodges a bullet.
4:56 to go here in the second period. Shots are even now at 18 apiece. The score is even as we're at the TD Garden in Boston for the Four Nations Championship Final. Draw won by McDavid. Devon Toews sends it in around the boards, clanks off the partition in the glass. The 2-1 goal scorer for the U.S., Jake Sanderson, starts the play to Matt Boldy. He hits center, far side, right wing, flips it in. In after it is Gensel, but Makar whiffed on it. He followed Makar, so Team Canada brings it out. 4:30 to go now. Clearing attempt ends up on Binnington, and he had a bit of a speed wobble razor with 4:25 to go.
He did, and I've talked so much about his puck handling over the last 3 or 4 days. That time he had a hard time getting his stick out of his blocker. Caught up just a little bit as he tried to get his blocker hand to the top of his stick. He bobbled that just a little bit. Then he was in between to make that backhand pass that he wanted to. But again, like we've talked about, great hockey sense, not panicking, cover that puck up, take the whistle, live to fight another day.
Face off to his right. Miller and point on the draw, controlled by Jack Hughes momentarily. He falls down, and back comes McDavid the other way. McDavid right in on goal. He elects to shoot that time, but it's blocked. Cleared to center by Brock Faber. Binnington leaves it there for Toews. Almost had his pocket picked by Hughes. Plays it back behind the net. Makar chips it along the boards and then chases it down himself, as does Hughes, as Makar just gets it out. The quick up for Marner, too far. Sent right back in again by Hanifin. Too far for Brock Nelson, and icing is the call.
Well, to get a couple opportunities coming in off the forecheck, a couple bobbles at both plays where it looks like there's opportunities that the teams can take advantage of, but they're just not quite connecting off of those quick little turnovers and those little opportunities throughout the top of the zones.
There was a no-fly zone collision between McDavid and Hughes. They both were looking the other way, and they ran into each other at center, so both seem to be okay. Face off to the right of Hellebuck. 3:50 on the clock. Draw control by Team Canada. Comes to the line. Out. Sanheim punches it back in again, as it's controlled by Slavin. Far side for Trocheck. Near side for Noah Hanifin. He dumps it in. Matthew Tkachuk giving chase. What's Matthew's ice time like? He doesn't look normal as I see him skating back right now.
No, he's at 6:23, and this is the first shift that he's taken here in the last 10 minutes of this second period, and it's a quick one. He gets it, chips it in. Real quick shift from number 19 in blue.
Didn't he look like he was laboring to you?
It's been a struggle. It has. Him getting in on the back check and through open ice, and even on the bench now I'm watching, he's standing up as Kreider lays a big hit on Seth Jarvis.
Puck is brought in by Austin Matthews. 2 assists tonight. 3 minutes to go in the period. Bennett hits Larkin. Chipped out to center. It could be a 2-on-1. And Jarvis couldn't get to the puck ahead of guess who? Jacob Slavin, who negates the play with 2:52 to go.
And there's that partition here in the Garden that we talked about on Monday. We haven't talked so much about today, where they're a little bit wider, a little bit larger, and really affect the game sometimes in the offensive zones. That time the puck got rimmed around. Brock Faber was coming down the wall to take the puck. It hit the partition and came out and almost created 2-on-1, if not for a great play by Jacob Slavin.
Face off just outside the U.S. zone, far side. Controlled by Jake Sanderson to Austin Matthews. Dumps it in. Brady Tkachuk gives chase. Drew Doughty shoulder check, and he almost gave it away. Puck comes back to the point. Werenski keeps it in momentarily. Gets it back again once Canada cleared the zone. He dumps it in. Drew Doughty made a quick play, but that's what happens when Brady's in on the forecheck.
Every time he's done that, it's created something. Some kind of chaos has happened every time Brady Tkachuk's gone in on the forecheck in tonight's game.
Here's Sanderson in his own zone. Clears it to the line, but not out. Kept in by McKinnon. Fires it behind the net, out the other side. Too far for Marchand. McKinnon keeps it in front of the net for Reinhart. Too far. Has it in the corner. Back to McKinnon. Back to Taves. This side for McCarr. Into McKinnon. Looking for McCarr, pinching in back door. Went off a stick. McCarr got it anyway. McCarr being watched by Gensel. Cale McCarr almost had his pocket picked by Eichel with under 2 minutes to go. And Gensel gets it out and down the ice. Quick up here off the skate of Reinhart. No icing. Crosby in after it. Faber on the breakout far side to JT Miller. Near side to Jacob Slavin. Perfectly executed. He lofts it in. And Brock Faber comes away with it. Behind the net momentarily. Travis Sanheim has big skates. He got the big left boot on it. Up to McDavid, who brings it in. What a move by McDavid. To the net. McDavid fanned on it. Hellebuck steers it away. Stone behind the net. Has McDavid with him. Faber, far side for Miller, and he gets it out. They dodge the McDavid bullets.
They certainly did. McDavid just turned a 3-on-3 into a breakaway somehow, coming off of that right-hand wall so quick with his hands and feet.
Another long lead feed that Team Canada has missed twice for breakaways here with the long change. Puck cleared to the line and out. Back come the USA. Larkin sends it over to Tkachuk, who lets a shot go and then takes the shot on Harley. They're not hard enough or dangerous enough to be penalties, but they get to you.
They're annoying. And that was a great job by Thomas Harley to come across. It was a 2-on-1 with Doughty kind of closing out, but Harley came across real well, got a stick on that shot by Tkachuk up and over Jordan Binnington.
43 seconds to go in period number 2. We're tied at 2. Shots are even. Everything seems to be even. Isn't this great, Razor?
Oh,
it's been great working with you, my friend.
Oh, buddy, I've had so much fun this week hanging out with the crew, hearing your call. It's been a fantastic few days for me.
Face-off 1. Back to Fox at the right point. Won by Matthews. He has it now up top. Lets a shot go. It was blocked. Comes right to Anthony Cirelli. He dumps it in. Not far enough. This could lead to an opportunity for Brady Tkachuk. He lost it. Up to Cirelli and over the line. Anthony Cirelli with a shot. Fired it high and wide to the far side. Hagel back behind the net for Cirelli, being watched by Fox. At the point to Cale McCarr. Right point. Starts dancing around Tkachuk. Working on Eichel. Little backhanded toe drag into the corner. Plays it up for Mitch Marner. 8 seconds to go. Marner with a shot that's wide. Behind the net for McCarr. Had a good shift. Centers it. But a good stick by Hellebuck to knock it away. And the period comes to a close. It was 1-1 after 1. It's 2-2 after 2.
And the shots were 10-10 after 1, and they're now 19-19 after 2. So right down the middle, this game has been as even as you could possibly imagine, and it's creating a classic opportunity, which at this point, this tournament and these two teams deserve.
Fraser, it's already been a success no matter what happens in terms of the NHL. Can you believe Detroit, Minnesota play 12:30 on Saturday? So it'll be Larkin, Boldy, Faber going toe-to-toe. And I think at all the rinks, because there's 14 games, we're going to see a lot of honoring the players from the tournament, right?
No question, and rightly so. And yes, certainly in that game, if it is Team USA that pulls out this third period, there will be quite a ceremony for them.
Jake Gensel's had a great tournament. He joins us now. Jake, what's it like to play in an event like this with the whole hockey world watching and a tremendous success of the Four Nations?
Yeah, it's just been unbelievable from the start. It's first class, everything we do. So 20 minutes for it all, and if it takes more, we're ready for that too.
Jake, you're tied with Brady Tkachuk for hits, leader in hits in this game. Just talk about the pace and the physicality and getting in on the forecheck and how important that is for your team.
Yeah, well, they got skilled D, so we got to make sure we're trying to wear them down that way and staying above them all night. So if we just take the body a little bit and hopefully wear them down here in the third, it's hopefully it's a play here or there for us. So we just got to keep pushing.
Jake, thanks for this.
Yeah, thanks.
Jake Gensel, Stanley Cup champion, and of course, he's had a great tournament so far, as has our own Scotty Laughlin. He's standing by with the second intermission report on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
This is former MLB GM Jim Bowden with an important message for fantasy baseball players. Mondays at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm joined by former general manager Steve Phillips, and we'll talk fantasy baseball to help you draft a winning lineup. From player projections to draft strategies, we bring our big league experiences to provide you with the fantasy baseball advice you crave.
I'm definitely going to take a position player with my first 2 picks. I will be able to find pitching later in the draft.
The GM's Corner, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest plays.
Dang. There we go. Come on. No. There we go. Come on. No. There we go. Come on. No. There we go. There it is. All right, what's up, insiders? Had to switch to the second camera. Zara, whatever your name is, dude, chill, okay? Ma'am, chill, calm down, okay? It's okay, we get it. You're really excited. We love the red, white, and blue hearts. It's really cute, but like, we don't want to see that the whole time in the chat, okay? So just chill with that. All about the partying, but you just keep on doing it, so we're just gonna have a timeout for like 30 minutes, okay? Come back in the third period, let's have some fun. Big shout out to the moderators. Mods, the new website is coming very, very soon, okay? I have a release date, but I'm not holding my people to it because I was a little disappointed with the results lately from them. But the work that they've done has been amazing so far, as we almost pass 87,000 subscribers right now. So a huge thank you. Go Canada, go. Who's excited? Are you ready? Tom, are you ready for this third period? It's a tie game, 2-2. Yeah. Dude, this game's going to be insane. What a finish we have. We might have more hockey. Cheers, anybody, for overtime to the 19,752 hanging out with us during the intermission. I will let it back to the intermission and let that play so that we can stay in tune with the game, so we can see us pass 87,000 right now. Go, Canada, go. We'll see you in the third. Keep it classy, everybody.
Over half of their business comes from referrals and happy repeat customers expanding their lending. Why? Because Delta Capital Group just gets business done. Don't waste time like Mike.
Yeah, don't be like Mike. Ask my ex.
Get your money at deltacapitalgroup.com. That's deltacapitalgroup.com.
To TD Garden here in Boston, listening to the Four Nations Faceoff intermission report on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin with you. Do you like your drama, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because it's shaping up to be an historic type third period potentially coming our way here. Deadlocked after 40 minutes of play. Team USA 2, Team Canada 2. Shots on goal are dead even at 19 apiece. There is absolutely nothing to pick and choose between the two sides, which is kind of what you were hoping for, I think, from a neutral hockey standpoint. I know everybody's got their rooting interests out there, but boy, this has lived up to the potential for sure coming in. Not as chippy, not as edgy as it was going back to last Saturday night at the Bell Center in Montreal, but nonetheless dramatic, nonetheless intriguing. Let's tell you how we got to 2-2. Let's go back to the first period, and just under 5 minutes in, Team Canada breaks the ice.
Reinhart picks off a loose puck, sends it back to Harley at the left point. He gets it into McKinnon. McKinnon, 3 goals, dancing, sends it in front of the net, he scores! Nate McKinnon's got 4, and Team Canada has a 1-0 lead.
Steve Coolius and Andrew Raycroft on the call. McKinnon fires it at the net, gets through a couple of players, and he gets his 4th goal of the tournament from Thomas Harley, who was inserted back into the Team Canada lineup In place of Josh Morrissey, who had to miss tonight's championship game due to illness, Sam Reinhart also picks up his 4th assist of the tournament, and Team Canada had a 1-0 advantage. It stayed that way until just over 3 minutes to go in the opening stanza.
Here she is behind the net. Wrap around in front. They score! Brady Tkachuk on the doorstep, and this game is tied at 1.
All right, so Brady Tkachuk gets the goal. Austin Matthews on the wraparound attempt picks up the assist, his 2nd, and it's Brady who jams the net, and he shovels a puck past Jordan Binnington, his 3rd of the tournament for the banged-up Ottawa Senators captain. It was 1-1. Time of the goal was 16:52. 1-1 after 1. Shots on goal in the opening period in favor of Team Canada by an 11-10 count. On we go to period number 2, about 5 minutes in, and Jordan Binnington put to the test.
Right wing side, back to the left wing point. There's a shot. Loose in front. Hughes! Oh my goodness, what a save by Binnington. Jack Hughes had Binnington down and out, and he got a glove on that one. And now the puck goes off the glass and out of play, Razor. Wow. Wow.
All right, it stayed 1-1. That is until just over 7.5 minutes into the second period. And Brady Tkachuk, the Senators captain, opened the scoring for Team USA in drawing the American squad even. And it's his teammate from Ottawa, Jake Sanderson, who puts Team USA in front.
Parayko gives it away. Back to the point to Werenski. He lets it go. Binnington the save. Matthews. They score! Jake Sanderson on the rebound. 2-1 USA.
Yeah, Jake Sanderson, the guy they thought would get replaced by Quinn Hughes going back about 36 to 48 hours ago. The young Senators defenseman jams home a rebound. He gets his first goal of the tournament from Austin Matthews, who picks up his 2nd helper of the night. Zach Werenski gets his 6th assist of the tournament. And the American squad was back on top. On top, actually, for the first time in this contest. Time of the goal was 7:32, 2-1 Team USA. Now, the only penalty of the game so far has gone to Vincent Trocheck. He tripped Sam Bennett, as it turned out. Bennett went down, and Team Canada went to the power play. But as it turns out, even though Canada seemed to work the puck around, not many shots towards Connor Hellebuck. In fact, it was Team USA who came back the other way with a great opportunity.
Near side for McDavid. Doesn't shoot. He loses it. It could be a 2-on-1 the other way. Miller and Larkin. Miller to Larkin. Oh, Binnington with a big stop on the McDavid giveaway.
Yeah, that was a rare Connor McDavid giveaway on the power play. Even he couldn't catch up. And an opportunity thwarted by Jordan Binnington. But best opportunity of the Canadian power play comes from Team USA, shorthanded no less. And a few moments later, Canada and Crosby that close to tying it.
Comes back to the right point. There's a shot by McKinnon. Loose in front. Crosby is denied once again by Jacob Slavin. Jacob Slavin just saved a goal.
Yeah, the puck was just sitting there, and Captain Canada was just about to shovel the puck in. Slavin, with that long reach, the big, lanky defenseman from the Carolina Hurricanes was there to save the day, to clear the puck out of danger, and it remained 2-1 in favor of Team USA. However, with 6 minutes to go in the second period, back would come Canada. Mitch Marner methodically weaving his way towards the American blue line, and then doing what Mitch Marner does best, setting up a teammate.
Fox up to Miller, picked off by Marner. He comes back with speed. Mitch Marner in on goal. They score! Marner to Sam Bennett, short side shelf, and we're tied at 2.
All right, so Mitch Marner gets his first assist of the tournament. It comes at the right time as he leaves it for Sam Bennett, who goes in off of the wing, and Sam Bennett would score the goal, going up top to beat Connor Hellebuck short side for Bennett. He gets his first of the tournament for Mitch Marner, as mentioned, his first assist of the tournament, the game one overtime hero to beat Sweden. Mitch Marner stepping up big time. Austin Matthews, his maligned Leafs teammate on the other side, as mentioned, also has 2 assists and has stepped up for his squad in this one as well. Time of the goal was 14 minutes even, and it was 2-2. In fact, it was 2-2 after 2 periods of play. Shots in the second period for Team USA, 9 for a 2-period total of 19. For Team Canada, 8 for a 2-period total of 19. So again, not much to pick and choose between these two sides, and I can't say that we're shocked that that is the case. This is going to come down to perhaps being a one-shot game. Again, just the one power play so far, and it was Team Canada with great puck movement, but not a lot of attempts at Connor Hellebuck. And then Team USA broke away shorthanded, but were thwarted by Jordan Binnington. So this game has been played a little bit more close to the vest than you would have expected, perhaps, coming off the electric.
What's up, hockey fans? The chat is fired up. I am so excited to be hanging out with all of you. I see the eyeballs in the chat. I love it. Now, politics. We don't do that here. Tonight, we know that there's stuff going on. We're not living under a rock. But we're not talking about that. We're here for the hockey game. Canada is taking on the USA in the rematch. Now, let's cheer on Canada. Any mention of politics will be met with a timeout from one of our many amazing mods. Thank you, mods. Again, remember, short one first, little warning, you should be able to figure it out because of everybody telling you. But if you can't figure it out, we'll see you tomorrow. You can try again. Go Canada, go! Thank you, chat. Thank you, insiders. Cheers. Now let's go, Canada.
Shot game, as we mentioned. Shots on goal, 19 apiece, as I'd mentioned a couple of times previously, as well as we head for period number 3. Keep in mind that if they do go to overtime, it'll be 5-on-5, and it's sudden death. 5-on-5, just like the Stanley Cup playoffs would have to offer up. So a whole lot to come our way. When we come back, we'll turn it back over to Steve Koulias and Andrew Raycroft for the call of the third period from the Four Nations Faceoff. You've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff Intermission Report right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
MLS is back, and it's on SiriusXM FC.
Top shelf stuff!
Don't miss a triple header from across the league as LAFC face Minnesota. Inter Miami battle NYC FC.
Messi's got it from long distance and scores!
And Seattle square off with Charlotte.
Zaha, what a stunning goal!
The season kicks off Saturday at 4:30 Eastern on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
I'm going to start my campaign for Zach Werenski for the Norris Trophy. I think it's time. He currently has the most goals by defenseman. This is not the 84 Oilers he plays for. This is the 25 Blue Jackets. And this may be the most important part. He's got his team in the playoffs.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Are you ready for the third period? Are we ready to rock and roll? We're here for a hockey game. It's USA Canada. Holy cow. Holy Mackinac, as the great Joe Bowen would say. Man, I miss those Leafs games. I can't wait to get back to those Leafs games. And you know what? Welcome to our awesome community. We're here having a good time, and we're not doing politics. I see anything, Trump or Kamala or anything, or Biden or Trudeau or 51st state or Canada and USA, any of that business, 24 hours, baby, let's go. We're here for hockey. Who's going to hit the game-winning goal in this one? Who's scoring next for Canada? Because it's coming. They were buzzing at the end of the second period. Let's go, Canada. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for keeping it classy. We got kids in the house hanging out. Come on, let's go. You can talk politics anywhere else in the world right now. We don't do that here. Go Canada, go. Good luck to USA. We're going to have some fun. Cheers. Hockey. Hockey.
No politics, just hockey.
You heard the kid, okay? You heard him.
30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-40-BIBLE. That's 855-40-BIBLE. 855-40-BIBLE.
Welcome back to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's coverage of Four Nations Faceoff, USA versus Canada. Now time for third period action from TD Garden in Boston.
It was 1-1 after 1. It's now 2-2 after 2. I'm Steve Kouleas along with former NHL goalie, of course. Played right here in Boston, Mr. Andrew Raycroft. Razor, a fine line between winning and losing and a thin line between these two teams.
Without question, and that margin between victory in a regular NHL season game or a regular NHL playoff game is razor thin, and this has made it even dental floss thin how close we are at this point. To pick between these two teams at this point is virtually impossible. Shots are 19-19, scores 2-2. The teams have played so closely. Goalies have both made huge saves, and now we have 20 minutes to decide this tournament and which team will be the heroes.
McDavid on the draw against Austin Matthews. Mentioned Matthews has 2 assists in the game. I don't know if we'll see Matthew Tkachuk again. He really labored his last shift. The lines were in a blender anyway as Matthews went on to the Tkachuk's line as Brady stands up McDavid, who had some speed going. Puck comes to the near side. Point tries to get it in for McDavid. He does. McDavid with speed. Couldn't get by Slavin, and we've said that before. Quick up here to Dylan Larkin on the backhand. Larkin towards the net. Rebound in front, corralled by Makar, and that was dangerous in front of Jordan Binnington. Don Taves comes back the other way. Cup champion, of course, with the Avalanche a couple of years ago, and former New York Islander, as Matt Boldy gains the red line and fires it in. Eichel, Boldy, and Gensel. As Gensel tips it towards the net, nobody was home. We have a puck battle near side with Boldy and Makar. Won by McKinnon, who helps out. He gets it to center momentarily. Knocked back in again by Hanifin, and Crosby chops it on the backhand, gets it in. 18:45 to go here in period number 3.
Good start by both teams. Certainly a little safer than what we saw in the second period. Pucks are going in deep at every opportunity.
There's another puck that hit the stanchion to the right of, or make that the left of Jordan Binnington. 90 seconds in, Hellebuyck plays it behind the net, up to Hanifin. He just gets it out and down the ice. Doughty backtracking into his own zone. Quick up for Brandon Hagel. No icing on the play. 2-2. Game 7 of the tournament. And it's a Game 7 type atmosphere. Here's Matthews with a shot blocked by Doughty, and he took Matthews on. Mano-y-mano right there. Bennett, he made it a 2-2 game. Bennett and Sanderson, the goal scorers. In the first period, McKinnon opened the scoring, and then Brady Tkachuk. So 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Love those lead changes, Razor. Marchand looking for the aforementioned Bennett. Rolls in on Hellebuyck. Tees it up there for Slavin. He gets it to the line, but not out. Jarvis far corner. Tries to get it in deep. Doesn't work. Second chance there for Matthews. He gets it out to center to Larkin, who's chipping and chasing here. What an atmosphere in Montreal. Same in the 3 games here in Boston. Comes to McDavid with speed. He starts out to Stone. Left wing. Stone tries to take it to the net. Centers it in front. Eichel with a great defensive play. Clear to the line and out. And we got a breakaway. Unless Makar can cut it off. Gensel. Another USA breakaway. Makar came off the bench. Did Gensel feel 8 behind him?
Certainly. Makar was able to cut off that left side of the ice, and Jordan Binnington read that really well. So Gensel, as a lefty, had to go to his right, had to go to his backhand. Jordan Binnington closes out really well, covers up the rebound, but a really close opportunity for Team USA trying to break through again.
17:07 on the clock. Face off to the left of Binnington. Larkin had a breakaway in the first period, and Gensel Pretty much a breakaway on his backhand there. They scrum the draw, and Taves can't get it out. McCarr knocks it down. It would have been easier to glove it, but who am I to tell Cale McCarr with all the awards what to do?
Especially with two USA players standing in front of the net behind him. It would have been a 2-on-1 if he doesn't get a stick on that. Kids, don't do that at home.
And when you catch it, you got it. Here's Gensel to Werenski. What a save. Rebound loose in front. McCarr cleans the mess. Oh, Zach Werenski, who's got 6 points to lead the tournament, almost scored his first goal.
What a save by Jordan Binnington, coming out challenging out into the white paint and makes a big glove save. A little old school spread, half butterfly type save.
Puck is shot down the right wing where Jake Miller corrals it. Or JT Miller make that. Leaves it there for Brock Nelson. In the corner for Jack Hughes. Spins away from one but loses the puck. Canada goes glassing out. That's Mitch Marner taking no chances. In on the forecheck, his point, plays it to an open wing, but Parayko just come on a change, couldn't get to the loose puck. McDavid gets it, he chips it in, goes in after it. Puck is in the far side for Jack Hughes as he gets it back to Noah Hannafin. You were going to say?
I was just looking at the lines, and Marner played that shift with McDavid.
Okay, and that's how they started the tournament as Matthews picks off the loose puck to Jack Hughes. He's got Brady Tkachuk in front of the net. He couldn't find him. Puck squirts out to Marchand. He can't get it out. Great pressure by the USA here. Hughes comes away with the puck. He sends it to an open wing. Nobody there. So it's picked off by Colton Parayko. He gets it to Bennett. Spins away from one. That play is onside. Here comes Jarvis off the bench. And that might have hit the handle of Hellebuck's stick. Seth Jarvis in the corner with Marchand. 3 blue sweaters, 2 red. Watching the play is Cirelli as F3. Comes back to the point to Taves with a shot. Tipped in front by Cirelli. Hellebuck makes the save and hangs on.
Nice job by Team Canada's third line. Seth Jarvis jumping off of the bench from the forecheck from Sam Bennett, and Brad Marchand jumps into the rush. Hellebuck has to make a nice blocker save, and then they go low to high from that play. Devon Taves getting that puck through the traffic out in front. Hellebuck finds that one, unlike he did in the first period. Covers up, face off to the right of Hellebuck.
Cirelli will stay on here with Marner and Hagel. Colorado teammates at the point. Comes to Taves off the draw. Into Marner. Left wing board circling. Throws a floater towards the net. Hagel almost gets a stick on it. Hellebuck is there and he hangs on.
Marner comes back out with Cirelli and Hagel like he has the entire game, getting a shift with Connor McDavid. Double shifting now and jumping out and creating a little bit in front again of Connor Hellebuck.
Shots are almost even at 22-21 for the United States. I'm Steve Coulis along with Andrew Raycroft as Cirelli wins the draw to Taves. He lets it go. Blocking that one was Vincent Trocheck. Here's Jake Sanderson behind the net. Loses it. Marner almost brought it in front. Marner back to the point. There's a shot through a screen that hit the goalpost. It may have been tipped in front. The shot from McCarr hits the post.
It was certainly tipped in front by somebody. Couldn't tell if it was Cirelli or Hagel that got a stick on it, but it was all about the forecheck on Mitch Marner on Jake Sanderson.
Canada can't get it out. JT Miller with a shot. He was going top left. Just went over the crossbar. Noah Hannafin sends it behind the net as Taves falls to the ice. He gets back up again and gets the puck now as it went over the stick of Brock Nelson. 14 minutes on the clock means we played 6 minutes in the third.
Brock Nelson has done a really good job here in the third period. His 2 shifts have been really aggressive in making chaos in front of Jordan Binnington.
Team Canada can't get it in deep. Brady Tkachuk on the ice now. Giveaway here by Thomas Harley, but he makes up for it and flips it down the ice. All the mistakes here, Razor magnified.
They certainly are, and both coaches have really shortened the bench. They're going with the guys that are playing well. Now Larkin's out with Matthews and Tkachuk.
Matthews in front of the net! Oh my goodness! Almost a goal for Jake Gensel, our second intermission guest. Stanley Cup champion with the Penguins. Puck is dumped in. to the right wing corner. Harley leaves it for Drew Doughty. Crowd is back into it here as we approach the 7-minute mark. In period number 3, U.S. has control. I think Canada could use the TV timeout pending. Eichel in front! Gensel fans, back to Eichel! Oh my goodness, he couldn't corral the puck as Canada desperately flips it down the ice. Jake Sanderson pumps it in, but his shot from outside the blue line goes out of play. Let's take a break. 2-2, 12:41 to go. We're live from Boston.
Tonight on Sirius XM Sports.
After a fight-fueled beginning to their first matchup in the Four Nations Face-Off, Team Canada looks for revenge against Team USA in the championship game. Tune in now for all the action from Boston on your home for all things hockey, Sirius XM NHL Network Radio Channel 91, and on the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
And
2002. That was a great year. Canada beat who in the gold medal championship? The gold medal game? Oh, that's right. 5-2. Canada beat the United States in their barn in Salt Lake City, and then we did it again at home in 2010. Go Canada, go! Let's have some fun tonight in the chat, and now's the time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from. Let's see how far out the reach is with this amazing community all over the world. Please let us know your city and province if you're in Canada cheering on the red and white. And if you're in the U.S., let us know your city and state. All over the world, flag emojis. Let us know where you're watching from. What country? Thank you so much. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Canada, go. Let's go get that championship.
In your account in less than 24 hours. If you've been in business for at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could unlock financing with rates as low as 8% and flexible payment terms tailored to your business needs. Apply today at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
Before, during, after.
Backhand scores! What a play by Jack Hughes!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
.12:41 on the clock of an absolutely thrilling tournament and thrilling championship final game. I'm Steve Koulias with Andrew Raycroft and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. 2-2, 12:41 to go here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Face-off at center, Sam Bennett and Austin Matthews. What a night, Razor, what a night.
What a night, and at this point in the game, Team Canada, 3 players, Sam Bennett, Nathan McKinnon, and Anthony Cirelli are counting for 13 of 21 shots on goal. Only 8 shots for the rest of the team. They've got to start putting pucks on net on Connor Hellebuck here with the last 12 minutes of play.
U.S. dumps the puck down the ice. Icing will be the call with 12:29 to go. Shots are basically even, 22-21 USA. And for Connor McDavid, it's moments like this. He had many, many, many moments, of course, in the playoffs last year. Brought the Oilers all the way back. And in Game 7, they fell a little short. You wonder if it'll be a superstar or a depth player that is the difference maker. Sam Bennett is on here with Marchand and Jarvis. Face-off controlled by the U.S. Larkin skates it out to center, dumps it in far corner. There's Tkachuk in after it, and if he picked Makar's pocket, he had a great opportunity. This could be a 2-on-1. Marchand waiting to Jarvis. Jarvis shoots and it's blocked there by who? Jacob Slavin. They had a 2-on-1 that it was almost a 3-on-1. Hey, you want to shoot the puck, you shoot it, you take your chances.
Well, you mentioned the 96 team and Darian Hatcher. Jacob Slavin's playing like Darian Hatcher is right now, closing space, taking time away. What a block shot that was as he laid out and got his right leg on it, right in the middle of the slot. Great play by Brad Marchand getting in the wing. He opened up for the one-timer. His little sweeper over on the right wing as a lefty was open. Seth Jarvis decides to be selfish like John Cooper wanted his team to be tonight, but Slavin closed it out.
So Mitch Marner here is on in place of Mark Stone with Braden Point. That's what you saw earlier as it relates to switching things up, whether that has to do with speed. I mean, Stone's a great defensive player, as is Mitch Marner, of course. Maybe Mitch is feeling it, and maybe it's to get McDavid going as well.
I think it's a time of game where you're feeling it, and Mitch Marner made the great assist. Now you reward him a little bit with time on this. Hopefully he can get Connor McDavid going at this point in the game.
Puck comes to the far side, kept in by McDavid and Doughty. Shipped to the near corner where there's Mitch Marner in after it. Centers it to McDavid. He wasn't expecting that pass. 11:40 to go on the clock. Doughty in his own zone. Almost gets stripped there by Boldy. He has the presence of mind to spin away as a 35-year-old veteran defenseman of 2 cups and 2 gold medals. He gets it in deep. In after it and skating out himself is Jake Sanderson. Boy, he can wheel. His father, of course, born in the Northwest Territories, played 1,100-plus games, 700 points. And Jake has done very well here as McKinnon tries to chase down the aforementioned Jacob Slavin. They get it out to JT Miller as we approach the 9-minute mark in a thrilling tournament and a thrilling game. Bennington behind the net. Gives it away to Miller with a shot from the point block. Crosby tried to get it out. He didn't have to because it ricocheted out to center anyway. Here's Crosby, loses it, back come the U.S. One-on-one, Jack Hughes! Shot off Parayko over the glass and out of play.
Well, that's where Jack Hughes is most dangerous, out on the open ice, one-on-one type plays. Parayko does a really nice job keeping a nice close gap, getting a stick on that, having it go up and over Jordan Bennington's head.
10:47 on the clock. Team Canada opened the scoring. Nate McKinnon. Brady Tkachuk tied it. Jake Sanderson 2-1. Sam Bennett from Marner 2-2, and that's where we stand right now. Face off to the right, or make that the left of Jordan Binnington to our right. USA going from left to right, home team. Like the Bruins, off the draw. Matthews almost got a shot away, was poked off his stick. Here's Adam Fox behind the net for Brady Tkachuk. This line is, well, these two have been really good. Brady for Matthews, lets it go. Far side for Hanifin. Chased down by Cirelli. Puck centered in front of the net, and Makar gets it out to Cirelli. 10:30 to go. Regulation time, as Danny Gallivan would say, the late great. Overtime looming large, and for Bob Cole, oh Harry, what a night we're having here.
Oh baby.
Puck comes to Harley with the shot blocked, and he's lucky that Matthews wasn't off to the races. Harley, I think he soccer kicks that in for Stone. Stone's on now with McDavid. Doughty fakes a shot. Matthews is tired. Doughty goes around him, centers it. Picked up by Matthews, and he flips it up. Down the ice, comes to Gensel. Gensel, right in on goal. Binnington steers it aside. In after it is Boldy. He puts it over the glass and out of play. We'll take another break. 9:46 to go. This game is coming to you live from Boston on Channel 91.
Baseball season's almost here, and MLB Network Radio will get you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Hear team previews of all 30 teams as our experts talk with players, managers, and executives shaping the 2025 season. How does your team look? Our team will break it all down. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning Saturday on SiriusXM Channel 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's hanging out with us watching Canada and the USA in the championship game of the Four Nations Face-Off. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm so glad you found our community. Please hit that subscribe button and help us on our way to 100K. We're at 84,605 as of right now. we're going for 85,000, maybe even 86. So now that we've got your attention, please help us get there and make sure you turn on that bell so you don't miss it for every single game. Toronto Maple Leafs, Toronto Raptors, Toronto FC, starting on Saturday. Let's go, Canada. Back to the hockey. Come on, boys. Time to go get that championship.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Outlet pass for Panarin. Moving it on a breakaway.
Games
Panarin
in
deep.
the world.
And scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
With Charlie McAvoy on the big screen, Matthew Tkachuk has not played in the third, Mr. Razor.
No, just 6:47 on the night. He took that last shift late in the second, laboring, you mentioned it, and has not seen any ice time here halfway through the third. It's a short bench for both coaches at this point.
Face-off won by Jack Eichel to himself in the left wing corner. Puck comes to Binnington, plays it to Sam Reinhart, same spot. He can't get it out as Gensel's there. Puck bounces to Makar. Look at that, heel to toe to spin away from Eichel. And it's shot into the U.S. zone, brought back again by Eichel and Boldy. Here's Eichel with it, 2-on-2. Sends it behind the net. Looks like a set play for Jake Gensel. Comes to the near side for Eichel towards the net. That could have ricocheted off anybody and into the net. Back to the point for Boldy with a shot. Blocker saved by Binnington. Another save by Binnington on a quick shot there from the far side. I think that was Noah Hannafin, right?
Slavin again. Your boy, the vacuum came down the wall. Big
You're right.
Lefty, let her rip.
What a story it would be if Jacob Slavin scores the winner, as here comes Larkin the other way. 8:45 to go in the third. Larkin chips it into the far corner, but Braden Point is there, being bodied by Tkachuk. Colton Parayko tries to come away with it. Doesn't the first time. McDavid does the second to Parayko, and he's out to Marner. Almost a breakaway for Braden Point right there. Marner to Point to McDavid. He's got room down the wing, but he fumbled the puck. McDavid in the corner. Still has it. Tries to center it. Bad pass. McDavid trying to chase down the loose puck. Can't get it. Point gets it to McDavid. Loses it again. And the puck comes just out to center and now chopped down the ice right on Binnington. He leaves it for Thomas Harley as we approach 8 minutes on the clock.
Couple very close opportunities for Team Canada. They're out on the rush.
Puck comes to the line but not out. Harley throws it. Goes off Miller and into the near corner. Back to JT Miller. His weak backhand does leave the zone with 7:45 to go in a 2-2 game. Mark Stone. D'Anthony Cirelli chips it into Hagel's corner. He goes in after it with Hannafin. Fox near side to the line, and it'll come out.
Canada's starting to tilt the ice a little bit, getting pucks in. It's a puck possession game right now, right, Cooley? And getting zone possession or zone time.
Here comes Chris Kreider with a rare shift, drops his shoulder, but Cale Makar knocks it away. And back comes Marchand, the Bruins captain with his kids in attendance. Gets it behind the net. He's got a man open at the points. Parayko lets it go, rebound in front. And a big save by Connor Hellebuck. As Parayko let it go.
Huge right pad save on Colton Parayko, who can really rip it on the one-timer.
Bennett back to the point, to Sanheim, back to Parayko, deflected in front. Ricocheted into the corner, didn't miss by much. Great shift by this unit. Sanheim to the net, fires it wide, comes back to the right point to Bennett, who keeps it in. The crowd is antsy. His floater goes wide. Hellebuck takes no chances and covers up.
Really long shift for Jacob Slavin and Faber. Faber was going to the bench. He ended up coming off of the kick plate, kicking back out to the top of the point. He was expecting just to go off and change as that puck went through the neutral zone. Canada got another opportunity off of it.
6:40 to go here in the third period. Face off to the left of Connor Hellebuck. Shots are 25-22 USA. McKinnon on the draw. Wins it. Back to McCarr at the point. Near side for Taves. Floater to the net. McKinnon spins and fired. Noah Hannafin got in the way of that, and Dylan Larkin brings it out to center and gets it in deep. Under 6:30 to go. Binnington high on the glass trying to avoid the forechecker, and it works. Crosby to Reinhart. In over the line. Into the near corner. But is picked off by Jake Sanderson. Up to Brady Tkachuk. To Austin Matthews. In over the line. Here is Boldy. Oh, make that Larkin, but he lost it. And it's shot back out to center. 6:05 to go, Razor.
Next goal wins, Cooley?
I think so. Zach Werenski in over the line with speed. Leads the tournament with 6 assists. Gets it in. Batting that to the line but not out is Taves. Werenski! Blocked by Harley. He can't get it out the first time and does the second.
Great battle there with Jack Eichel. Good job by Thomas Harley fighting off number 9 in blue.
Binnington to Harley with 5:35 to go. Up to Braden Point. Gains the center red line. Gains the blue line to Marner. Back to Point. Has McDavid with him. Point behind the net to McDavid. Loses it again. He's really had trouble stick handling here in the third.
All night.
Loses it again behind the net. Not McDavid-like as it comes to the line. Jack Hughes to Jack Eichel. He avoids Mitch Marner and has it at center, but his shift is over and he gets it in. A fine piece of stick handling. 5 minutes to go.
So shifty by Jack Eichel. His patience and his poise were on point there.
Stone chops it in on the backhand. Behind the net is Faber. What a story he has been. Sends it to the near side. Stone in after it, but ends up on the stick of Hughes, who gets it out, and then flipped back in by Taves. Team Canada changing on the fly, as is the U.S. 4:35 to go. It's a 2-2 game. Here we go. Chris Kreider with a shot. Binnington makes the save, and he covers up. We're going to take a break. 4:29, game tied at 2. This game is coming to you live on Channel 91.
Hi, I'm Fortune Feimster.
And I'm Tom Papa.
And together we host What a
What
Joke.
a Joke.
It says both read separately.
Oh, jeez.
Tom, tell the good people what our show's about.
Our show is where comedy lives and where comedians come to visit.
I love that.
Check us out Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. East and 7 a.m. West.
And when we aren't on, you can listen to the best stand-up comedy from the specials you know and love from Netflix.
SiriusXM 93 and on the SiriusXM app.
Raptors Nation is on Canada Talk.
What's up, hockey fans? What's up? Let's go, Canada. This chat is fired up. I'm fired up. I know you're fired up. I really hope Team Canada's fired up. Let's go get it. What a night we have here on Toronto Sports Insider, USA and Canada. It doesn't get any better than that for the championship of this awesome tournament, the Four Nations Face-Off. Please take a second, hit that like button down below. That helps bring more hockey fans from all over the world here to the chat. As well, please share the link out on social media or any hockey boards that you may have. Let's bring more people here to cheer on your favorite team, which I know is Canada. And if it's the US, I'm sure you're letting me know in the chat right now. Thanks for liking, thanks for sharing. We'll see you back in the chat.
It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house. He was able to choose an amount that worked for his needs, and Ethos made the whole thing so easy and clear.
10 minutes with no medical exam? Ethos, here we come.
Here's to sleeping better at night.
Help protect your loved ones today with Ethos. Life insurance made easy. Visit applyethos.com to apply today. That's applyethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Everything is better on ice.
Right circle now to Martian. Shoots. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
We welcome you listening in Canada world. I'm Steve Coolidge with Andrew Raycroft and our Sirius XM crew. 4:29 to go. Face off to the right of Jordan Binnington from TD Garden in Boston. Four-nation face-off championship game. Draw won by the U.S. Here's Larkin centering in front of the net. Bounces to Crosby, up to Reinhart. He gains the center red line and goes in after it. Picked up by Austin Matthews, has 2 assists tonight. He can't get it out. Reinhart in a battle here with Larkin. Reinhart wins it back to Crosby behind the net. Crosby to himself tried to center it in the high slot, and the U.S. comes back the other way. There's Jacob Slavin with the high chip. Brady Tkachuk stayed on side, and he's got the puck from Devon Toews. They're in a big boy battle in the near corner. Tkachuk wins it, centers it back to the line to Werenski. Far side, there's a shot by Sanderson. Ends up on the stick of Eichel, centers it. Only red sweaters. Marner takes no chances and gets it out. Back comes Boldy. 3:35 to go, and it's a pop fly, infield fly rule caught by Binnington. We get a stoppage.
Tony Fernandez right there, or Nomar Garciaparra that were here in Boston. Really nice defensive play by Mitch Marner. Jack Eichel doing his thing down below the goal line, moves it to the front of the net. Marner collapsed down as the right winger, cuts that off, and is able to get the puck out and get a change.
Face off to the left of Binnington, won by Connor McDavid. Gets it to Sanheim off the draw, and he gets it out. D to D. Ends up on Sanderson's stick from Werenski. Right back in again. You asked me earlier about next goal with 12 to go. Well, it's hard to believe that the next goal doesn't win this game now. Mitch Marner brings it in for Sanheim. Leaves it for Point. Behind the net. Picked up by Sanderson to Gensel to Eichel with speed. Jack Eichel over to Matt Boldy in front of the net. Marner grabs it, gives it to McDavid, who's 1-on-2. 3 minutes to go. McDavid with a shot that whistles high and wide. Kept in by Jarvis off the bench to McDavid. That pass is behind Marchand, and he heads to the bench.
Yeah, an ill-advised pass there, but also down at the other end, Team USA's great chance on the break. Both Eichel and Boldy pass up shots. They get nothing, and McDavid gets on his horse the other way.
Eichel could have taken that to the net as well, dropped his shoulder and gone for the game-winning goal. 2:25 to go. Puck comes to Harley in his own zone. He can't get it out. Jack Hughes is there. Seth Jarvis does skate it out down the left wing boards. Can't get it in deep enough as Team Canada changes. Here comes JT Miller. Like Vancouver 2010. Overtime is looming large. 2 minutes left. Game tied 2-2. Binnington to Toews. Gets it out here to Brandon Hagel. At center. Loses the handle. Brady Tkachuk tried to send it down the ice. Didn't work. Here's Toews. Watched by 2 U.S. forecheckers. Gets it to Hagel, who chips it in. 1:45 to go in regulation. Clear to the line, not out. Now Matthews does get it out.
And dangerously, Mark Stone had an opportunity to cut that pass off McKinnon down the wing.
Here's Nate McKinnon with a shot right on. And with 89 seconds to go, face off to the right of Hellebuck as he hangs on. You were saying?
Nate McKinnon had some serious pace coming down the wall, but over on the right side earlier on the rim by Team USA and Adam Fox, Mark Stone was there and had a lot of time. He just wasn't able to handle the puck off of the dasher. That puck came out. Matthews chipped it, but there was no pressure, and that's what allowed McKinnon to come off of the bench, come all the way across the ice down the left side wing. Good shot on Hellebuck. Good save by Hellebuck.
Face-off is won by Jack Eichel again. Cleared to the line and out. Harley at center to Crosby, who chops it in. And the U.S. send it down the ice. Tip play is back in Team Canada's zone. That rim goes to nobody, so Faber sets up at center with Jacob Slavin. He sends it in. Binnington at second thoughts. Boldy behind the net to Eichel. Eichel in front. Nobody was home. Boldy to Eichel behind the net. He loses the handle in Gretzky's office. Under a minute to go. Crosby rink wide for Doughty. That's broken up, and Boldy will skate it out. He flips it in. 48 seconds to go.
Canada dodged a bullet there. Jack Eichel was all alone behind the net. He would have been very dangerous if he had to pick that puck up from Matt Boldy.
Team Canada dumps it in. Sanderson gives it away to Mitch Marner in front of the net. Ricochets back to the point to Makar in front. Loose puck. Marner in front. McDavid didn't get to him. Cleared to the line but not out. Makar keeps it into Taves. His shot over top of the net. 20 seconds to go. McDavid into the corner for point. Picked off by Brock Nelson. And he can't get it out. Now it comes to center. Here's Makar. Solo rush. Glove saved by Hellebuck. He did not get a good shot away. 6 seconds left. Overtime looming large.
Wow, what an opportunity out in front. Connor McDavid got in behind the defense. He poked the puck. Marner then makes a great play with a sliding Sanderson coming at him. He gets around him, found McDavid on the back point, but it was JT Miller who came down from the right point that intercepted that pass that was marked for Connor McDavid all alone on the back side of the right post of Connor Hellebuck. What a play by JT Miller.
Face-off won by Crosby. There's a shot by Taves, blocked, and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as it's dumped on Binnington at the siren, it wouldn't have counted anyway. We are going to overtime, Razor.
Of course we're going to overtime. This tournament, these two teams, this deserves to go all the way down to the wire. There's nothing separating these two teams, and we are going to get some free hockey tonight.
It's a shortened intermission. Scotty Laughlin standing by. 15 minutes, and we're back again at the other side of the break. Scotty Laughlin with the overtime intermission report on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
The biggest plays.
Fakes. Save. Samsonov.
Yes.
Hyman gets filled in at center ice.
Goals.
Better in front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet and the best analysis on the air.
It's got to be the coach then. Like, if they're waiting on something, like, what significant change you going to make?
The NHL on SiriusXM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
This is former MLB GM Jim Bowden with an important message for fantasy baseball players. Mondays at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm joined by former general manager Steve Phillips, and we'll talk fantasy baseball to help you draft a winning lineup. From player projections to draft strategies, we bring our big league experiences to provide you with the fantasy baseball advice you crave.
I'm definitely going to take a position player with my first 2 picks. I will be able to find pitching later in the draft.
The GM's Corner, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
MLB Network Radio gets you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training.
The best time of the year.
Hear interviews with all-stars.
This is Mookie Betts. I'm Adley Rutschman. I'm Aaron Judge.
And insights and analysis of all 30 clubs.
The biggest thing here in spring camp is there's a different aura.
Offensively, this guy is just a machine.
Talk baseball with our experts on Channel 89 in the car. And listen to your favorite team spring training show on the SiriusXM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
More mistakes are made at the trade deadline than the rest of the year combined. There's 3 types of trades. One, you're trying to get over the top. The second type of trade is make your team better, maybe
cheers,
win around.
everybody. What's up, insiders? Oh, get rid of that commercial break there. How we doing in the chat? Look at the chat fired up. We're heading to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to overtime. Tom's fired up. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for keeping it classy. Big shout out to the mods. You guys are awesome. The mods are kicking butt in there. 24 hours, baby. We're rolling. Try again tomorrow. We got to find a song for that one. But who's going to get the winner? Let us know in the chat. Who's going to get the winner? Is it going to be USA or Canada? Let us know in the poll. And who's going to get that goal? I'm going to call it right now. Mitchell Marner is going to secure a huge contract coming up next season from hopefully the Toronto Maple Leafs. Mitchell Marner gets the goal. My call right now, but I don't think it's going to happen till about the 3rd overtime. So go make some coffee. We'll see y'all back in the chat. And a big shout out to EB with the super chat. Now I got to find that up there in the thing. Hey, there it is. EB with the super chat. Enjoy the game. Nice job. Thank you, EB. And a big shout out to Leafs Jelly HD. Check it out. Check out Leafs Jelly HD, ladies and gentlemen. The real insiders, the Leafs fans, y'all know. Jelly's enjoying the game tonight with the family. I love it, my man. We're having a huge night here, and I can't wait to work with you moving forward. Look out, ladies and gentlemen. We're cooking. We're cooking. We'll see you back in the chat. Cheers. Tom, you got anything to say?
Also, I remember a little bit, long ago, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Yes. Thank you for all the super chats tonight.
It's been...
Wow.
Around, if I had to predict over $100 out of just super chats.
I think so, yeah.
Which...
That's insane.
That's actually insane.
It is absolutely insane. So thank you all so much for the support. That helps this community insanely. I can't tell you how much it means, because every single super chat that we've ever gotten has made a difference in growing this community. And tonight we're showing that, because I'm pretty sure right now, check the attendance at TD Garden in Boston. I think we have more people hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider right now than there are in the building watching this game live. So cheers to that. Cheers to this community we've built. Mods and insiders that have been here for so long. You're OGs. There's Kilo G. I just saw him fly in there. Kilo G is an OG. We're going to be doing some merch with the website. It's going to be crazy. Mods, you're all getting a shirt sent to you immediately once the website launches. Immediately. Period. We're going to do it.
No politics.
No politics.
Mark.
There you go. No politics. And no being vulgar as well, okay? Stop being vulgar. There you go! Another one. What? Tom, bro. Dude, y'all gotta stop sending this kid money, because he's gonna be thinking he's rich soon. That's not gonna be good. Man, get out of here. Go away. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Dang, there's another one. Tony... 7682, $10. There it is. Is this the best tournament since 1987 Canada Cup?
And a $50.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. A long time?
It says
No.
up there.
There it is. Oh my God. Holy Joe. What? Interrogation files. Let's go Canada. Oh my goodness.
Holy.
You guys are rock stars. This
insane.
is insanity.
Wow.
Dang.
$50?
$50. And you know what? We do need a best of 3 championship, Tony.
Wow.
We do. That would be absolutely epic. And let's go Canada. For everybody, you know what? This community started because of transplant fans. I'm a transplant fan, okay? I was born and raised in Toronto and then moved down to Florida when I was a kid. Had no choice in the matter. Dad took me down there. I listened to Joe Bowen on the radio, and here we are. For all of the Canadians all over the world, for all of the Americans all over the world, for everybody, we're here to have fun and enjoy ourselves and celebrate sports. That's what it's about. So go Canada, go. Good luck to USA. I'm going. Again, I said it earlier, Mitch Marner gets the goal for Canada. Let us know in the chat who you think, and let's have some fun in there, keeping it classy. Cheers, everybody, and thank you so much for the support. Absolutely insane. I am speechless right now. But no, I'm not, because I'm a YouTuber.
I'm speechless. So I just got $20.
Yes. Dang, you got $20? Yeah. Dang, man. I got to pay this kid a lot of money. Bro, that's crazy. All right, shut up, Mike.
Marner, remarkably, that is Mitch Marner's first assist of the tournament. It comes at a key time for Team Canada. It was 2-2 at that point. In fact, it was 2-2 after 2 periods of play. Shots in the second period, 9 for the U.S. for a 2-period total of 19, 8 for Team Canada for a 2-period total of 19. On we would go to the third period, and in the third period, well, it was time for Jordan Binnington to step up large, because it was Team USA that was coming on in the early portion of the period.
Clear to the line and out, and we got a breakaway. Unless Makar can cut it off. Gensel, another USA breakaway. Makar came off the bench. Did Gensel feel 8 behind him?
And so Jordan Binnington, boy, he's been pretty good tonight, knock on wood. If you're a Canadian fan, I'm doing it for you. No doubt about that. And so he comes up big, and a short time later, another opportunity, as it turns out, Jordan Binnington standing tall.
Here's Genso to Werenski. What a save. Rebound loose in front. Makar cleans the mess. Oh, Zach Werenski, who's got 6 points to lead the tournament, almost scored his first goal.
All right, close but no cigar once again for Team USA. It remained a 2-2 hockey game, and not to be outdone, moments later, Canada on the attack, coming back the other way against Big Hellebuck in goal.
Marner back to the point. There's a shot through a screen that hit the goalpost. It may have been tipped in front. The shot from Makar hits the post.
It was certainly tipped in front by somebody. Couldn't tell if it was Sorelli or Hagel that got a stick on it.
It was tipped in front, but Connor Hellebuck also playing well, as the scoreline would indicate 2-2 after 60 minutes of play. Shots on goal in period number 3 for Team USA, 8 for a 3-period total of 27, and for Team Canada just 4 for a 60-minute total of 23. 27-23 shots on goal in favor of Team USA, but 2-2 is the score. It is up for grabs so far, no question about it. There was a penalty in the second period to speak of, a power play for Team Canada, and it was Vinny Trocheck going to the bench and going to the box, as it turned out, for tripping Sam Bennett. Team Canada could not capitalize on the power play. Very few opportunities getting through. Very few shot lanes opened up for Team Canada, as it turned out, against Hellebuck. In fact, in that second period power play opportunity that Team Canada had, the best opportunity was coming back the other way for Team USA, but Jordan Binnington would stop that as well. That's the only power play, by the way, so far in this hockey game. The referees have done a fantastic job. The players have done a fantastic job in basically playing this game hard, competitive, and honestly. And that's why it's 2-2 after 60 minutes of play. So, this has the makings of an all-time classic. Who is going to be the overtime hero? Once again, keep in mind, 5-on-5, sudden death. We play until somebody scores. Very much like Game 7 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It kind of feels like the entire game has been played that way. It's almost been played like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's almost felt like in the third period, from the drop of the puck onwards, this has felt like overtime, because there's so much on the line right now. Each team trying to take advantage of the other, but each team being very cautious, I think, with the way that they've attacked this game. You got to credit Team USA once again, too. They have kept Connor McDavid in check. Sidney Crosby has been a non-factor in the second half of the game. Nathan McKinnon, as well, has been a non-factor. So we'll see what gives here. 2-2, who will be the hero? We're looking for one. Perhaps we get one here in the first overtime period. Sudden death overtime is coming up next. When we come back, we'll hand it back over to Steve Coulias and Andrew Raycroft for the call of overtime, however long it lasts. You've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff Intermission Report right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
The biggest plays.
That was knocked away the backhand scores!
Yes.
Oh, and a good hit there by White Cloud.
Goals.
Better in front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet. Insiders and the best analysis on the air.
They got a better defense. They got better goaltending. They got more balance up front.
The NHL on Sirius XM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
Baseball season's almost here, and MLB Network Radio will get you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Hear team previews of all 30 teams as our experts talk with players, managers, and executives shaping the 2025 season. How does your team look? Our team will break it all down. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training, beginning Saturday on Sirius XM Channel 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Color your workday with a vibrant mix of 90s and 2000s pop.
If it makes you happy.
To keep you moving and melt your stress away.
Well, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
Brighten your day with Mosaic.
You know I ain't walked 1,000 miles.
Channel 15. And at home on your computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
The biggest plays.
Fakes. Save. Samsonov.
Yes.
Timing gets filled in at center ice.
Goals.
Better in front. Point. Score.
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet and the best analysis on the air.
It's got to be the coach then. Like, if they're waiting on something, like, what significant change are you going to make?
The NHL on Sirius XM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
The NFL's top draft prospects are ready to show their skills at the 2025 Scouting Combine.
The most dynamic player in college football, Travis Hunter.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio will have exclusive interviews with prospects, head coaches, and general managers as they prepare for the NFL Draft.
There is a surplus at certain positions this year where, hey, if we don't get one free agency, it's pretty deep in the draft.
Coverage kicks off Tuesday at 9 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Tonight on Sirius XM Sports.
After a fight-fueled beginning to their first matchup in the Four Nations Faceoff, Team Canada looks for revenge against Team USA in the championship game. Tune in now for all the action from Boston on your home for all things hockey, Sirius XM NHL Network Radio Channel 91 and on the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
Welcome back to Boston. Overtime is seconds away. It's almost 15 years to the day when Sidney Crosby scored in overtime in Vancouver. Maybe it's the USA's turn, my friend. This has been one hell of a tournament and one hell of a night.
It's just lived up to all the hype, and it's hard to imagine. Like Sidney Crosby, who had hype around him at such a young age, this game has had so much hype since Saturday. We've been waiting for this game, and it's lived up to all of that tonight. 27 shots for the United States, 23 for Canada, 2-2 going into overtime.
Austin Matthews will start against Connor McDavid, who will have Mitch Marner on his right side once again. You won't see Matthew Tkachuk. He didn't play the entire third period, right?
No, exactly. And there's 3 USA players that have played under 10 minutes. Vincent Trocheck, Matthew Tkachuk, and Chris Kreider, all under 10 minutes for Team USA.
Puck is dropped and we're underway. Marner spins it into the U.S. zone. Faber behind the net. They chip it out to make that Brady Tkachuk out to McDavid, who chips it in. Faber in his own zone being watched by Braden Point. Brock Faber spins away from his man, gets it to Slavin, sends it up to Brady Tkachuk. He gets it in. Matthews and Brady Tkachuk have been great tonight.
They have the 2 best players by far on the forward group for Team USA.
Here's Nate McKinnon, throws it towards the net, goes off a stick and into the netting. We've played 38 seconds and get our first stoppage.
And then on the other side of things, at the top end of the ice times, Jacob Slavin and Brock Faber are leading the way for Team USA. Brock Faber the most in the game, just over 26 minutes through 3 periods. And on the other side, Devon Taves, Cale Makar, no surprise, Cale Makar just over 25 minutes for Team Canada.
Mitch Marner got the overtime winner against the Swedes. The Crosby overtime winner, one of the most famous overtime goals in hockey history. As the puck comes out to center, chasing it down is Vinny Trocheck. Picked up by Gensel, he flips it in. As Trocheck clears the zone, Binnington behind the net to Makar! And Gensel came in there with authority. Makar gets it back again from Taves. Near side to Reinhart, up to McKinnon. He gets around one, loses it to the back-checking Jack Eichel. Eichel in over the line. He's got Boldy in front of the net. Big save by Binnington as Gensel spins and fires. Makar off the far boards. No icing to Nate McKinnon. Team Canada stopped, and the U.S. might catch him on a change. Here's Boldy. Rink wide to Brock Nelson. Can he be a hero? He fires it wide. Werenski keeps it in towards the net. Goes off the top of the glass, but not out. Mark Stone skates it back with Brandon Hagel. Hagel in over the line. Let's a shot go. Hellebuck steers it aside. Stone gets it back again. Stone spins and fires. Goes off a skate into the corner. Brandon Hagel. tried to shoot, ends up on the stick of Stone, right wing corner, behind the net looking for Sorelli, comes to Werenski to the line but not out. Kept in by Doughty. He was on the ice when Crosby scored 15 years ago. Almost too many men on the ice for Team Canada as the U.S. ice the puck. Fans are not happy about it. And because it wasn't a scoring chance, icing, the U.S. is up in arms on the bench. We talked about the Crosby slash. How do you view that, Mr. Andrew Raycroft?
Let them play at this point. We don't need too many men on the ice call at this point in the game. We got some knucklehead going over the top. What are we doing? All right.
Some debris is being tossed on the ice here.
We will have a little bit of a delay as the linesmen have to pick up some debris that's on the ice. And what a great opportunity by Jack Eichel going down the wall, putting that shot. He was shooting for a rebound the whole way. He knew Boldy was going to the front of the net. He shoots far right pad on Jordan Binnington, who makes a good save. Just missed the rebound from Boldy a minute ago.
JT Miller on the draw to the right of Hellebuck, McDavid, Point, Marner, Parayko, Sanheim. Face-off corralled by Matt Boldy, and he'll flip it to the line. It just gets out. McDavid tried to get control of it. He couldn't. He does now behind his own net with speed. The U.S. changes. McDavid through center, gains the zone. McDavid with a shot. Blocked there. And here comes Matthews the other way. He's been a story. He gives it away to McDavid. He's got Point and Marner. McDavid tries to toe drag on Faber. Doesn't work. Comes to Matthews. He brings it out to Brady Tkachuk. He gets it in. The two Leafs go into the corner. Marner and Matthews. Matthews almost stripped Marner, but Gensel gets it anyway. Back to the point to Sanderson. Keeps it in. Jake Sanderson pumps it behind the net. Comes to Larkin. To Gensel. Oh my God. Matthews had the tournament on his stick. Austin Matthews almost won it. Rink wide. Jake Sanderson just missed. Team Canada in trouble as McDavid skates it out to center. How did Austin Matthews not score?
Well, because of Jordan Binnington, and what a right arm save by Binnington coming across to his right. What an absolute game-saving save on Austin Matthews.
Puck is kept in by Faber. His shot blocked. Marchand might have a breakaway. Brad Marchand right in on goal. He's hauled down. And Hellebuck steers it aside. Comes to Eichel. One-on-one. Eichel can win it here. Tries to feed. Boldy shoots. Stopped in front by Binnington. What action. Unbelievable. Hanifin, rink wide off the bench. An opportunity that goes off a stick and out of play. Coming off the bench there was Vinny Trocheck. Oh my goodness, Razor. These teams continue to amaze.
Holy smokes, Steve. What a pass by Jake Gensel to Austin Matthews, and Jordan Binnington follows it all the way. A perfect blocker save. And then down at the other end, the hometown hero here in Boston playing for Team Canada, number 63, Brad Marchand, gets going down the left wing, able to separate himself. Steve, I don't know how many times I've seen him go down that wing and go high glove. That's his shot, that's his play. This time he held on to it and got closed out by Team USA defender.
Team Canada wins the draw, and Taves just gets it out. Here's Noah Hanifin. Near side for Miller, chips it to Brock Nelson, tried to get it in deep for Jack Hughes. Picked off by Sam Reinhart. Here's Cale Makar, rink wide for Devon Taves. Up to Crosby, just gets a stick on it and gets it into the far corner. In after it is Crosby and Reinhart, but Jack Hughes comes away with it, spins it up to Brock Nelson. Nice play. Nelson tries to get it in. It's swatted away by Taves, and it comes to McKinnon. His pass is too far for Reinhart, and back come the U.S. Matthews denied again. Loose in front. I can't believe Jordan Binnington. Austin Matthews had another chance, and Binnington made another save.
Jordan Binnington has just become the hero for Team Canada. What a right pad save in the middle of the slot by Austin Matthews, and then going back to his left post, making a glove save on Brady Tkachuk. Two monster saves here, 4.5 minutes into overtime. Jordan Binnington is keeping this game alive.
Larkin on the draw wants to get it to Matthews. Bennett comes on. Matthews again! And Binnington! That's 3 in overtime. Matthews and Binnington. It's a showdown like the OK Corral.
What a glove save with the Olay, the windmill coming off of a one face-off. Again, Matthews right in between the face-off dots. And that time, I'm so excited. Here's a face-off. Go Cooley.
Matthews has it back to the point. It feels like the USA is going to end it now. Brady Tkachuk, far side. Hagel's there. Bennett is there. Trying to get it out is Hagel. He can't. Puck goes behind Binnington. He sets it up for Doughty. Near side for Cirelli. He mercifully chips it down the ice. Cirelli at center. Back to Thomas Harley. 5 minutes into overtime. Rink wide for Cirelli. Goes off the linesman, and back comes the USA. Matt Boldy tries to find Jake Gensel. Doesn't work. We saw breakaway passes for Team Canada in the second. You wonder if they'll try the same thing in the third. Marner gives it away at center. Boldy pumps it back in again. Harley with Nelson. Clear to the line and out. McDavid chasing down Brock Faber. Faber, shoulder check, gets it up to Nelson. Being tied up by Harley. What a story he has been. He's in for Josh Morrissey. The flu bug has affected the tournament. McDavid can't get it out the first try. Team Canada brings it back. D to D hinge. Near side for Marner. Feathers it in. I'm Steve Cooley along with Andrew Raycroft. We're in overtime. Just like Vancouver, almost 15 years to the day. Makar to Crosby. 3-on-2 and over the line. Crosby shoots. Hellebuck to save. Loose in front. Corralled by Vinny Trocheck, and he gets it out.
Ooh, good play. Sidney Crosby, that's his first shot on goal all night right there, Steve. Going to the hearts of the net, down the left wing, trying to create some chaos in front.
Cale Makar in over the line in the corner. Now behind the net. Loses it momentarily. What a story he's been. Giveaway to McKinnon. Back to the point to Taves with a shot through a screen blocked. Comes to Dylan Larkin. He'll pass it to Matthews. Over to Brady Tkachuk. Back to Matthews behind the net. He's got Larkin in front. Back to the point. Here's a shot. Hits something in front from Zach Werenski. Larkin now. Sends it in deep. Taves plays it near side for McKinnon. Team Canada exits the zone to Reinhart. He gets it in. Canada changes.
Ooh. Close times again. That shot from Werenski in front hit Brady Tkachuk. Otherwise, that might have had eyes as well. I don't think Binnington saw it.
Here's Sam Bennett at center to Jarvis. Off his sticking in. Marchand in after it. Big body check behind the net as the U.S. bring it out, led by Jack Eichel. Could be a 3-on-2 with Boldy. Pocket pick there by Brad Marchand. Comes up to Seth Jarvis. Looking for Bennett too far. And Gensel corrals it at center, brings it back in his own zone to Werenski. Werenski brings it in over the line, near side, throws one towards the net. Stick aside by Binnington, comes to Sanheim, can't get it out. Here's Miller with a lane to the net. He spins away. He's got a man at the point. That's Hanifin, shot. Looking for the stick of Gensel, went wide. Miller to the line. It does come out to Fox. Pumps it in. USA changes.
USA is absolutely taking it to Canada here in overtime.
Here comes Braden Point down the left wing to the point for Harley with a shot. That one didn't miss by much. Thomas Harley let it go. He could have an icing. There's a foot race to the puck. And Braden Point does beat Jack Hughes to the dots. 11:50 to go. The fans don't like it.
That's an icing.
That's an
icing all the time. Yeah, that's always an icing. That's a good call. And a great opportunity for Team Canada, who has not had a good overtime thus far. If not for Jordan Binnington, the game's over. But you've got Hughes, you've got Nelson, you've got Fox, you've got Hanifin out on the ice, along with Austin Matthews. Canada's top line if Connor McDavid jumps over the boards.
Face off to the right. Matthews, one violation to allow everyone to catch their breath. McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins 4 nations gold.
It was the icing, and it was Connor McDavid, who had a quiet night to this point, being the hero for Team Canada.
Connor McDavid fought the puck all night long. But Connor McDavid only needs one chance. And off that draw, did he go forward on purpose? And what a set play around the boards into the corner for Team Canada that made that play happen.
Team Canada has two guys go to Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner with his second assist of the night. That one's to Connor McDavid. He's all alone. That's like a practice pregame skate where he's all alone in the slot, and he absolutely scorches it up and over the left shoulder of Connor Hellebuck.
Got to give credit to John Cooper, game management. Mitch Marner has not had a great tournament until this game. He had the overtime winner 3-on-3. He was the third-line right winger, and John Cooper felt it. We talked to him in our first intermission, and I thought Mitch felt it as well.
Agreed, and since that assist by Mitch Marner to Bennett, he moved him up with Connor McDavid, with Braden Point, and it created the rest of the game. They were their best line. Okay, Jordan Binnington, the saves that he made in the first half of overtime to keep Canada alive. USA pushed. They were the better team in overtime, except for that one play at the end. And it was all Jordan Binnington for 10 Bell saves, 3 of them on Austin Matthews.
John Cooper believed in Binnington. For the Jordan Binnington haters out there, go watch another show, because guess what? Austin Matthews was robbed at least 3 times, and the Tkachuk play that you talked about as well. And Binnington had a heck of a game. And yes, he gave up 2 bad goals on Saturday, but that wasn't the game 7. This was, and he answered the bell, and now has won 2 major championships in this building.
Completely wipe out anything that happened prior to this tournament, to this season. That was Jordan Binnington-esque, and why he is a Stanley Cup winning goaltender in this league.
That's McDavid's 3rd goal of the tournament, his 5th point. Mitch Marner with 2 assists in the game, as had Austin Matthews, in a building they both traditionally have struggled in. They both played very well. Austin Matthews was a horse in this game.
Can't say enough about Austin Matthews' game, his 200-foot game, his offense at the end. And again, if not for Binnington, there's no question who the MVP of this game would have been. It would have been Austin Matthews. Played so well, blocked shots, physical, face-offs, just a beast and a horse all over the ice for Team USA.
So is McDavid the tournament MVP now with his overtime winner tonight? And Nathan MacKinnon scored. He's got 4. I mean, if McKinnon got his 4th in overtime, it would probably be Nate MacKinnon.
Yes.
So there's no clear-cut favorite here. This is a tough vote, right?
It's a tough vote, not only for you can give McDavid the game winner for the goal, but I would also argue what Binnington did tonight would be worthy of being game winner or MVP of the game tournament. So there'll be some questions, and we'll find the answers here when they hand out the trophies.
And for the United States, it was like they were due against Team Canada, best on best. We talk about when they've met in a final. 1991, Team Canada won at Copps Coliseum. 1996, USA won. That was the Billy Guerin, Doug Waite, Mike Modano, all those, the Tkachuk, Dad, Keith Tkachuk, of course. 2010, we just talked about that one, Salt Lake City, a final. And it felt it might be US's time and turn. They couldn't bury it in overtime, and a 2-1 as well. Nobody could take a 2-goal lead in this game.
No, they couldn't, and a lot of credit needs to go to Team USA. They really gutted it out. Of course, the fact that Matthew Tkachuk could only play 6 minutes and 47 seconds of this tournament. To lose Charlie McAvoy for the tournament, they put on a heck of a show here in overtime to hang with this powerful Canadian unit and take them to overtime tonight.
Let's go downstairs. Our Scotty Laughlin will be conducting interviews from ice level. Scotty, Connor McDavid did not have a good game, but he had a great finish.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about that, Steve. All great players need is that one special moment where they can take advantage of the situation. Boy, did they do that, and you talked about it earlier, too. This guy, Mitch Marner, had a heck of a game. Mitch, you've had a great setup and a lot of great setups during the course of your career. Where does that one, setting up McDavid for the winner, rank?
Yeah, I don't know. That one sets up pretty high in my rankings for sure. I mean, pretty special moment there. Great play by Cale to see me on the far side, and then obviously Connor just finding quiet ice, just trying to get it to him and on and off his stick quickly.
What does it mean to you? You had the overtime winner to kick this thing off last Wednesday night in Montreal, and then to step up the way you did with multiple assists in this one. How big is this game for you personally?
Yeah, it felt good. It really did. I just wanted to go out and try to do the best we could as a team. I thought we did that. When we needed Binner, he was massive for us as well with some big saves in OT there. So, yeah, it feels good.
Well, I mean, you guys were together for just over a week. I mean, how did it come together so quickly for you guys both on and off the ice?
We had a lot of bonding time off the ice, to be honest, in Montreal. We got to know each other very well. We had a lot of fun together. We knew the tournament wasn't going to be easy. We knew there was a lot of competition. We just tried to stick with our game plan, trust the guys in that locker room, and that's what we did.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, Steve, Mitch Marner, as you said, stepped up with a couple of big assists here tonight. And again, the one that he had on the overtime winner to Connor McDavid is going to go down in Canadian hockey history, quite frankly.
Thank you, Scotty. More from Scotty in just a moment. What a set play. Marner went and hid in the left wing corner. How did McDavid get so wide open? McDavid in the slot all by himself.
Well, and Mitch just mentioned it. McCarr does a great job coming down on the offside wall, and he keeps it in. That afforded Team USA to come to him a little bit. And when they found Marner hiding, 2 USA players go to him. That is always trouble when the defenseman, Adam Fox, and a forward, the centerman, Matthews, goes to Marner. That left McDavid all alone, right in between the hash marks. And again, most players aren't going to miss from there, but especially number 97.
Here's what's coming up on the post-game show and the post-game ceremony. The MVP of the tournament, the player of this game, who you think should be Mitch or Jordan Binnington? Probably Binnington.
Probably Binnington,
okay.
From my point of view.
You get gold medals. That's why Canada wins Four Nations gold. That was in the press release last summer, so I made a note of that if I would need it.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Well prepared.
The anthem, Canadian anthem, the trophy presentation, and more interviews to come. And we're going to be on, as Lionel Richie said, all night long.
All night.
So in terms of best on best, my friend, that's if you count the Summit Series, 11 of 15. If not, now 10 of 14 for Team Canada. Do you want to go to Al Murdoch? Let's go to Al Murdoch, the PA announcer. Connor McDavid is the player of the game. He'll get a Rolex watch.
That's all he needs.
Marty Walsh giving him the watch, and the commissioner, who was right here where I'm standing now with Scotty earlier, with the Four Nations trophy. And another notch on Sidney Crosby's trophy case as well.
The announcement of the Four Nations Faceoff Tournament. Most valuable player as chosen by Four Nations broadcasters. The Four Nations Faceoff Tournament MVP is Nathan McKinnon.
You want your big boys to step up when it matters most. Nate McKinnon opened the scoring in this game. Nate McKinnon has had a great tournament. He opened the tournament scoring, as a matter of fact. And 4 goals. Nobody scored more than 4 as he's shaking the hands of the commissioner and Marty Walsh and is posing with the commissioner right now. It's kind of a Stanley Cup final setup here.
It's cool, yeah. It looks real sharp from up here. The cup is under lights or above lights and being ready to go to Team Canada.
To the players of Canada.
McDavid, the overtime winner. Jordan Binnington, 31 saves. And they're handing out the gold medals right now. Looks like Bill Daly and that Ron Hainsey. Now, is he officially the head of the PA? He's high up in the PA.
He's under Marty. He's part of Marty Walsh's team.
Yeah, he's not the president. That's usually an active player. There's a president in the PA,
yes,
but
exactly.
he's an executive in the PA, Ron Hainsey.
Yep.
So you're going to be hearing Al Murdoch describe all the players coming up and getting their gold medals. So, Razor, what a week. Well, 2 weeks, in fact. What a week here in Boston. And this entire tournament exceeded all of our expectations, didn't it?
It's right down to the last shot, right down to the last play, and just could not have worked out better for the hockey world, for the National Hockey League, for the National Hockey League Players Association. Again, the players fought so hard to have this competition, have been asking for this break in the NHL season to be able to play best on best, and they've been proven right for fighting this hard to have it.
Which one of the Binnington saves impresses you the most as Marchand is piggybacking Travis Konechny to get his gold medal? That's funny stuff, folks. You're going to see that in the highlight reels later. Which of the saves on Matthews or in the game did you like the most?
The glove save for me. The blocker save coming across from the pass from Gensel was technically perfect.
Yep.
Ideal. Followed it, tracked it all the way, but the glove save was athletic. It was a rocket from Austin Matthews right in the middle of the slot. He had some flair to it, and it's big game hunting, and that's what Jordan Binnington does. He won World Championships. He's won the Stanley Cup, and now he wins this.
Braden Point, speaking of adding something to the notch on the old belt, 51 goals a couple of years ago, winning with his Tampa Bay teammates, I think it's great, and his coach.
Tampa Bay Lightning, there's a thread of them all the way through, not just this team, but the entire tournament. You expect them to finish strong in the regular season.
Seth Jarvis and Konechny each played. One of the storylines going in on the Canadian side was Thomas Harley. Remember, he was available. It wasn't as if he was 8th on the list, and I think he exceeded expectations, and very few mistakes at this level against the United States in 2 games. You're going to play 2 games against Austin Matthews, the Kachucks, and everything else. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Tonight he played 21 minutes, 59 seconds. He was +1, had an assist. This experience for a guy like Thomas Harley to come into 2 really difficult situations bodes so well for not only his career, but the Dallas Stars and the rest of this season. We're going to be talking a lot about Thomas Harley through the playoff run.
Are people going to be talking about the icing or the possible too many men on the ice situation? Are we going to, you know how American sports deals with controversy? So if that play was coming up the ice, and I think it was Jarvis, if there was a collision or there was an impediment, a call would have been made there. We talked about Crosby behind the net. The icing, you don't even want to talk about. You said that wasn't even close.
Yeah,
but are we going to be talking about the too many men on the ice on that icing play?
I don't think so. It didn't really affect the play. It wasn't like one person jumped out and nullified a rush chance or nullified a play. It just happened a little chaotic. I think it looked worse than it actually was over at the bench, and no one touched the puck at the end of the day. So for me, really no controversy in overtime. I think it was one of those games that, again, could have went both ways. U.S. at the end of the day had a much better overtime. Not even it was not even comparable.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it's in our game, and it's why we love our game, is that it's one shot makes a difference. One play can make the difference.
Binnington started the game with a great left pad save. He stopped Larkin on a breakaway. And I'm just going through the plays you talked about on Austin Matthews. I really do believe this. You talked about Matthew Tkachuk. He started the game as healthy as he could be. When he had his last shift, that was laboring. He was absolutely laboring, so that's a huge loss. Quinn Hughes is a huge loss. And
Charlie McAvoy's
a huge loss. And, of course, when you talk about Austin Matthews, he has been battling something the entire season. The 69-goal Matthews might not score in the first chance, might not have scored in the second chance, but he probably scores in the third, so that's something we have to consider as well.
without a doubt, if this is 12 months ago, I would feel very good about him scoring one of those chances as Boston Bruins captain in his building goes and gets his medal from Ron Hainsey, shakes Bill Daly's hand as well. Lots of family, lots of friends here in town for Brad Marchand, all staying in his nice big fancy house.
So after the debacle was 06, getting shut out to Switzerland and all those teams, Vancouver 2010, victory. 2014 in Sochi, victory. 2016 victory that included Marchand as the best player, that included Sidney Crosby. There's a 9-year gap. Marchand and Crosby are back on the team, and Team Canada wins again.
And 89, who just got his medal as well. Drew Doughty going all the way back to 2010. You mentioned him being on the ice in overtime. He was a part of all of those games. Hasn't played much hockey this year. Don Sweeney, Team Canada brings him in, and he played some huge minutes and some difficult situations, getting 20 minutes, just about 21 minutes, 20:54 for Team Canada tonight as Sid gets his medal last, and the entire Team Canada goes towards the cup. Bill Daly and Ron Hainsey.
So when Sid won, or Team Canada won in Toronto in 2016, he held it up. It was a big vase. This cup I like better. I don't remember them skating around. They kind of passed it around. It's not the Stanley Cup, but it's a great tournament. It's a great moment for a lot of these players. What do you anticipate happens? Will they share it like they do the cup so everyone gets a touch? What are we predicting here?
We're going to get the anthem first, and I'm predicting a little pass.
The players were arm in arm, and all the Hockey Canada executives and John Cooper and everyone involved. And you talked about Don Sweeney as we're going to get the trophy presentation. They went with Binnington, the Colton Parekos of the world, Seth Jarvis. So we talked about Mark Scheifele. We love Mark Scheifele, but there's only 13 forward spots. And the Drew Doughty factor as well, as they've asked Sidney Crosby to join Gary Bettman and Marty Walsh. And Sid is waving everybody over. And the trophy presentation is happening now. Marty Walsh and Gary Bettman. Sid is holding the trophy, the Four Nations Cup, and he goes for a little skate. And he hands it off to Brad Marchand. There they are, those three that have been part of all of this 4 in a row.
Yeah, Drew Doughty, and how good that must feel for him after battling through the broken leg in training camp and now hanging it off to Nate McKinnon, who gets his first major team award in international hockey for Team Canada, along with Connor McDavid.
McDavid with it now, as they continue to pass things around in the area to our left. McDavid won the game in the area to our right because it's overtime. Let's go downstairs and join our very own Scotty Laughlin. Scotty.
All right, Steve, yeah, I just came out from the dressing room where they've got the plastic laid down, they've got the champagne on ice, and after they leave the ice here in a matter of moments, after passing that cup around, they'll get in there and start spraying the champagne, and hopefully we can stay a little bit dry. Expecting to get a moment or two with Jordan Binnington here coming up shortly as well. I mean, this game is not won if not for the goaltender, of course, which is music to the ears of Razor up there, and Binnington was so large in that overtime period with those 3 saves, a couple off Austin Matthews, seemed to have his number as well. Binnington just passing the cup off himself, and for a guy that was as maligned as Jordan Binnington was pretty much for a week, in all 4 of his starts for Team Canada, Jordan Binnington, I'm sure, is going to tell me that he's pretty relieved, he's pretty satisfied, and he knew it all along that he could make those big saves that he needed to for Team Canada when the game was on the line. And say what you will about him, the guy has a tendency to step up at the right moments, as the Blues fans found out back in 2019, and as Canadian fans found out once again here tonight, guys.
Yes, Scotty, and when you talk about Jordan Binnington, Team Canada had the option of a lot of Stanley Cup winning goalkeepers. That's the option, and the U.S., other than Jonathan Quick, is the only U.S. goalie that's won the Cup as a starter, and he's great, Hall of Famer. But as you go through Cups and everything else, they really believed Binnington's mental mindset was going to be a factor, and they called it right.
They called it right, and his puck handling. And those are the 2 aspects that differentiated him at the end of the day. Yep. His ability to play the puck, his ability to break out Team Canada on top of making the big saves, and having that swagger, having the belief of his teammates that have seen him do it in this building. It's hard to quantify, and sometimes there's goals go in that are easy to criticize, but we're going to talk to Binnington now.
Scotty?
All right, thank you very much, Steve. Jordan, give me a sense as to what you're feeling right now after doing what you and your teammates did tonight.
Just taking it all in now. Kind of calmed down a little bit, but I mean, what a moment. And so much led to this special moment for all of us, so we're really just now enjoying it.
Tell me about the saves in overtime. A couple on Austin Matthews, gilt-edge scoring opportunities. I mean, what do you see in there? I mean, just read and react, I guess, right?
Yeah. You don't really remember you're in the moments, but it felt good to make some saves, and then it was just felt such a great feeling to see the boys bury it.
Well, give me a sense as to. I'll let you get for the picture. Okay. Jordan Binnington going for the picture, guys. We had to let him get back with his teammates. It's the picture that's going to live forever as far as Canadian hockey is concerned.
Thank you, Scotty. Yes, they're Stanley Cup style. All set to go with the backdrop. I'm sure we'll get more fireworks. Those were great sparklers as it related to the... those are the best sparklers I've ever seen, Razor. So there you go. They're posing in the area to our left. The photographers, the camera people are on the ice. And here's the picture. And it's all smiles all the way around. And... there's the sparklers, the big smile on John Cooper's face. Team Canada remains on top of the hockey world. That's 4 in a row, my friend, with 4 nations gold.
It's a great shot that will end up in all of their offices at some point in their lives and be able to tell their kids, their grandkids about this great tournament that is really going to end up being a big part of the National Hockey League going forward.
Yep.
It's going to get bigger. There's going to be more teams, and it's going to be an important part of players and their legacy.
Picture on the ice with the Maritimers, Marchand, McKinnon, and of course, Mr. Sidney Crosby. The video here is replaying all of the Matthews opportunities, and then the McDavid goal in overtime. So 2 overtime winners in the tournament, and then you start to go back to some of the greatest overtime goals in Canadian hockey history. And this goal will join all those goals none better than the Sidney Crosby goal, but almost 15 years to the day, my friend.
No, and as you say that, Sid goes down to the left corner. We're all Team Canada's family, friends. It's a sea of red in the one pocket of the stadium. Over to the left of where Connor McDavid scored to our right. Sid showing them the trophy. I'm sure they will party well tonight.
Sid is skating right to the dressing room. Let's go down to Scotty, who is ringside.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. I'll see what I can do here. We've got Cale Makar dropping by to join us here briefly. Cale, what are you feeling right now after finishing this off the way you guys wanted to?
It's a lot of fun. Obviously, a group comes together really quick, and it's a good group of guys, so a lot of fun to win with them.
Tell me about your goaltender, Jordan Binnington. So maligned throughout the first couple of games, and then stepping up big, especially in overtime with a couple of big saves.
A couple of really big saves for us. So I think at that moment we kind of knew we had to get a couple on net for him, so it worked out.
What about this game tonight? You had to be patient, right? It was almost like a repeat of Saturday night, except you guys get the game winner.
Exactly. You got to be patient. Everybody's got to work together and just try and get pucks to the net.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Cale Makar, guys. Obviously very instrumental. Didn't play in last Saturday's game. Big difference maker tonight in the way he handles the puck and controls play for Team Canada.
Thank you, Scotty. What do you think about this being a second half springboard or a springboard to what? Like, let's use Brad Marchand. 2016, Brad Marchand went from a very good player to basically maybe a Hall of Fame career. He was a third-line left winger when they won the Cup, and he took that tournament and he ran with it like Mario did in '87. Thomas Harley, Jordan Binnington, are there players here that could use this as a stepping stone or a springboard to other things?
There will be, without a doubt, there will be, because you just gave the examples of basically every tournament having one of those type of players. I think it remains to be seen who that will be, but I think that without question, this Team Canada team, there will be a player from this that goes on a long run in the playoffs, and we look back and say this might have catapulted them to the ability to have that big game playing.
Back down ringside to our own Scotty Laughlin. Scotty?
All right, thank you very much, Steve. We're just going to steal John Cooper. Steal John Cooper for 2 questions. John, congratulations.
We're going to play a rock and roll song in the background here.
Absolutely. Anything you want. Anything you want. You guys have earned it. Tell me about having been with this team to see it build towards this point and obviously finish it off the way you wanted to.
Yeah, that's the big thing in these tournaments, and it was a big reason we took the players we did, because we knew they were team first, and everything was put the flag above yourself. And this group, I can't say enough, and how selfless they were. Everybody checked their ego at the door. There was never once a player looking at me saying, play me more. And everybody pushed for everybody. And when you find that bond, basically, I can sit back, stop coaching, and watch the guys go to work, and that's what happened.
They're giving me one more with you. I have to ask you about Jordan Binnington. You stayed with him. You always showed the confidence in him. And then in overtime tonight, we'll talk about those saves to keep it going.
So that's the thing, right? Like, Jordan Binnington, and everybody gets criticized in different ways or whatever, but all that kid does is win the big one. And I had the utmost confidence in him from day one. And you know what? You look at it, maybe didn't need him in Sweden as much, but we needed him in overtime. And then you get to the Finland game, we didn't really need him much until the last 5 minutes. And tonight, I didn't think we needed him a whole ton until when we did need him. And he made those saves in overtime and gave us a chance to win, and that's what winners do. They win.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right, John Cooper, guys. Steve, let's send it back up to you and Andrew.
Thank you, Scotty. Dennis Bernstein is here. He's ready for your 1-hour post-game show, which is going to come your way only 9 p.m. Pacific time, so that's nothing. All right, in LA time. He's on LA time anyway. He's in the booth here. We're going to take it, Peter Burr says to me, to the top of the clock, and then Scotty will be by with the post-game show. So since he was such a big part of it, and we talk about this building, like for Mitch Marner, he had a quiet tournament, he scored the overtime winner, and then has one of his best ever clutch games tonight. Is that something that could be a monkey off his back moving forward? And on the other side, you had an Austin Matthews stat, which is almost too hard to believe.
0-8 in winning games. 0-8 in winning games, opportunities for Austin Matthews. And for Mitch Marner, there's no question if Toronto goes on a run, you're going to look back at this game because he was the one who made the play in the 2-1 game to tie it up, to get that puck to Sam Bennett, to delay long enough to hit Bennett in full stride, who went over Hellebuck's shoulder and then make a perfect pass, getting moved up to the top line for Team Canada in the second half of this game, and finding that little quiet space where he could disappear and then get that puck out to Connor McDavid for the game-winning goal.
Are you sad that it's over? We were just getting warmed up.
Well, I'm sad that you and I don't get to do another one of these games until, the Stanley Cup Finals? Are we hired or something? Or is that what we're doing? But no, I am sad that this week is ending because since Monday I've had an unbelievable time with you doing these 3 games, Cooley, with the guys, having dinner, hanging out, get to know everybody. So we made a fast team as well, just like Team Canada this week.
You love doing color? Is that your new favorites?
That's my new wits. Yeah, of course. Especially if I could do games like this all the time. It's pretty easy, right?
Oh, and what a springboard for the NHL. Dylan Larkin will play Matt Boldy and Brock Faber on Saturday at 12:30.
36 hours. 36 hours they're playing a hockey game.
And Drew Doughty's flying back. There's 2 later games. And Drew Doughty, Kings in Vegas, right, Dennis? Kings in Utah.
6 p.m. Saturday night.
6 p.m. And we've got some later games. So if Quinn Hughes came, Vancouver is out there. So
that's Jack Eichel in Vegas.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's going to Vegas. So here's, if you missed it, right?
Yeah. If you want to hear it, go ahead.
Okay, Lucas, here's how the overtime winner sounded. McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins 4 Nations gold. Set play, Razor. In the corner with Mitch Marner. Hard to do set plays when you don't play with anybody a lot and there's not a lot of practice time. That's John Cooper going right to work. And the change, Marner third line, up to the top line.
That's it. That's it. That's the big change that ended up being the difference in this game. Both coaches moved their lineups. Both coaches moved some players up and down throughout the lineup. But at the end of the day, it was Marner moving up with McDavid in point that was the difference at the end.
So what will this do to springboard the NHL moving forward? Dennis, how many people watched in America tonight? 10 million? He says over 10 million. Traditionally, if the American number's 10, the Canadian number's been a little higher. What do you think this does moving forward, my friend?
Well, what this does is brings more eyeballs to the game. And with the playoffs just 5-6 weeks away, there's no doubt that they will get a bump in different markets to have playoff hockey on TV more, to have more people watching playoff hockey. People fell in love with this game over the last 6 days, and that is music to all of our ears who know this game and love it for a really long time.
If we go to the Stanley Cup Final, where are we going? What do you think with 33% of the season to go?
Oh, baby.
Vegas, baby?
Dallas and Florida.
Dallas and Florida is your prediction. You know what? That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
We'll have fun. Anyway, on behalf of everyone here, we're not done yet. Scotty Laughlin will be by with Dennis Bernstein. For me, on behalf of Anthony Stewart, Andrew Raycroft, I'm Steve Coolius. I found Molson Canadian at the corner store. I'm having 6 with you next. Scotty, Dennis, next. See ya.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
In the Four Nations Faceoff Championship game, Canada and the USA went to overtime.
McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins 4 Nations gold.
Steve Coulias on the call for NHL Network Radio. That was the third goal in the tournament for Connor McDavid. Canada wins the game 3-2. They are champions of the Four Nations Face-Off. You can hear post-game conversation and reaction right now on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's Channel 91. NBA Lakers are taking on the Trailblazers.
Here is Gabe Vincent with the ball. The Laker lead is down to 1. Three-pointer by Gabe is an air ball. Goodwin with the rebound. LeBron for 3. It's good. From the right corner, and the Lakers back up by 4, 73-69, 2.5 remaining in the third quarter.
That's Lakers Radio on SiriusXM. James has 34 points, 8 rebounds, and with just about 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, Lakers are ahead by 5, 89-84. Earlier, Pacers topped the Grizzlies 127-113. It was the Celtics 124, 76ers 104. Peyton Pritchard had 28. Magic got past the Hawks 114-108. Paolo Banchero 36 points, 10 rebounds. Cavaliers topped the Nets 110-97. Jared Allen 16 points, 20 rebounds. In overtime, the Knicks got past the Bulls 113-111. Karl Anthony Towns 32 points, 18 boards. Bucks beat the Clippers 116-110. Nuggets took down the Hornets 129-115. And the Spurs defeated the Suns 120-109. I'm Rob Brender.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM.
Hear every game all season long with your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app. With SiriusXM, wherever you are, your team.
Austin, Scott Laughlin, as always, alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period as we put a wrap on the Four Nations Face-Off. Team Canada wins it in overtime by a score of 3-2. Time of the goal, 8 minutes and 18 seconds. Connor McDavid. It's amazing, Dennis, when you look at it, and we've said it all along. In this tournament, you can be shut down. Dominant players who dominate and take over NHL games can be shut down, and all they need is that one moment of magic, and all of a sudden, Connor McDavid is that guy who becomes a Canadian hero.
Whoever wrote this script should get an Emmy, a Golden Globe, and an Oscar. What a tournament. What a finish. And you're right. You can't lose in front of Connor Hellebuck with that much time and space. Game over. Just an amazing 9 days and a very appropriate ending, Scotty.
It was, and this game would have been over a lot sooner if not for Jordan Binnington. And he stepped up at the right time. Unbelievable that for about a week, hockey fans, especially those in Canada, were saying, wait a second, and I'm as guilty as the next guy. I said going back to Monday, I would have started Aiden Hill. But that's why John Cooper's won a couple of Stanley Cups.
Ever doubt Cooper.
Absolutely.
Do not doubt him. He made adjustments. He went with the right guy in net. Just a classic coaching performance by Cooper.
And he stayed with the goaltender. He knew he could be big in big-time moments, and he makes
What, 4 saves maybe on Austin?
I lost track after a while. A couple on Austin Matthews. Austin Matthews is going to be seeing Jordan Binnington in his sleep, and it's not in a good way either because he had all kinds of opportunities. Matthews stepped up with a couple of assists in this game.
He did. He played great.
Mitch Marner stepped up with a couple of assists in this game. So the maligned Toronto Maple Leafs, one for Canada, one for Team USA, really stepped up and I think showed up at the biggest of moments tonight, except for the fact that Matthews just couldn't solve Binnington when it mattered most.
Yeah, Marner made 2. Well, the play to Bennett was fantastic. You know, he waited. He was patient. He waited. He found Bennett, and Bennett was look. I know it was a short side goal. But no way he stops that shot. So you can't really blame Hellebuck for that. And who's stopping Connor McDavid? But yeah, Marner acquitted himself. Got an overtime game-winning goal and 2 great setups tonight as well.
It really hurt Team USA that Matthew Tkachuk couldn't go. I mean, he gave it a go, gave it a try, but he was a non-factor, and then as the game went on, just could not get back out on the ice. So, look, we know that this is going to have ramifications for the respective NHL teams. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a handful of guys, Dennis, coming into this tournament.
Oh, Matthew will be out for a couple of weeks.
That have to take a couple of games off at the very least, right?
Yep. And Matthew was missing the net front presence that they got on Brady's goal. They needed Matthew in the game exactly for that. They didn't have it, and you know the shot, couple of shots were from distance, but yeah, that was a big loss for the U.S. But again, a winnable game. Binnington was amazing late on Austin Matthews and a couple other stops. The better team won.
Well, look, again, Team USA is nothing to be ashamed of. They had every opportunity to win this and very easily could have won their first best-on-best NHL competition in 29 years since 1996 at that tournament that you were at, of course, the World Cup of Hockey way back when in Montreal, and they had a lot of opportunities. You know who was really, really good for the U.S. in this tournament? I think by far their best defenseman, Jacob Slavin. We went back to Saturday, and you talked about all the minutes he played.
Yep.
I mean, tonight he was so good defensively, and that's the type of guy that we need to talk more of. I know he plays in Carolina, so it's not the largest, biggest market out there, but he's such an understated, unheralded type player, and I think we saw the best of him here. I think he really, for those outside of Raleigh, I think he really introduced himself to the hockey crowd.
No question. And Scotty, I think he's making $5.4 million this year, and he got an extension all the way up to $6.3 million on the long-term extension. That's the best value contract in the league right now, for sure.
All right, so Team Canada wins it by a score of 3-2 over Team USA, 8-18 in, and it's Connor McDavid on the setup for Mitch Marner, who wins it. Connor McDavid, again, we talked about the 87 Canada Cup and how a Wayne Gretzky influence on Mario Lemieux really took him to that next level. Now, I'm not sure McDavid needs to get to that next level, but it was nice to see him around Sidney Crosby during this tournament.
Yes.
And again, Crosby, how much longer is he going to play? Well, he certainly has a lot more left to give. He was particularly ineffective, I thought, tonight. The last couple of games, right? it almost feels like that ailment. Let's not forget that he came into the tournament nursing.
The upper body injury.
That was something that kind of probably curtailed him as things went on here. But again, just doing all the little things and the leadership, you could tell on the ice afterwards. And
I'm sure in the room as well.
Taking the trophy around the ice. And
he's 37 years old, Scotty.
He's 37 years old. He's 37 years old. I wonder, we talked about the experience advantage being on the side of Team Canada. I wonder about all the Stanley Cups in that room and all the rings in that room, what they ultimately meant in the end.
Yeah, when the guys passed around the trophy, Dave Paraneta was counting. I think it was 8 or 9 guys who have Stanley Cup rings already. So it can only build, especially, Canada doesn't have a cup yet. It's going to come at some point in time. But to celebrate with his teammates on the ice here, and then Jordan Bennington, 2 of the biggest games of his life in this building. One was, against the Bruins in 9, and tonight in overtime. It's just, again, don't ever question John Cooper's decision-making with respect to his roster and who he picked.
Not at all. And another guy that deserves a lot of credit, too, I think. And we were a little bit taken aback when we found out in the pregame that Josh Morrissey couldn't play due to illness. Now, the bug's been going around a little bit. He couldn't play due to illness, and Thomas Harley was inserted back in the lineup. And all we saw from Harley in a couple of games against Team USA was a real steady presence back
that's
there.
the word I was going to use. Absolutely. The great
If you're a
adjective.
Dallas Stars fan, you're excited about the way that this kid has really started to emerge the last couple of seasons.
And you can see why Jim Nill held on to this guy when he was still a prospect. When there were trade talks for Dallas over the last couple of seasons before he emerged, it was always Thomas Harley. Like, we're not giving up Thomas Harley. You saw in those 2 games why they didn't give up Thomas Harley. There's a player who's going to build off this platform as well with a great Dallas Stars team.
What did you think of the crowd tonight?
Well, it wasn't Montreal.
It wasn't Montreal. But, the Johnny Hockey chants, that made it for me. That really, really made it for me. So it wasn't Montreal because, Scotty, this was a championship game. The tension was in the building. I think the fans were muted a little bit because it was such a tense game. There was only a 1-goal lead the entire game. You went to overtime. And I think it was a long night as well. So, yeah, it wasn't the same volume or tenor in Montreal, but it was still.
What's up, hockey fans? The chat is fired up. I am so excited to be hanging out with all of you. I see the eyeballs in the chat. I love it. Now, politics. We don't do that here. Tonight, we know that there's stuff going on. We're not living under a rock. But we're not talking about that. We're here for the hockey game. Canada is taking on the USA in the rematch. Now, let's cheer on Canada. Any mention of politics will be met with a timeout from one of our many amazing mods. Thank you, mods. Again, remember, short one first, little warning, you should be able to figure it out because of everybody telling you. But if you can't figure it out, we'll see you tomorrow. You can try again. Go Canada, go! Thank you, chat. Thank you, insiders. Cheers. Now let's go, Canada.
AJ Watt tweet alone from earlier today talking about growing the game and how hockey's done it right and how the Four Nations Faceoff has captured the imagination of everybody. And that's, like you say, Dennis, hardcore hockey fans, fans that have been reignited onto the NHL, and new hockey fans, like the casual sports fans out there that jumped on
the
board this moving
non-sports
train.
fans, Scott.
Yeah.
Because of the backdrop of U.S. versus Canada, I think you had a lot of non-sports fans tuning in tonight to watch a magnificent game.
Well, they did, and we'll put a wrap on it a little bit later on. We'll talk about the significance of the tournament, what we thought coming in, what we think going out, the lasting effect on not only Hockey Canada, but USA Hockey, the Olympics coming up at this time next year, but just the sport in general and the impact that it's made the last week plus, going from Montreal to Boston. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll do what we've been doing for the last week, Dennis. How about that? We'll do a recap of the highlights. We'll have full post-game reaction. You'll hear from some of the winning players. You'll hear from Mike Sullivan, Team USA's head coach as well. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. We will take a break, and we're back after this. You are listening to the postgame show here as we put a wrap on the Four Nations face-off from Boston. TD Garden's the place. We're back after this. Don't go away.
NHL Morning Skate.
From the Blue Jackets, Adam Fantilli. With all those teams clustered, it's almost like every game's a playoff game.
Right now, every game matters, and it's so much fun to come to the rink when you know that the next day you're going to have a game that really matters for points to try and stay in the playoffs and to try and get in the playoffs. It's great. We got a lot of young guys that haven't experienced the playoffs here, and we're really eager to.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Everybody that be living it up, we said.
Yo, what's up? It's Sirius XM Fly. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm over on channel 50 playing those 90s. What's my name? Let's flip the track from the old school back. And 2000s hip-hop and R&B throwbacks. Commercial free 24/7. Pull up channel 50 and at home with Sirius XM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices. Holla.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-244-0909. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-244-0909. That's 800-244-0909. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-244-0909.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
You are listening to the Four Nations Face-Off postgame report here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein. From the fourth period, Canada outlasting Team USA 3-2 in overtime, 8:18 in the extra period, and it's Connor McDavid that wins it for Team Canada. Held in check pretty much all night, but all you need to do is give him one chance and one opportunity, and boy, did he make the best of it. Steve Koulias and Andrew Raycroft brought you the radio play-by-play call and have done a great job throughout the course of the tournament. Just in case you missed it, let's recap the way things played themselves out here at TD Garden. And let's start just under 5 minutes in. It's Team Canada that opens the account in this one.
Reinhart picks off a loose puck, sends it back to Harley at the left point. He gets it into McKinnon. McKinnon, 3 goals, dancing, sends it in front of the net, he scores! Nate McKinnon's got 4, and Team Canada has a 1-0 lead.
Well, as Cooley mentioned, for Nate McKinnon, his 4th comes from Thomas Harley and Sam Reinhart, who picks up his 4th assist of the tournament. Thomas Harley, let's not forget, inserted into the lineup as Josh Morrissey had to skip and sit out due to illness. That gave Canada a 1-0 lead again. Time of the goal was 4:48. Just over 3 minutes to go in the opening period when Team USA found the equalizer.
Here's Hughes behind the net. Wrap around in front. They score! Brady Tkachuk on the doorstep, and this game is tied at 1.
Yeah, Austin Matthews with the wraparound attempt. The puck trickles into the slot area, and Brady Tkachuk does what he does. He jams the net and puts it past Jordan Binnington for Tkachuk, the Senators captain. He gets his third goal of the tournament. Banged up, showing no worse for wear out there. He was a physical presence as always, and he scores his third from Matthews, who gets his second assist in the tournament. Time of the goal was 16:52. And it was 1-1 after one. Shots on goal in the opening period in favor of Team Canada by a count of 11-10. On we go now to period number 2. Speaking of the Senators, here's defenseman Jake Sanderson stepping up big time for America.
Parayko gives it away. Back to the point to Werenski. He lets it go. Binnington the save. Matthews. They score! Jake Sanderson on the rebound. 2-1 USA.
Sanderson, his first of the tournament from Austin Matthews, who gets his second helper of the game, and Zach Werenski gets his 6th assist of the tournament. And the U.S. had themselves a 2-1 advantage. Time of the goal in the second period was 7:32. It stayed that way for another 6+ minutes. It was then Matthews' teammate in Toronto, Mitch Marner, took over, and he was the guy who slowed the play down, saw the ice well, and he did what Mitch Marner usually does, and that's find somebody to dish the puck to. In this case, it was Sam Bennett, who found the tying goal for Team Canada.
Fox up to Miller, picked off by Marner. He comes back with speed. Mitch Marner, in on goal, they score! Marner to Sam Bennett, short side shelf, and we're tied at 2.
Yeah, that was Bennett. Hellebuck perhaps not expecting that shot coming from that angle. Short side goal. Goalies will tell you that's a no-no. Bennett gets his first. Mitch Marner, his first of 2 assists. The second one would be huge. More on that to come. But it was 2-2, and that goal comes at 14 minutes of the second period. 2-2 after 40 shots of the second period in favor of the U.S. 9-8 shots on goal. Get this after 40. 19 for Team USA, 19 for Team Canada. In the third, there would be no scoring. Team USA doubles Canada in shots on goal, 8-4, but no matter, it was 2-2 going to overtime. Now keep in mind, Stanley Cup playoff rules, 5-on-5, sudden death overtime, looking for the golden goal. Team USA thought they had the golden goal, but they still could not solve Jordan Binnington in goal for Canada.
Matthews denied again, loose in front. I can't believe Jordan Binnington. Austin Matthews had another chance, and Binnington made another save.
Multiple opportunities for the Toronto Maple Leafs captain, Team USA captain Austin Matthews. He gets turned aside by Jordan Binnington. He made 3 or 4 big-time saves in the extra period. That kept the game going. It remained 2-2. And then Connor McDavid put himself into the annals of Canadian hockey history.
McDavid on the draw, takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins 4 nations gold.
Connor McDavid, again held in check for the majority of the night. Not a lot of time and space out there. McDavid gets his 3rd goal of the tournament. Fitting, of course, that he opened the scoring against the U.S. going back to Saturday. He ends it against the U.S. here on this particular Thursday evening. McDavid gets the overtime winner, 8:18 into the extra period. From Mitch Marner, his 2nd assist of the night, and Cale Makar with his first helper of the tournament. And Team Canada wins it by a score of 3-2. They are champions once again. Shots on goal in the third period, as I mentioned, were 8-4. They were 6-4 for Team USA in the overtime period. They would outshoot Team Canada 33-27. But as we say, Dennis, all you need is one opportunity. Yep. Connor McDavid held in check. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and credit Mitch Marner. He had been maligned throughout the course of the tournament. Let's remember that he scored the overtime winner against Sweden after Canada had squandered that 3-1 lead, going back to last Wednesday night at the Bell Center in Montreal. So for Marner to step up in a big-time situation, was huge for Team Canada with those helpers, especially the one that we're going to remember forever. At least Canadian hockey fans will for sure.
Yeah, he was left alone in the corner to feed Connor McDavid, but the feed to Bennett, he drew two of the defenders to him, slipped the pass to Bennett. Bennett, you could say, yeah, short side stop, but that was placed perfectly. Sam Bennett just found a little inch to beat Connor Hellebuck. And, yeah, Marner he's the facilitator. He's not a huge goal scorer. He's out there to facilitate, and he did it tonight, and he helped raise the trophy for Canada.
He did, and you look at Austin Matthews as well with the opportunities that he had. He is going to lament the missed opportunities.
Yeah.
And Binnington made some big-time saves. You know, we talk about the elevation of a guy like Jacob Slavin in this tournament. And for Team USA, you can't talk Slavin without talking about Brock Faber.
Fantastic.
Because that was
I think he had more time on ice than Slavin did tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And coming in, Scotty, we didn't have that as the daily double, as your top pair defenseman. And not for nothing, Adam Fox needs to go home to New York and play much better this season.
He's had a quiet season.
He had a rough tournament. He really did. He was at -2 tonight. He was on the ice for the game winner. But yeah, Slavin and Faber were fantastic. It's probably the best part of their game because the Brady Tkachuk goal, they couldn't replicate that. You know, I said after one, they're going to go to the net. They got a net front presence, physicality. I think Matthew Tkachuk not being the lineup really affected them that way. But, yeah, that top pair was underrated. Really, a lot of people, because they play in Minnesota and Carolina, they don't play in New York or LA or Chicago, but that pair was fantastic. Probably the best part of the USA's games in this tournament.
It's interesting, too, if you watch the replay of the overtime winner. So everybody goes to McDavid except Drew Doughty, Colton Parayko, the defensemen, go back and they thank the goaltender, Jordan Binnington. Fantastic. Because let's face it, if he doesn't make those stops, specifically on Austin Matthews, this thing ends a lot earlier in favor of Team USA.
And what you remember from Jordan Binnington are the big stops and big spots, like against Zibanejad in overtime against Sweden. And tonight, yeah, Austin Matthews could have 3 goals on 3 shots. It was just a great effort by Jordan Binnington. And again, the second guessers, they're really quiet now about who should have been the goalie for Canada.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was guilty of it. I told you in the opening segment, Dennis. I mean, the reality is I thought they probably should have gone to Aiden Hill, and I know he hadn't played in a week and a half, but the 4 goals that Binnington let in, he was the first one to admit he should have probably stopped him in the first place, and yet he kept on getting the net, and John Cooper showed the utmost in confidence in that goaltender.
And the 2 he surrendered tonight were, that wasn't his fault on either one of those. And, yeah, he went with the guy that he trusted and who was performing a big spot. Now, Scotty, I know you also bring this up the other end of the ice with respect to, Hellebuck, who's not winning a big spot. And, again, tonight he failed in a really big spot. So, yeah, hopefully he goes back to Winnipeg and maybe can go on a long run with the Jets because they've had a fantastic season. But, again, in the big spot, Connor Hellebuck, is second best.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you talk about Binnington giving up some greasy goals earlier in the tournament. Again, Bennett was a nice shot.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's short side the whole bit too, and people are going to start to play those sorts of things. And you don't come up big in a big situation. Binnington did. Hellebuck didn't.
Yep.
Binnington's got the cup. Hellebuck's still chasing it.
Exactly.
I mean, until he goes out and does it, and now his next opportunity comes in the middle of April, playing goal in the postseason for the Winnipeg Jets.
Well, hopefully this motivates him. He says, you know what, at some point in time, I got to come through in a big spot. He hasn't. And even the first goal, Scotty, I don't think he ever saw that shot. It wasn't a great shot by McKinnon. It just got through everybody. So that's going to be but again, hopefully he gets back on track in Winnipeg and has a long run in the playoffs for the Jets.
All right, so that beautiful trophy, Sidney Crosby hoists it again. It might be difficult to argue what John Cooper was calling Sidney Crosby earlier in the tournament, and that is the greatest Canadian winner, internationally speaking, in hockey, is Sidney Crosby, he says. I threw out Patrice Bergeron, his line mate from the World Juniors at Grand Forks.
Who was in the house tonight.
I threw out Scott Niedermayer as well, who pretty much won everything that there is to win, individually speaking, team-oriented as well, when he played in his Hall of Fame career. But very difficult to argue with John Cooper with regards to Sidney Crosby and what he's achieved so far. Add another trophy to his resume.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with Cooper about anything right now, Scotty. He found a way to get his team to the victory in a very building that was really against everybody. But hey, look, not for nothing, there were a lot of Canadians in this crowd tonight. That was really great to see.
I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, it was great to see. But Coop's resume, you can compare with anybody. He's one of the great coaches to ever coach in the NHL.
Well, when it's all said and done, and he's still going strong, When it's all said and done, John Cooper's making a Hall of Fame speech, right?
No,
There's no
question. Oh, first ballot.
Right?
First time he's eligible when he retires, whenever that is. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's a master. And again, I think it's the mental approach to the game. He had his team ready. And again, in the first period, when they took the lead, they shut down the U.S. in the neutral zone. They couldn't get through. They made some adjustments to the U.S., but John Cooper's done a masterful job. He made changes when he needed to, and he and his team found a way to win tonight.
They did. Canada wins at 3-2. Connor McDavid plays the role of overtime hero, scores at 8:18 of the extra period. Team Canada wins the Four Nations Faceoff, which is a great launch pad, as we talked about with the commissioner on the pregame show, towards what's going to happen next year at this time when we get more countries drawn into it, when we start to see Roman Josi and Leon Draisaitl and David Pasternak and best-on-best returns in February of next year, and then we get to 2028 and the World Cup of Hockey, both in North America and over in Europe. It's going to be a fun next couple of years for best-on-best competition, Dennis.
I think Elliot Friedman posted on social media, 350 days till the Olympics. Can't wait. So that means tomorrow's 3:49. But what an appetizer to get this. And Scott, again, nobody saw this coming. Like, if I told you in October this was going to be the culmination of the Four Nations tournament, saying, okay, well, are you crazy? It was just, it exceeded all the expectations. It drew in so many more people. And again, it sets the stage for the Olympics. There are going to be so many more viewers watching hockey in the Olympics now. It's just great for the game.
It really is. It's a high point for hockey. It's a high point for the National Hockey League. And the NHLPA and Marty Walsh have to be ecstatic, too, with what has been brought forth here over the course of the last 8-9 days or so, going from Montreal to Boston, and Team Canada crowned champions. We'll take a break. You are listening to the Four Nations Face-Off postgame show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
Connor Hellebuck of the Winnipeg Jets, is there kind of a bigger picture that you're thinking about as you cherish that milestone, win number 300?
Once it finally happens, you can breathe and realize that you finally achieved the few things that you've been setting out to. So I'm looking forward to the future of my career, and at this point, it's what's next.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you could browse our huge selection of luxury pre-owned vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars from all over the country. And while most of you know about our huge selection of luxury pre-owned vehicles, I'd also like to tell you about Perillo Collision. The Perillo Collision staff are trained and insured to repair Bentleys, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghinis, or any other high-end luxury vehicles. We service accidents from all over the country. Maintain your luxury vehicle's warranty with our professional team. Visit JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo, and click on Perillo Collision, or call us at 312-BMW 1111. That's 312-BMW 1111. 312-BMW 1111. That's JoePerillo.com.
The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues. Check.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoot! Score!
Sirius XM 91.
Canada comes out on top. But boy, Mike Sullivan's got an awful lot to be proud of with regards to his club and the way that they played. Many pundits coming in figured Team USA was the team to beat. They easily could have won tonight, if not for Jordan Binnington in overtime with those 3 or 4 big-time saves he made, especially on Austin Matthews. Boy, the U.S. was that close to winning for the first time in 30 years in an NHL best-on-best competition. They will settle for second here in this event. Post-game, post-tournament thoughts now from Mike Sullivan.
I thought our team competed extremely hard all night long. And, it was a tremendous hockey game, fast pace. This is the fastest hockey that I've ever been a part of, the whole tournament. Tonight was no different. You look at the overtime, we had 3 or 4 grade A looks. We don't score. They get an icing and they score. I don't know that we can dissect it any more than that. It was a pretty even hockey game where both teams had momentum at different times. I thought it was an incredible display of hockey on both sides. This is the very best of the best out there. There was no room to make plays. Just the commitment to play defense, both teams. I just thought it was a tremendous hockey game.
Stay in the same row.
Mike, Brady was just saying that this is a feeling that he's going to remember for the next year until he gets to Milan. I mean, this group really came together really quickly, starting with that team dinner in Montreal. How much are you looking forward to just seeing the growth here the next year of these players to get back on the ice?
Yeah, they were a great group to coach. It was an incredible honor to coach these guys. There's a lot of familiarity and relationships that these guys have from whether it's playing at the National Development Program or a lot of these guys have played together in international play, even though they might play on separate teams in the NHL. We could tell early on as a coaching staff that these guys really enjoyed being around one another, and I think that chemistry carried on to the ice. So we've talked to them from day one. I shared this with you guys that we felt one of the biggest challenges in tournaments like this is to become a team, and I thought they did an incredible job. You have to accept roles that maybe you're not accustomed to playing when you put a group of players like this together. To a man, every guy brought so much professionalism, was willing to play any sort of role to try to help the team win. Couldn't be more proud of this group. And I thought, just to be around them, you could feel how much they cared, not only about performance but also about one another.
Right side, fourth row.
Mike, hey, Bill from NHL.com. Can you talk about Austin's game tonight, and is there something you learned about him, coaching him in these couple games?
Yeah, I thought this was Austin's best. He's just a dynamic player. I've said the last couple of days, just when people have asked me about him, the thing that I think has jumped out at me the most is his 200-foot game. His commitment to play defense, play away from the puck. He has a mature game. He has a game that's conducive to winning, and he has elite talent. And so, he has a quiet confidence about him and how he leads. He's not a rah-rah guy, but I think his presence influences the group. It was really a pleasure from my standpoint to get to know him personally, because I didn't really know him very well up until this experience, and to be around him and to get to know him was a lot of fun for me. He's a great kid. He's a terrific hockey player, and it sure was fun to be around him.
Right side, second row.
Mike, are you proud of what your team did to help elevate hockey and add some spotlight? And are you proud of the way your guys handled being in that spotlight over the past few days?
We sure are proud of this group, and that's one of the things I said to him after the game is, I think this tournament and this game has had a huge impact on the growth of hockey. I think these guys inspired the next generation, and the way they play the game, their commitment, the passion, all the elements of sports were on display, and so for me, I couldn't be more proud of the team and the group. As good as talented as they are, they carry themselves with humility, and for me, I think that's there's a lot to be said for that. That speaks volumes of the character of the people. But I think that's hockey. I think, my experience of being around NHL players is that there's a humility to them that for me is impressive. And this group of American players, I think they instill a certain amount of American pride. They had a lot of people rooting for them across the United States tonight, and for good reason. They deserved it. They earned that through their play, how they carry themselves off the ice. They're incredible role models for that next generation. And for me, that might be the highest compliment, that you can inspire the next generation the way they did. These guys are terrific players and they're great people.
We'll take two more. Left side, first row.
Mike, Dylan Larkin was really direct in there and saying, I hope something like this is a recruitment tool, that guys who may have been not interested in playing in the World Championships, they see this and think maybe this is something they want to do because of the pride that comes with representing flag and country. How do you hope something like this maybe takes those guys who are maybe on the fence about doing this and shows them, like, no, you want to be here in 2026?
Well, it would be hard if anybody that watched this tournament, it would be hard not to get excited about participating in it. That's what I think. If you love hockey, it would be hard not to get excited. This was an electric atmosphere, both in Montreal and here in Boston. Both cities did a tremendous job. It was just it was an incredible privilege to be a part of it, quite honestly. And the hockey might have been the best hockey that I've ever been associated with. It certainly was the fastest, without a doubt. We just marvel sometimes at what these guys do on the ice and at the pace they do it. And as I said this morning, these guys are the savants of the game. The game evolves because of their creativity and how they think the game, and some of the things they're able to do at such a high rate of speed. It's remarkable. And I just have so much respect for the players in today's game. And so we couldn't be more proud of this American group. And I strongly believe that they inspired a lot of people. The next generation for sure, but I'm sure they inspired their peers also to want to be a part of something like this.
Last one, that same row.
If I can ask two, since it's the last one. one, I'm sure it's impossible to keep Matthew Tkachuk out of a game like this, but in hindsight, do you maybe wish he didn't play? And the other one is it sure feels like you found a shutdown defense pair in Slavin and Faber in a year from now. How good were they in the two games against Canada?
So Slavin and Faber were tremendous. The whole tournament, when we put them together, we were hoping that would be a defense pair that would be hard to play against, and they were. I thought they do yeoman's work. They do the thankless jobs. They defend against the best players. Their contributions don't always show up on the highlight reel, but it just adds up to winning. And you need those type of players. They're glue guys. They're the type of guys that help teams win. And that's why they're here. But I thought they both had tremendous tournaments. Jacob Slavin might be one of the best defending defensemen in the league, bar none. His mobility, his size, his reach, he defends the rush. He's great at the net front. And Brock Faber, in my mind, is an emerging star. How old is he? 22? He's and the stage wasn't too big for a guy like that. I was so impressed with his maturity. I thought those guys were terrific. Matthew Tkachuk has an impact on our team in such a way that even if he wasn't 100% and we weren't able to utilize him for a lot of the game, his presence on the bench and in the locker room means so much to this group. He's all heart. He's a heart and soul guy. So isn't his brother. I think these guys were such a huge part of the leadership group. They're just high character people. They have an insatiable appetite to win, and it's contagious. I think they help our team confidence. I think they help build our team swagger. And for all those reasons, I was glad he was on our bench tonight.
Well, that's Mike Sullivan, Team USA's head coach. And, make no mistake about it, Dennis. I'm a Canadian. There's only one thing I don't like about the Tkachuks.
What's that?
That they're not Canadian. But that's the Tkachuks, right? They bring it. Like, I'm so impressed with these guys. And if you look back on this tournament years from now, and you think back for the 4 games that Team USA played, and you think back to who the poster boys were in the tournament for Team USA, and maybe really who the poster boys, with all due respect to Austin Matthews, are for USA Hockey these days.
Right.
I think it might be Matthew and Brady.
Yeah, they have bigger personalities. Even Sully said it. Austin Matthews is a low-key guy. He's not searching the spotlight. Matthew and Brady search the spotlight. Their celebrations when they score goals. Yeah, I think they are. They're the poster boys for American hockey. And one thing, Carl Dubas, when you're watching the way the American team play, and you see these elite players committing to play defense the way they did, I know you're having a tough season in Pittsburgh. You don't need a coach. You need better players. A great job by Mike Sullivan and getting his team to commit to guys who are superstars to play defense that they did through the entire tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Dennis. And I was thinking during the course of the tournament, if and when the day comes, it's going to come from Mike Sullivan in Pittsburgh. It comes for every coach, right?
You sign up for that.
If and when the day comes that Mike Sullivan's no longer coaching the Pittsburgh Penguins, if he wants to be the coach of another team within a week,
somebody better run.
He probably can do it.
Yeah, he'll probably get 10 offers.
That's how well-respected he is.
And Scott, they replayed the post-game celebration. To see Connor McDavid hug Jordan Binnington and to see the respect on the handshake line for all these guys that went through, it was just amazing. So everybody laid it out on the ice, but when the celebrations were over and Connor hit the back of the net, at the end of the day, all these guys are brothers in arms, and it was great to see the way they treated each other once the game was over.
We will take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from some of the winners. Team Canada wins at 3-2 over Team USA. Scott Laughlin, Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
I'm going to start my campaign for Zach Werenski for the Norris Trophy. I think it's time. He currently has the most goals by defenseman. This is not the 84 Oilers he plays for. This is the 25 Blue Jackets. And this may be the most important part. He's got his team in the playoffs.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
The latest news of the night. SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off post-game report here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Connor McDavid wins it in overtime, 8:18 in. Canada wins the Four Nations Face-Off, beating Team USA 3-2 in that extra period. Now, the guy who stepped up big, as we documented earlier in this game, aside from the obvious, Connor McDavid, was Mitch Marner. He had two big assists in this one, the second of which will be replayed and replayed some more as he set up Connor McDavid in the slot area to win it for Team Canada. And after the game, I had a chance to catch up with the Leafs winger. This guy, Mitch Marner, had a heck of a game. Mitch, you've had a great setup and a lot of great setups during the course of your career. Where does that one, setting up McDavid for the winner, rank?
Yeah, I don't know. That one sets up pretty high in my rankings for sure. I mean, pretty special moment there. Great play by Cale to see me on the far side, and then obviously Connor just finding a quiet ice, just trying to get it to him and on and off his stick quickly.
What does it mean to you? You had the overtime winner to kick this thing off last Wednesday night in Montreal, and then to step up the way you did with multiple assists in this one. How big is this game for you personally?
Yeah, it felt good. It really did. I just wanted to go out and try to do the best we could as a team. I thought we did that. When we needed Binner, he was massive for us as well with some big saves in OT there. So, yeah, it feels good.
Well, I mean, you guys were together for just over a week. I mean, how did it come together so quickly for you guys both on and off the ice?
We had a lot of bonding time off the ice, to be honest, in Montreal. We got to know each other very well. We had a lot of fun together. We knew the tournament wasn't going to be easy. We knew there was a lot of competition. We just tried to stick with our game plan, trust the guys in that locker room, and that's what we did.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, that's Mitch Marner of Team Canada now. If not for the exploits of one Jordan Binnington in goal, Marner and McDavid and Makar, who was also in on that goal for McDavid, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to make history, as it turned out, for Team Canada. Binnington with 31 saves, including a number of big stops in the overtime period. Also had a chance to catch up with the Stanley Cup champion from 2019 and now Four Nations Faceoff champion, goaltender Jordan Binnington. All right, thank you very much, Steve. Jordan, give me a sense as to what you're feeling right now after doing what you and your teammates did tonight.
Just taking it all in now. Kind of calmed down a little bit, but I mean, what a moment. And so much led to this special moment for all of us. So we're really just now enjoying it.
Tell me about the saves in overtime. A couple on Austin Matthews, gilt-edged scoring opportunities. I mean, what do you see in there? I mean, just read and react, I guess, right?
Yeah. You don't really remember you're in the moments, but it felt good to make some saves, and then it was just felt such a great feeling to see the boys bury it.
All right, that's Jordan Binnington. I wanted to go a little bit longer with him, Dennis, and he was being pulled away by his teammates because the team picture, which you don't want to miss.
No, you
never
can't.
want to miss that because that's an historic picture. He wanted to be a part of it, which is completely understandable. Just before they went off the ice to the dressing room, I mentioned Cale Makar a little bit earlier with an assist on the overtime winner as well. Had a chance to catch up with the Stanley Cup champion and the Avalanche defenseman Cale Makar after Canada wins it 3-2 in overtime. We've got Cale Makar dropping by to join us here briefly. Cale, what are you feeling right now after finishing this off the way you guys wanted to?
It's a lot of fun. Obviously, a group comes together really quick, and it's a good group of guys, so a lot of fun to win with them.
Tell me about your goaltender, Jordan Binnington. So maligned throughout the first couple of games, and then stepping up big, especially in overtime with a couple of big saves.
A couple of really big saves for us. So I think at that moment we kind of knew we had to get a couple on net for him, so it worked out.
What about this game tonight? You had to be patient, right? It was almost like a repeat of Saturday night, except you guys get the game winner.
Exactly. You got to be patient. Everybody's got to work together and just try and get pucks to the net.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Cale Makar, and it was that type of game. Be patient. Wait for your opportunity. Canada got the opportunity thanks to their goaltender, and at the other end, they made the most of it. So John Cooper. Look, John Cooper is going to be the new Mike Babcock.
Sure.
He's the guy with the international success for Team Canada, and he's going to be the guy to lead the team to the Olympics in February in Italy of 2026, as we know, and probably, if he wants to, can probably coach the team in 2028 at the World Cup of Hockey as well. Caught up with the multiple Stanley Cup champion and now Four Nations Faceoff champion head coach John Cooper. Just going to steal John Cooper. Steal John Cooper for 2 questions. John, congratulations.
We're going to play a rock and roll song in the background here.
Absolutely. Anything you want. Anything you want. You guys have earned it. Tell me about having been with this team to see it build towards this point and obviously finish it off the way you wanted to.
Yeah, that's the big thing in these tournaments. And it was a big reason we took the players we did because we knew they were team first. And everything was put the flag above yourself. And this group, I can't say enough. And how selfless they were. Everybody checked their ego at the door. There was never once a player looking at me saying, play me more. And everybody pushed for everybody. And when you find that bond, basically I can sit back, stop coaching, and watch the guys go to work. And that's what happened.
They're giving me one more with you. I have to ask you about Jordan Binnington. You stayed with him. You always showed the confidence in him. And then in overtime tonight, we'll talk about those saves to keep it going.
So that's the thing, right? Like, Jordan Binnington, and everybody gets criticized in different ways or whatever, but all that kid does is win the big one. And I had the utmost confidence in him from day one. And you know what? You look at him, maybe didn't need him in Sweden as much, but we needed him in overtime. And then you get to the Finland game, we didn't really need him much until the last 5 minutes. And tonight, I didn't think we needed him a whole ton until when we did need him. And he made those saves in overtime and gave us a chance to win, and that's what winners do. They win.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's head coach John Cooper, Team Canada's head coach, and again, Tampa Bay's head coach. And look, he'll have the Lightning back in the playoffs again coming up in the middle of April, and then we'll see if he can chase another Stanley Cup. But boy, oh boy, I mean, each coach, we heard from Mike Sullivan earlier, we hear from John Cooper now. Each of these guys has got tremendous respect, not only from the media, from the fan bases of these respective teams and countries, but most importantly, maybe, Dennis, the respect of their dressing rooms, of the players themselves.
Yes, and again, the commitment to playing defense, to playing it the right way. Coop mentioned guys checking their ego on the door. Scotty, you know what? Elite players, but elite coaches in this tournament as well. Let's not minimize. I know great players made great plays throughout the tournament, but these two coaches were fantastic. They pulled all the right levers, and it was one overtime goal that decided it in the end.
So does this kind of light the fuse for you a little bit further with regards to the anticipation, as you say, 350 going on 349 days away from the Olympics in Italy at Milano? This really kind of sets the stage, Dennis, because we talk about other countries getting involved. Other great players will be involved, some of which we mentioned a little bit earlier. But, look, I think we're, less than a year away from that. And I think we're anticipating that when it matters most, fingers crossed, we see Canada versus the United States once again.
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty substantial upset if we didn't see these two in the Olympics final for the gold again in Milan. It's going to be great, Scotty. And again, Cooper also Sullivan said, guys are now going to want to play internationally. They don't want to go to Cabo and lay on the beach for 10 days. They want to be in this tournament, and they want to be in the World Cup of Hockey. They want to be in the Olympics. So I think this is a great platform to launch into the international calendar that we know is established now through 2032.
So down the stretch, for all the players that are vying for a playoff spot, they're not only vying for a playoff spot, down the stretch and in the playoffs, and to start out next season for the first couple of months, they're going to be vying for a spot on their respective national teams. And if you think it was hotly contested this time around and hotly debated who should be the goalie, who should be the defenseman, the whole bit, once you start to open this thing up in advance of the Olympic Games, that discussion's going to grow louder.
Oh, without question. And more players are going to step up and, raise their hand. Is it going to be a guy with a huge resume, or is a guy had a tremendous season? If somebody comes out of the blue and, has a 1.0 goals against or a 40-goal season halfway through the season, like that person may be on the Olympic team. But again, it opens the door for a lot of other players. And you mentioned a lot of other teams. The one criticism was we wanted more, like a World Cup of Hockey. This is a perfect tournament, but the Olympics is going to maybe this dialed up on steroids.
Yeah, this will be something we look forward to. And I will not make the mistake again.
Go ahead.
I think that Jordan Binnington is going to be one of the three goaltenders in Italy next year.
Wise call, Scotty.
I don't know if he'll be the starter. That's yet to be determined.
You never know.
We talked about, hey, Logan Thompson's not here, and Logan Thompson should be here, and he would have saved the day, and he wouldn't have let those soft goals in. And I mean, who knows? I mean, these are the types of discussions that are going to go on. And, Quinn Hughes and Jack Hughes are looking ahead to next February, because this will finally be the opportunity for them to play together on the same team on the best stage.
And I'm sure they're really upset about Quinn not being able to play with his brother Jack. And who knows, maybe Luke, emerges next season as it comes up force as well. Imagine having the three Hughes brothers playing in the Olympics. But again, it's a great platform, a great ending to this, a great tournament for hockey and for us here at SiriusXM.
Oh, absolutely. So we've got just enough time to wrap it up here from TD Garden in Boston. Want to thank Mark Aflalo. I've called him the glue guy for decades now because he's been the guy that's held it together.
No question.
Peter Burse, he is okay, Peter Burse. We thank him for that as well.
He's like Jacob Slavin. He's very steady.
Yeah, absolutely. No, in all seriousness, thanks to Peter who's put this whole thing together for us. Bruce Bolton going downstairs, upstairs, downstairs, upstairs. Producer extraordinaire Bruce Bolton, thank you for doing what you do. Thanks to Steve Coulias and Andrew Raycroft and Anthony Stewart going back to Montreal for the great calls that they had. Dennis, thank you to you you and to Dave Pagnotta for helping us out.
It's a pleasure, Scotty. It's a pleasure working with you throughout the entire tournament.
Thank you to the big dog, Lucas Critelli.
No question,
back in Toronto for really holding this thing together from that end of things as well. I got to say, look, I've been doing this for more than 30 years, and to have the privilege and to be fortunate enough to be here, to do that, I don't want to get emotional.
But you can.
It
is a privilege.
It's
We're
incredible.
all privileged.
It's
this is an
incredible
amazing
to have
sport
had this opportunity
with amazing people, Scotty.
to do it.
It's a privilege every day to be on this network.
It really is. Peter, I didn't forget anybody, did I? I didn't forget anybody, I don't think, did I? I think we named off everybody. If not, I'll hear about it coming up on Friday. I will hear about it coming up on Friday. Thank you most of all to you for listening throughout the course of this great journey that we've been in the midst of here with the Four Nations Faceoff. And congratulations to Team Canada and to Team USA for the last time you've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins. Four Nations gold.
Hi, I'm Fortune Feimster.
And I'm Tom Papa.
And together we host What a Joke.
Joke.
It says both read separately.
Oh, jeez.
Tom, tell the good people what our show's about.
Our show is where comedy lives and where comedians come to visit.
I love that.
Check us out Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. East and 7 a.m. West.
And when we aren't on, you can listen to the best stand-up comedy from the specials you know and love from Netflix.
SiriusXM 93 and on the SiriusXM app.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Back to Thomas. Thomas moves it in, shoots, score!
SiriusXM 91.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
In the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game, Canada and the United States went to overtime.
McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. Makar behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins. Four Nations gold.
Steve Coolius on the call for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That was the third goal in the tournament for Connor McDavid. Canada won it 3-2. They are champions of the Four Nations Face-Off. NBA LeBron James had another big game for the Lakers as they took on the Trailblazers.
Reeves to LeBron, top of the key. LeBron leading scorer in the game with 34 points. Gets around to pick from Jemison. LeBron driving, pulls up, 17-foot follow-away. Good again. And that was with a guy right in his face. Timeout, Portland. LeBron's up to 36.
Lakers radio on SiriusXM. He finished with 40 points. LA won it 110-102, despite Luka Doncic sitting the game out for rest. The Knicks got past the Bulls 113-111 in overtime. Karl Anthony Towns, 32 points, 18 rebounds. Nikola Jokic, 29 points, 17 rebounds, 9 assists. The Nuggets beat the Hornets 129-115. Cavaliers topped the Nets 110-97. Jared Allen had 16 points, 20 rebounds. Celtics walloped the 76ers 124-104. Jason Tatum had a triple-double. It was the Pacers 127, Grizzlies 113. Bucks beat the Clippers 116-110. Magic took down the Hawks 114-108, and the Spurs beat the Suns 120-109. College basketball, 20th-ranked Maryland defeated USC 88-71. From the SiriusXM newsroom, I'm Rob Brender.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM.
The fastest game on ice.
And it'll be Alex Tuck looking to play it ahead, and he does. Drop for Tage Thompson. Shots go!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Back here at TD Garden.